Hello and welcome to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube pregame show. I am Heidi Watney alongside Dan Plesac coming to you from Studio 42 at MLB Network. We are getting you set for the Marlins and the Braves, a battle that maybe at the beginning of the year people didn't think would be a postseason preview battle, but the Braves are leading the division and the Marlins are right there on the cusp of the playoffs, Dan.
What a lot of people knew about the Marlins was that they had a lot of pitching in their minor league system, that eventually their position players would catch up to that pitching, but it's come a lot sooner than I think the Marlins even expected. They're a scary team because they run a starting pitcher out there every day that has a big arm. They're lacking experience, but they're getting that on the fly.
You know, and a lot of new arms and young arms, as you say, that's got to be challenging for players who haven't seen them before. And there's not a lot of video from the minors to watch these guys.
A couple of things that make big leaguers comfortable, that is having experience and having some knowledge facing pitchers for a second or the third time. So the first time you walk up in the batter's box, you're seeing a guy for the first time. Your only reports you have are on scouting reports or guys that have played against these guys in their minor leagues that tell them, hey, their ball has some sink, it has right up in the zone. But until you've had an at-bat or two against that guy 60 feet 6 inches away, it's a big difference.
So we're getting you set for this game, which will be live right here on YouTube in about a half an hour. And speaking of young guys, Ian Anderson is making the start, just his third major league start for the Braves. Jose Urena making his first start this season because he was on the COVID list. I mean, this should be a pretty good pitching matchup. Both pitchers are really talented.
And Urena is a guy that the Marlins really look forward to this year taking a step. Now, this has been a crazy COVID-19, not only baseball season, but sports in general. So he's off to a little bit of a back start. Like, you know, he's behind the 8 ball a little bit coming into now, but if he can pitch well, they need him right now. 3 weeks left in the season. If he can get hot, their stock goes way up.
Let's take a look at the Marlins starting lineup that they're going to run out there behind Urena. Corey Dickerson leading off, and he's been such a solid player for them this year. But the big one here is Starling Marte, who's batting second, traded just a week ago, and he's really come over and performed well and add some veteran presence to this lineup as well.
I think the top of this lineup, 1, 2, 3, Jesus Aguilar was off to a great start. This guy had some terrific years, but really, what they have been lacking is a guy like Starling Marte, an experienced guy that could come into this lineup. He's been a run producer everywhere. It's just amazing to think that he started the year with the Diamondbacks, and the reason that the Diamondbacks acquired him because they lacked some punch. They thought he would provide that. Hopefully now for the Marlins and automatically Starling Marte, there could be a lot of Marte parties the rest of the year.
I love the Marte parte. He's had 2 homers in 5 games with the Marlins. And like I said, just bring some veteran presence on a team that really has a lot of young guys. Let's take a look at the Braves starting lineup for today. And the guy at the very top is interesting to me, Ronald Acuna Jr., phenomenal player, but he's got some history with the Marlins starting pitcher.
He does have some history, and the Braves are so happy to have this guy back at the top of the lineup. You look at that number 3 spot, Freddie Freeman, in my opinion, the most underappreciated superstar in the game of baseball. And the guy hitting in the 2 spot, Dansby Swanson, 24 runs batted in, having a bang-up 2020 so far.
All right, we're going to talk to Dansby Swanson in just a little bit, but another guy in this lineup who's been getting hot, the designated hitter Marcell Ozuna, has really come on lately. What do you think about Ozuna?
He's just a terrific player. He's hit at every stop, and one of the things he does, he hits good pitching. Sometimes you watch him, and it looks like he has a one-plane swing, but he can get, look at this fastball that he hits opposite field. He hits good pitching late in games, and he's hit at every single stop. He's a game changer, and he's one of the reasons why the Braves, again, are in first place, and they are squarely the team to beat in the NL East.
All right, so, the Braves offense has really taken off, especially these last few games. But these 2 pitchers, though, they might be able to, well, actually, I would say Ian Anderson has pitched really well in his first 2 starts, the Braves rookie. And on the other side, you've got Jose Urena, who actually has some trouble against this Braves team.
He does, and sometimes it's horses for courses, but this is something right now that he's hoping that he can flip this. Sometimes there's no rhyme or reason why teams have particular luck against a certain pitcher or another, but he's going to have to turn this around.
Horses for courses, Dan, I like that. I'm going to have to borrow that at some point, but here's the history. This was 2018. He hit Ronald Acuna Jr. Now, Acuna had hit a home run in, I believe, 3 straight games, and then That's what happened with Urania. Bench is cleared.
Yeah, you can see manager Brian Snicker. He was not too happy about what went on there. You see Urania right here getting the boot, and then then it's all back on again, right? He has to come up. That's one of the, I guess you'd think, good things about in the NL. If you want to go ahead and start throwing at somebody as a pitcher, prior to 2020, now there's the DH that you'd have to go up there and get in the batter's box. So a big difference. You could feel a lot more bravado on the mound when you know you don't have to get up there in the box and have to stand in there and swing.
Yeah, so Urania won't be getting in the box tonight or today. Hopefully he has better results for the Marlins, though, in his first start out. He started the season, tested positive for COVID. He was one of the 18 Marlins players there. So he said he had a hard time because he had to be completely shut down. They weren't allowed to do anything. And then he's ramped up to about 80 pitches in his simulated games. But on the other side, we've got Ian Anderson. Faced the Yankees and the Red Sox in your first 2 big league starts. No big deal, right?
Yeah, interesting. Think about this. He would be the first pitcher for the Braves since 1966 to win his first 3 starts. He beat the Yankees. He beat the Red Sox. Let's take a look at Big Ian Anderson. 3rd pick overall in the 2016 draft. So a big, strong kid, about 6'4", 185 pounds. Good fastball. You would expect that from a guy if you're going to be the 3rd pick overall. His fastball is anywhere between 93 and 96 miles an hour. More of an over-the-top delivery. This is the pitch right here, the straight changeup that has gotten a lot better in 2020. It's one of the reasons why he's been able to pitch well. He's always had a good curveball. He doesn't particularly throw it all that well for strikes. So the key for him is to get ahead with his fastball and or his changeup to use that curveball down in the zone. Throws from a unique arm slot. He reminds me a lot of Josh Johnson, former then Florida Marlin. More over-the-top delivery, good changeup, and that good hard curveball. There's the breaking ball from Josh Johnson. When you blend these 2 guys together, very similar deliveries. Here's both fastballs up in the zone. Mechanics almost identical. Release points almost identical. A young pitcher in Ian Anderson that has a chance to be one of those kind of guys I really believe that could develop into staying in that rotation. He has a good fastball, a good curveball, and if that changeup continues to progress, he could stay around for a long time.
Yeah, a really big boost for the Braves, who had a couple of injuries to their rotation. They really need him. All right, from one former first-round pick in Ian Anderson to another one, here's Dansby Swanson.
Start for Dansby Swanson.
Listen, he is having a really terrific start to the year.
Kiermaier drifting back to the wall. That ball is gone. Straightaway center homer for hot-hitting Dansby Swanson. Hey, hot kid. Another rope for Dansby Swanson. 14 hits. That now leads the National League. At the track, at the wall. It's gone. A 2-run homer. Bombs away in Atlanta, GA. No doubter for Dansby Swanson.
Conforto was playing shallow. He looks up. That ball is out of here. Home run. Dansby Swanson, opposite field. Dansby 3 for 3. Single, a double, a homer.
Swanson continues his torrid start. Boy, is he locked in. Going back to the track, to the wall, and it's gone. Dansby with a walk-off homer in the night. Unbelievable. Dansby pretty much said, we don't need to get to Freddie. I'm going to end this thing.
Definitely do not sleep on Dansby Swanson.
Dansby Swanson has been one of the most consistent offensive producers for the Atlanta Braves this season. His 24 RBI this year ranked 4th among all MLB shortstops. And Dansby is joining us now from Truist Park via Ballpark Cam. Dansby, you're here with Dan Plesac and Heidi Watney. Welcome in. I just got to ask you, what's been the key to your offensive success this season? You've been on a tear from the get-go.
I think the biggest thing for me has just been putting a lot of emphasis on timing. It's so easy to get caught up in mechanics and everything like that that you kind of forget that if you're not on time, that it's hard to hit. So I've just been focused on being on time.
Hey, Dansby, it's Dan. You know what? Was it a tough adjustment, that 3-month period where you weren't sure if you were going to play baseball or not? Spring training was halted in March. What were you able to do to put yourself in this spot to be coming out swinging like you have?
I mean, it's obviously tough, for everybody, just because there's so much uncertainty, and with that uncertainty, kind of can mess up your routine. And as you know, baseball players are big into routine, so I just had to make some adjustments. I did a lot of work, just kind of on myself mentally more than anything. Obviously, stayed in shape and things like that, and was able to find some places to be able to hit every so often. So I just did a lot of work on myself, and want to come out as ready as I could be.
Is it difficult, Dansby, to be playing without any fans in the stands?
It's kind of a loaded question, because I think that at times it's almost like a little more peaceful in the sense of it's strictly the game. There's no other distractions. There's no other energy other than what's being performed on the field. And I think that you're seeing guys kind of take advantage of feeling a little more comfortable and confident in who they are, just because it's just, your team versus the other team. So we obviously miss the fans and we miss the energy that they bring and the loyalty that they bring. But at the same time, it's kind of peaceful to be able to play and it just be the game itself. It reminds me of like fall inter squads in college where there's nobody there and you're just playing against other guys on the team.
Focus on the team and your teammates. That's a really interesting point there. Your girlfriend is on the U.S. soccer team. So did she help you train during COVID? Does she challenge you at all?
Well, so she was in Atlanta the whole time with me. And I don't know if she challenged me or I challenged her because I'm pretty poor at soccer. So whenever we'd go out there and kick a ball around, I'd make a fool of myself. But it's funny because we'll go out, in the back and toss a little bit or do things like that. So she's definitely gotten better at baseball since the first time we've been together.
Dan, I want to ask you about one of your teammates, Freddie Freeman. In my opinion, one of the most unheralded superstars in the game of baseball. What do you see on a daily basis that makes Freddie Freeman so good?
I mean, just the consistency. I think baseball it's built around somebody that be consistent. And Freddie, not only does he play every day, he shows up, he goes about his business every day, and he's just a tremendous talent. I mean, the ability to hit the ball at all parts of the field. He truly is one of the more underrated players in the game, especially defensively. He brings a lot to the team. Just a consistent force both in the lineup and, on the field.
Speaking of Freddie, what's more impressive to you, Dansby? His 2 grand slams this weekend or Acuna's 4 home runs in the last 4 games?
Well, I'll just say this. Baseball's a funny game because it took Freddie 10 years to hit a grand slam, and he hit 2 in 1 series. It sums up baseball.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dansby, what's the toughest part about being an everyday player at the big league level?
Well, I just think that I think mentally it's always a challenge just because the adjustments that are made basically, if you're not feeling as good, you're never as far off as you seem. And sometimes it's easy to sit there and say something's wrong, I can't hit, instead of just making each necessary adjustment each day to be able to be successful. And it's easy to get caught up in what you're not doing well instead of focusing on what you are doing well, which I think is kind of human nature. But that's, I think for me this year, that's been the biggest thing, is just staying consistent with what is going to make me successful and being okay with the results no matter what they are.
You guys have been leading the division pretty much all season, but you really seem to be clicking lately, especially the offense. What's been the difference lately for you guys?
Well, I think a big key is having Ronnie back. That makes a difference, having him at the top of the lineup. And then I think Ozzie will be coming back soon. So just the depth of this team. I know everybody puts in a lot of work to be able to be successful each time we go out there. And one thing that is so underappreciated about this group of guys is we all care about each other. We value each other. We value our friendships together. And so something like that definitely creates a lot of energy throughout the clubhouse.
Has it been tough to get used to socially distant celebrations?
I don't think they'll ever become normal. I think it's very, very odd.
All right.
That's just the times we're in right now.
Yeah, it definitely is. Thank you so much for joining us, Dansby. Good luck rest of the season.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right, we're getting you set for the Marlins and Braves at 1 o'clock. But first, we get to talk with an exciting young lefty for the Marlins. And Trevor Rogers. Trevor joining us from Ballpark Camp from Truist Park in Atlanta. Got to start yesterday, his third big league start. Trevor, my first question for you is just what's it been like coming up as a rookie, especially in this crazy season we're having?
Yeah, it's definitely been crazy, that's for sure. I've just been blessed. I mean, 3 years removed from high school, and I'm here in the big leagues, performing well. So I mean, it's a good thing to see. It's been good to get to know the teammates. They've been good, but they've been treating me like part of the team, and facing good big league competition. It's been very exciting.
Trevor, last night 10 strikeouts against the Rays. What was working so well for you last night?
Probably just commanding the fastball early, spanning up early, and then getting the breaking ball change up off of that late. So really good mix of all three pitches.
The biggest thing for you, Trevor, in coming up with a new team and learning new organizations, who's been the biggest help for you with the organization?
Oh, man, probably pitching coordinators, my pitching coach, my high A pitching coach, and Mel, the pitching coach here. Just been tinkering my mechanics coming up and teaching me just finessing just the breaking ball and just the way to go about hitters and attacking them.
Trevor, starting pitcher, you start last night in Tampa. You guys fly into Atlanta. What is the starting pitcher? What is your day like today on Labor Day Monday?
I've been trying not to throw it all after the game. Helps recover. Just get my running in, get a workout in, and then do a lot of arm care, get all that lactic acid out of there.
Trevor, this season, the Marlins really made headlines early in the season with all the COVID tests and then having to be shut down for a while. I know you weren't around. You were on the 60-man roster, but you were at the alternate site at that point. But what's it been like for you guys trying to come back, playing so many games in such a short span of time? What's it like inside that clubhouse right now? What's the vibe?
Just taking it day by day, you know. We're forgetting about yesterday. It's on to a new day, and the guys are really grinding that out, putting together some good ABs. And I mean, we're competing in ball games. We're just that one hit away, one out away of winning some tough games. So we're hanging in there, taking it day by day.
Trevor, biggest adjustment, what would you say would be from pitching in the minor league level to the big league level?
Definitely pitching backwards and throwing off speeds and fastball counts. You know, you can't just go up there. You could do it early, throw fastballs in and out and have success, but if you're going to survive 5th, 6th, 7th inning, you're going to have to mix it up, throw some sliders and fastball counts and change-ups off of that.
I know you said you guys take it one day at a time and putting things behind you. Have a good leader in Don Mattingly at the helm there. But this team, this Marlins team, has really surprised a lot of people this year. For you guys, what's it like being on the cusp of that postseason berth right now and really getting a chance to fight for a postseason spot?
You know, it's really exciting. I mean, it's been a while since we made the playoffs, obviously, and just competing every day for that chance to go to the playoffs. And we want to be popping champagne at the end of the year and just keep it going until we win it all. That's the main goal.
Hey, Trevor, when spring training was pulled, the plug was pulled out in March. How were you able to keep yourself in pitching shape for 3 months until that summer camp 2.0 began? What did you do in that 3-month period?
It was kind of tough, you know, because I was trying to follow along just with all the reports on there's going to be a season, there's not going to be a season. So once quarantine started, I was throwing about every other day. And then there was a time I took some time off, just the uncertainty of if there's going to be a season. And then I'd probably say around late May, I started throwing every day. And then, I mean, it worked out. There got announced there's going to be a season, so I started ramping it up through some live BPs and got ready to go.
When you were at the alternate site and getting ready for this season and trying to stay prepared, what was that like? Because we see the big league games that are happening, but we don't see what the activity that's going on as you're trying to stay ready to get the call at any minute.
Right. It's definitely a grind. You know, it's very repetitive. I mean, you're not playing different competition. You're facing your own guys every single day. So it's definitely a grind. But we're all working towards one goal, and that's to get up here and compete at the highest level and win.
Well, you guys are doing a great job. You're an exciting team to watch this season. I, for one, am pulling for you guys to make the postseason. I'm going to just openly say that because I love the resiliency of this team and the hard work that you guys are showing. So good luck this season for the rest of the year, and, you know, I'll be rooting for you guys.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Now let's take you around the league, see some of the action from Sunday.
Nola with a left leg kick deals to Pete.
Pete Alonso drives one to deep left field, and the Mets are back in front. Alonso, first pitch he sees from Aaron Nola. That's drilled to right field by McNeil toward the wall, and it's out of here! Jeff McNeil with his first home run of the season. An even dozen for Jacob deGrom, finishing off his day's work. Wow. 1 run, 3 hits, 12 strikeouts over 7. That'll play. And now Alonso unloads one toward the left field corner, and this ball is out of here. 10th home run for Alonso, his second of the day.
1 out. Tommy Edman, the batter. That one's driven to deep left center field and gone. Oh, buckle up, folks. It's going to be one of those nights here at Wrigley Field. A weird wind-blown pop-up and a homer by a guy who had not hit a home run this year. Great numbers for Paul Goldschmidt in a real bounce-back start to the year. Schwarber's not even going to bother turning around. A 3-run shot by Paul Goldschmidt.
Keston Hiura riding a 6-game hitting streak to third. It'll be a tough play for Ramirez. He gets the throw away, and what a job! Oh, what a sensational play! Jordan Luplow to the plate. Oh, what a job by Luplow. Inside out, just punches it down the right field line. And the 2-out RBI single delivers Francisco Lindor from third.
Christian Yelich, the batter.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and Shane Bieber gets out of a mess by striking out 2 Brewers with the bases loaded. He's punched out 10 today.
The bases remain loaded.
Joe Panik is the batter. A walk to Guerrero got all this started as Panik drills the ball to right field, and that's down for a base hit. In to score Tellez. Shaw on his way home behind him, and this game is tied. Biggio comes up over 2 with a walk. A fly ball to left field, hit pretty well, and it's off the wall. 1 run is home. Rounding third is Fisher. He's going to come in to score and give Biggio a 2-run double, and that extends the lead to 3.
19-game hitting streak. It's the second longest streak in his career. And Abreu lines that into center field, a base hit. Make that a 20-game hitting streak for Jose Abreu.
Well, you said he needed to get it going, and he did right there.
Here's Encarnacion at the plate. He's 0 for 3.
Breaking ball hammered. Deep left field. And this is way out of here. There's your separation. Take a bath in it. 5-0 Sox. Here comes the parrot. A stimulating 3-run home run for Encarnacion in the offense.
First and third with 1 out, and brings up Eric Hosmer. Line to right field, and that's in for a base hit. From third comes Grisham. He'll score, and the Padres tie the score 1-1. This one is hit well to right field. On the move is Piscotty, and that's going to get down to the track of the wall. And the Padres take a 3-2 lead. With Grisham at first to Fernando Tatis Jr. Lifts one in the air to right field and deep. Back goes Piscotty at the wall, and it's gone! A 2-run home run for Fernando Tatis Jr. Padres take a 5-2 lead.
So happy to be here and celebrate 21-31. To me, one of the most untouchable records in Major League Baseball history. Of course, the Iron Man, Cal Ripken Jr., going to play over 2,600 consecutive games. That's over 16 years without missing a game.
And here is DJ Stewart. He swings and belts this one out to deep right field. DJ Stewart, do it again. 3 hits on the year, 3 home runs.
And on the mound, making his Major League debut, Dean Kramer.
Swing and a miss. 6 innings, 1 run from Dean Kramer. Worth the wait.
Here's Anthony Rendon.
That is out toward left field, hit well. Move it back on it is Tucker, and that one is gone. Big fly for Anthony Rendon, and we are tied at 3 here in the third. Lefty on lefty here. Walsh against Valdez. Infield is in on the right shot. Chopper, and this will go into right field. A base hit. The Angels have taken the lead. Stassi will turn and head to third. 3 singles in the inning.
So here's a look at the NL postseason picture. Now remember, the top 2 teams in each division make the postseason, and then the 2 best teams outside of those top 2 are the other wild card teams. The Braves in first in their division, and you can see the Marlins there just outside the postseason if the season had ended today, but definitely a shot at making the playoffs. How about the picture in the American League here? We've got the Rays, the White Sox, and the A's, your division leaders, with the Twins and Yankees rounding out the wild card for the American League. It is time now for a little game we like to call Like and Subscribe. Joining us for this game today is the Hall of Famer John Smoltz calling the game, and also Kevin Millar, who is calling the game along with Scott Braun. And of course, we've got Dan Plesac. You ready to play a game, Dan?
I'm ready.
Alrighty then. So your first question, you can like and subscribe or you can dislike. The first question is the Yankees and Astros will not make the ALDS. Remember, the ALDS is the second round of the postseason this year, Dan.
I'm going to say dislike. Both are good teams. The Yankees are banged up. They'll be healthy once the postseason starts. I dislike.
All right, Kevin, you got some thoughts on this?
Well, I'm going to dislike this, Heidi, because I think the Yankees are too banged up. The Astros are too banged up. There's too many other teams that are better than them if they face them in the second round.
So you're liking then? You're liking and subscribing that they will not make the postseason?
That's my answer.
The ALDS. All right, John. John, what about you? Are you liking and subscribing that the Astros and the Yankees will not make the ALDS, which is the second round of the postseason?
No, I'm disliking them. For sure, one of those teams, if not both, make it to the next round.
All right, our next question is, Jacob deGrom will win his 3rd straight Cy Young Award. Dan, we're going to start with you once again. The Mets aces look good again.
I'm going to subscribe. I think he has one guy to beat, Yu Darvish from the Cubs. He's throwing the ball well again. Don't ever count deGrom out.
All right, Kevin, what do you think?
I'm subscribing. The guy had swings and misses all night last night. He's the most dominating pitcher in the big leagues, and yes, 3 in a row.
All right, John, you know a lot about pitching. Hall of Famer there. What do you think about Jacob deGrom, 3rd straight Cy Young?
Yeah, I'm going to subscribe. Really, the guy that I think might nip him at the end could be freed of the Braves, but I'm subscribing. 3 in a row.
Yeah, Max Fried has been really good. All right, our third question here. The biggest surprise of the 2020 season are the Miami Marlins. Like and subscribe, Dan?
I would say I would like and subscribe because they were a young team. They don't have a lot of nationally known players. Hit hard with COVID once it started back up. I would say yes, I agree.
All right. Kevin, what do you got? Marlins are the biggest surprise?
No, I'm going to dislike, Heidi, because I think the Blue Jays need some love here. They're holding their ground right now. They haven't even had a chance to play in Toronto, so they've been battling all the way through. So the Blue Jays are the biggest surprise.
All right, what about you, John? What's the biggest surprise of the 2020 season? Like and subscribe the Marlins?
Absolutely. I think it's one of the greatest stories considering everything that they've been through, and nobody gave them a chance in any season to compete for the postseason, so I like and subscribe.
All right. Well, thank you, guys, and thank you for joining us, John and Kevin. Good luck on the game call today. Dan and I will be watching. You know, Dan, I'm kind of with you and John. I'm liking and subscribing on the Marlins being one of the biggest surprises of this season. The National League as a whole, that playoff picture is definitely not set. It changes daily. There's a number of teams still in it.
This is going to be a big week for the Marlins. They have 10 games in 7 days. They have to make up some doubleheaders from the games lost with COVID. Big week for the Marlins. They go to Philadelphia. This National League East, the Mets are playing better baseball right now. I think the Braves are the class, but look out. This division could be upside down. Any of 4 teams could make the postseason.
And you mentioned the National League East, but it's actually the NL West that has 4 teams in the postseason if it had ended prior to today's games.
You know what? This Marlins team, this is a start to a big week for the Marlins. If somehow they can beat Ian Anderson in this game on Labor Day, it'll hopefully kickstart them to a good week.
You see how important this game is? Enjoy it right now.
The humidity has toned down a bit in Atlanta in the past few days while the power keeps heating up. The back-to-back division champs out in front again. They are strong, yet they have company in a surprise contender that comes to town. It's September baseball like never before. This is the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube in Georgia with the Miami Marlins battling the Atlanta Braves. It's the opener of a 3-game series at Truist Park on Labor Day. And hello, everyone. Welcome inside. I'm Scott Braun, along with the Hall of Famer John Smoltz, and we say a big hello to everyone watching worldwide on YouTube. You're in for a treat today. Jose Urena makes his debut for the Marlins, and if you haven't seen Ian Anderson, everyone is in for a treat.
Absolutely. Him and Max Fried have been the savior in the starting rotation for the Braves.
And we'll talk much more about those two as we continue along. If you have not joined us on MLB's Live Game of the Week, brought to you by YouTube, you are going to enjoy live baseball for free. 3 more games coming throughout the month. Join the over 2.5 million other fans in subscribing to the MLB YouTube channel. You can click that bell to receive notifications, and YouTube TV customers can stream this game live in an MLB pop-up with the channel guide. We brought some help as well. Our friend Kevin Millar is joining us on the call. 5 years with the Marlins. And hey, Kevin, this team is all the excitement down in South Florida again. You remember those glory days for the Marlins. They're hoping to recreate that. What's been working for them this year?
I'm going to tell you right now, Scotty, they brought in some nice, crafty veterans to mix it in this young roster, and they have a bright future, and you knew this was going to happen when Derek Jeter buys the club. But you go right through this lineup. Obviously, Jesus Aguilar, 2018, huge year, 35 home runs, 108 RBIs. They had a chance to get him this year. Corey Dickerson, people don't realize he won a Gold Glove in 2018 with the Pirates, a 2017 All-Star, obviously, with the Rays. But, you know, he's just a great addition, can lead off and hit third wherever you want. Brandon Kinsler, unbelievable, keeps the ball down, nice sinker pitcher. Just all of these veteran guys come on in here, and they help the young studs. Brad Boxberger, remember the 2015 All-Star game? Had a nice couple years with the Rays. But these are the guys you need. And the main piece, Starling Marte. They just get him over in a trade. He's a base stealer. He's a home run hitter. He's a Gold Glover. He does it all. So when you talk about this Marlins team, they've done such a great job financially to go out and get guys to help for, in baseball prices, not too expensive. This is the veteran additions the Marlins have had.
Yeah, and we've seen that in the lineup. The contributors like Aguilar and Dickerson and Starling Marte. You could make the case that he was the best position player available at the trade deadline, and the Marlins bring him in. So for the Atlanta side, we have a 20-year Atlanta Brave, and your teams could pitch. This team is known for its offense.
Yeah, the offense really is what's kept them going, and why they got a chance to win another division. And you talk about Freddie Freeman. Not enough people talk about him, you know, around the country. He's one of these greatest players that nobody knows about. But the Braves have been able to cut down on their strikeouts. They're hitting a lot of home runs. Ozuna's having a fantastic year. They made the acquisition of getting him. But they have so much balance. Acuna Jr. might be one of the most dynamic players. He leads off. All he does is hit homers. He was hurt, came back. He's hit more homers. He's exciting on the bases. So offensively, they don't even have Albies in the lineup. But this collection of Braves, if they put the ball in play, their offense is good enough to go to the World Series. Now, the rest of the club, whether they're good enough to go to the World Series, we'll find out. But their offense can compete against anybody.
And last year, the hired help was Josh Donaldson. This time around, Alex Anthopoulos talked in the offseason about the fact that they saw those same indicators in Marcell Ozuna's stats from a year ago, and they nailed it this offseason. StatCast, powered by Google Cloud. Marcell Ozuna will show just some of the 13 that he's put together this year. He brings the exit velocity to another level.
No, he really does. When you think about the Braves, they've gotten these, seems like, all right, you hit 3 home runs in a game, the next guy will hit 3 home runs in a game. They really have hit the long ball. And you talk about exit velocity improvement, that's Ozuna to a T.
425 feet per clout so far this season, and we're showing you the top 3 in terms of exit velocity that he put together this year. That one's 453, the latest that we saw. But hey, he has been putting up top-ranked exit velocity numbers for years, in the top 10% of MLB each season. And with his 13 home runs, we'll see him in the lineup again today, as he's been a big part of that fearsome offense for the Braves. And let's bring in the fourth member of our broadcast team, Kelly Krull, with more on some injury updates for Atlanta. Hi, Kelly.
Hey, Scott. Well, to your point, the Braves offense has carried a big part of the load this season, but is also a main reason that they're sitting atop the NL East right now. And the scary part for the rest of the league is that Brian Snitker's club has been producing at the plate without a couple of their big stars. You mentioned Ronald Acuna Jr. just returned to the lineup on Friday after missing the entire series against Boston. And then Ozzie Albies has only played in 11 games this season, but he is nearing his return. Yesterday at Truist Park, Live VP worked out again this afternoon, and the plan for him is to head to the Braves' alternate site in Gwinnett and play in a game there tomorrow afternoon. Meanwhile, that ravaged rotation for Atlanta could be getting some help as well. Cole Hamels through Live VP, and in speaking with him just this morning, he said he was able to throw all of his pitches, had better feel than he thought. And the Braves are hopeful that by mid-September, late September, he could be pitching some innings. And Scott, as you know, for all that this starting staff has been through, that would be a huge boost for what they're hoping to do come October.
That's right, Kelly. Yesterday was actually the first game all season that a Braves starter not named Fried or Anderson recorded a win, and Anderson is on the mound for the Braves in this one. We'll have lineups and first pitch from Atlanta coming up. Marlins, Braves starting up a crucial series. Labor Day Baseball live on YouTube.
It's gone. A home run for Freddie Freeman.
A three-run home run for Miguel Rojas. He got them all back.
Well, here's the hot-hitting Dansby Swanson.
And that one is gone. He's knocked in 5. What a ball game for Dansby Swanson.
This one to third. Brian Anderson goes across his body, and Aguilar able to keep his toe on the bag.
Fly ball deep toward right field. That ball's gonna go. Nick Markakis walks us off on the first pitch.
Nick Markakis, welcome home.
Maybe Starling Marte comes through. Oh, maybe it's Marte. It's Marte. It's definitely Marte. A home run in his first Marlins game, and it gives him the lead in the 8th inning. Welcome to South Florida. Well, it's good to be a Marlin. Have yourself a moment.
Long run over for Acuna into the alley. He lays out and makes the diving catch. Oh, my. And he takes a hit from Bryce Harper.
Aguilar with a fly ball left field. That is going to send Meadows back, and it's gone. A home run for Jesus Aguilar.
Swinging a high fly ball, and it's a multi-homer game for Acuna. A 3-homer day for Ronald. Wow. 4 for 4 in the nightcap.
Here it comes, a 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Oh, wow. It's a Marlins win.
That ball is gone. Back-to-back nights at Fenway Park, where a Brave has hit 3 home runs in a game. Unbelievable.
And Bernie trying to steal home.
Wow.
And he is safe at home. He has stolen home.
And Bernie steals all the way around the bases.
And the Braves are down to their last out in the 9th inning, and it's Dansby Swanson.
Robles going back to the track, to the wall, and it's gone. Dansby with a walk-off homer in the 9th.
It is just about that time. The MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube at Truist Park in Atlanta. The NL East leading Braves opening up a 3-game series against the Miami Marlins. Second series between these two this season. Atlanta won 2 out of 3 in Miami back in mid-August, and they lead the division. 24 up, 16 down. The Phillies have been on a roll. They sneak into the 2nd spot for now at 19 and 17. The Marlins are 17 and 18. They are 9th best in the National League. Just percentage points outside of a playoff position, as the top 8 on each side will make it to the postseason just for 2020. And on the mound for the Braves, Ian Anderson, the rookie, making his 3rd start, coming off 2 great ones against the Yankees and the Red Sox.
Yeah, he's been outstanding. I mean, you think about his debut. He'll never forget his debut against Garrett Cole. Matter of fact, that broke up a streak. Well, in 2016, the Braves drafted him 3rd overall, and the Braves need to get more of this out of their young pitchers. They've got to develop them a little bit better so that when they get up here, they can contribute. And Ian Anderson has exactly done that. I mean, Max Fried and Ian Anderson are carrying the freight for the Atlanta Braves starting staff.
Number 1 was Mickey Moniak to the Phillies back in that 2016 draft. Number 2, Nick Senzel. The Braves were very pleased that they received this young man who won his debut on August 26th. That's right, he snapped Garrett Cole's unbeaten streak. Very difficult to do, and he pulled it off. So he's going to face this Miami Marlins starting lineup, beginning with Corey Dickerson and Starling Marte with some pop early on in his Miami career. Aguilar's back at first base, Matt Joyce in right field, Garrett Cooper back in the starting lineup, John Birdie over at third base for Brian Anderson, Jazz Chisholm playing second base today, Miguel Rojas back at shortstop after a day off yesterday. He appeared as a pinch hitter later on, and Jorge Alfaro will catch and hit ninth. So a 2.25 ERA in his first 2 go-rounds. The rookie making his 3rd career outing, and he goes up against Corey Dickerson to start the day. And we are underway at Truist Park. It's the Marlins and the Braves. Scott Braun, John Smoltz, and Kevin Millar. And Corey Dickerson is coming off a nice weekend. As you can see the numbers for Anderson, a 2.25 ERA. Control issues at times in the minor leagues. We haven't seen that in his first 2 outings. 14 strikeouts to just 3 walks.
Well, he's got over-the-top delivery. I mean, it's classic over-the-top 4-seam fastball followed by that changeup, curveball, slider. I mean, his mix when he's on and hitting with that fastball, you're going to see an outstanding changeup. And a lot of hitters in this lineup struggled with the changeup.
To the left side, and there's Riley for out number 1.
There on cue was that changeup cued off the end of the bat of Dickerson.
The curveball was pegged as the wipeout pitch, but yes, he's been feeling the changeup so far. Just done a really nice job of bringing the variety, different locations, different speeds. And now he'll go up against Starling Marte. And Kevin, this is the premier acquisition at the trade deadline as far as position players, and it's Miami making the big deal for a big power boost. He's given them a couple home runs so far.
Yeah, it probably shocked a lot of people there, Scotty, but I'm going to tell you, he's the full package because he has the combination of that speed and power. So not only is he going to hit the home runs and he's going to have a couple gold gloves in his back pocket already, but he's going to steal bags and create havoc for a lot of teams.
And he's an aggressive man at the plate and goes after the second pitch, and Ciarte's all over it. One of the best out there in center, and Starling Marte kind of tipping his cap.
Yeah, that's the old like fake tip the cap. You're kind of angry, but you got to give it credit where credit's due. It's a great play right here, but Marte, that was a knock.
Three gold gloves for Inciarte. 65 outs above average since 2016 is tops in Major League Baseball. 3-hitter Jesus Aguilar takes the pitch upstairs. That is something for Ian Anderson to keep in mind, John, is the fact that he has an excellent defense behind him.
Yeah, that's why throwing strikes is never more important. When you can miss bats and throw strikes and rely on your defense, you know, when you portray what the Braves can be in the postseason, their bullpen much more improved. Obviously, they can rely on it. Their starting staff, they're going to have to find somebody else other than Max Fried and this youngster Ian Anderson, because it's going to take a few more than 2 pitchers to get you through that gauntlet of playoffs.
This is a guy they need to start hitting some home runs. You know, he's just got 1 home run over his last 18 games, and now you've worked into a hitter's count. And 3-1 is the bread and butter, as John Smoltz knows. Not a fun count for a pitcher, but Jesus hit 35 homers in 2018. This might be it. Nope, little.
Ball 4 for Aguilar. He leads the team in RBIs with 22. Always has a smile on his face, Kev, if we can see the smile.
Yes, he's a great guy. You gravitate to him. He's a big fella. He's that big teddy bear, but just fun. And you know what? He never changes his demeanor, even through the struggles and the greatness. He's a guy that comes to the field every day and just excited to play.
Now the cleanup hitter, Matt Joyce, over 300 in his last 17 games. Aguilar was amazing in 2018. The full breakout performance with Milwaukee, 35 homers, over 100 RBIs. Production dipped back down last year, and the Marlins scoop him up.
And this is another guy, Matt Joyce, another veteran, 36 years old, you know, and he gives you that solid at bat from the left side. Nice little pitch right there. There's that changeup Smoltz was talking about. But he's just, you need these guys to complement the young studs coming up that we don't know. And, you know, Matty Joyce has been great for a lot of years. He gives you a solid at bat, hit 4 today.
Well, the one thing about this lineup, they're trying to reflect their manager, Don Mattingly, who grinded out a lot of at-bats. He wants a lot of professional at-bats and wear down the pitcher, compete, try to win the at-bat, and pass it on. Interesting enough, they hit 234 off of righties and 234 off of lefties. You rarely see that from a lineup, especially as this many players are in the lineup. Because statistically, offensively, they haven't done enough to be in the position they're in. That's why it's an amazing story. Their pitching has been fantastic. They haven't hit at home. They've hit on the road. And Don would love to see his team hit a little bit better at home.
Most of their damage has been with 2 outs lately. That's on the ground with 2 outs. They'll go the short way to second for the force. Swanson has it. And Ian Anderson gets through the top of the first. We'll introduce you to the Braves starting 9 coming up.
Starling 1 for 9 in this series thus far with a strikeout. Marte with a drive out to center. Margot is back and it clears the wall in dead center field. A home run for Starling Marte. My goodness.
Rosarena up there now. High fly ball lifted into right center field. That's got some carry. Gonna get out of here. Home run. Rosarena. Opposite field power there. A lot of carry.
Third major league start for Trevor Rogers. A swing and a miss there for Rogers. That's now 7 strikeouts, a new career high for Rogers. He strikes out the side.
Rosarena here with a home run and a fly ball to right in this game. There's a shot down the left field line. Is that going to get the low wall? That and more. Gone for a Rosarena with his 2nd home run of the day. And the Rays are back even. Yeah, this young man is on fire.
So there will be extra innings on a Sunday afternoon.
He's trying to make something happen. You got 1st and 3rd with a ton of speed.
1 out, 3-2 to Louds. And a fly ball back into center field. That's going to be caught by Marte. No chance. The tag at 3rd. Phillips scores and the Rays win it in 10.
It's the Braves first here at Truist Park. No score yet. Jose Urena about to take the mound against this strong Atlanta 9. Ronald Acuna Jr. 6 for his last 13 with 4 long balls. Then it's Swanson, Freeman with a couple grand slams over the weekend. Marcell Ozuna and his 13 home runs. D'Arnaud's been one of the top catchers. Markakis just solid consistency out in left field. Riley, Echeverria, and Inciarte to round out the 9.
Well, for the Marlins pitcher, he's going to have to be very good on both sides of the plate. That's one thing they worked on in the offseason to try to get him to not be as predictable. In 2017 and 18, much different years than 2019. He went backwards a little bit. And he has not had success against the Atlanta Braves. 2-8 and a lot of high averages against. I'm sure when he saw that lineup card, it was like, uh-oh. I need to make some adjustments. And this guy at the top, he can start off with a 1-0 bang with the best of them.
He does that from time to time. 18 career leadoff home runs. That set a Braves franchise record this past Saturday night, passing Felipe Alou. Most in Braves history, and pulls it off in about 1/3 of the games compared to Alou.
Acuna is the catalyst, and since his return, I can say that that's pretty much pretty hot. 5 home runs, 9 games.
and a rare 3-0 swing from a leadoff hitter, but this is not the traditional leadoff hitters anymore.
Kevin, I've heard 3-0 is the new 2-0.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, and usually you don't get the 96-mile-an-hour sinker in 3-0. So Acuna was trying to hit that ball out of the stadium and got one off the shin or knee, and that does not feel good, just so you know. But you're still in the driver's seat. At least it wasn't a pop-up or a ground ball third.
He's 4 for 6 in his career on 3-0 counts with 3 home runs, so we'll give him that, and he'll take a base. A leadoff walk. Swanson will follow, but Braves manager Brian Snitker says he regrets ever putting Ronald Acuna Jr. in the cleanup spot for about the first 6 weeks of last year. He said, quote, some dummy kept him out of the leadoff role last year. Oops.
You know, it's worked out, but it's worked out because the depth of the lineup is so good. If the depth of the lineup was not what they have created, I still maintain, as a pitcher, I would much rather have Acuna in the leadoff spot. I know what the numbers speak to, but I'm telling you the damage he could do. And it may not work out personality for him, so right now he's staying in the 1 spot. But I don't know. I want more time and evidence to see how this plays out.
Let's get a few comments too mixed in from the group in the live chat to see if they'd rather see Acuna leading off or further down in the lineup, 3 or 4. What about you, Kevin?
No, you know what? I think just because of the value he brings on the base pass, he's got so much power for his size, and there he goes right now.
And he's got second, and then off to third he goes as well.
But see, what I want to table it with was exactly what happened here. If they're going to let him run, if he's going to run, then I'm completely fine with it. But how many teams are running? Like Mike Trout doesn't run anymore. Mike Trout's the triple threat. He could bat anywhere in the lineup, but if they're going to let him run and continue to be that pain in the butt on the base pass, then absolutely I'm fine with the leadoff spot and the damage he can do.
This is his 3rd stolen base of the year.
Well,
37 swipes last year.
I just think I like a guy that can run, obviously, now the combination of power, but when you start leading up like the Cubs did, you know, with Anthony Rizzo using an example, then it doesn't make sense to me because you are station to station. You need 3 hits to score them. But a guy like this, now you have an immediate RBI situation, ground ball to shortstop, infield's back, here's an RBI.
And I'll tell you, I can't say enough for this young man, Swanson. All the grief that he was taken as a #1 pick. It wasn't producing. It wasn't a 1-1 by a lot of people that were kind of cherry picking him not being successful. It takes time for a hitter, just like it does for a pitcher. And this guy has been outstanding for the Braves, offensively and defensively.
He goes after 3-0 as well.
You know, Scotty, swinging 3-0 though, a lot of it's how you're feeling. So if you're feeling good, 3-0 is like the new 2-0. There's times when you want to see as many pitches as you can because you really have no chance in batting practice. So this is telling you right now, this lineup's feeling good.
Swanson keeps getting better and better per season, and back-to-back walks to start the day for Urania in his season debut.
Well, you see the lineup card right here, and Urania knows that this man has owned him. 8 extra base hits off of him already in his career. So plan A, plan B, plan C. We might be down to plan T and trying to get him out.
This is his nightmare. OPS, a very even 1,000 on the season. 4 home runs and 30 plate appearances against Urania. He hits .423 against him. Oh, and he hit not 1, but 2 grand slams this past weekend in the series against the Washington Nationals. It only took him about a decade to get his first career granny.
I wonder if grand slams are like hole-in-ones.
you know, once you get one, you get a bunch of them, maybe.
I'm glad you mentioned that because his wife Chelsea said, I guess everything comes in twos now, Kevin, as they are expecting twin boys, and Freeman sends it to left center, and he's got himself an RBI. Ronald Acuna Jr. can trot home and score. Here comes another one. Swanson's in there safely. It's a 2 RBI knock for Freeman. 2-0 Atlanta in the first.
Such a good hitter. Hits the ball where it's pitched. He just hits the gaps as well as anybody in the big leagues. But I love to watch Freddie Freeman hit because he's ready to hit every pitch. So it's hit, boom, ball's in the strike zone, and just able to take that ball and let Jose supply the power right in the gap for a 2-run double. Nice swing.
Now 9 extra base hits in 27 career at-bats against Urania. And the Braves jump him early. Not an ideal spot to pop up for your debut on September 7th. Urania was scratched from his debut on the 26th of July as he pitches one in tight to Ozuna. Went on the COVID IL. He said he's thrown a few sim games in Jupiter, Florida, and has built himself up to 80 to 90 pitches for this outing.
Career ERA against the Braves coming in 6.64. That's going to go up. 315 batting average, 8 home runs. This is the last 7 starts. 0-5. Almost a run an inning. And you see the strikeouts to walk, but the homers allowed. That's when you know they're having a fight at the bat rack, and you got to change that. Used to be a running line in our sport, especially if you're a pitcher and you're facing somebody and your teammate wanted to be funny, and they would basically say this: so-and-so in the other ball club wants to know if you got the limo that he sent you, making sure you get to the park and you could get on the bump because he owns you.
Urania strikes out Ozuna. Former teammates, those two, as Ozuna spent his first 5 big league seasons as a Marlin.
There's a tight slider. And for Ozuna, we haven't seen too many of those. He's done a nice job going the other way, hitting with power. We documented his exit velocity. You know, I'm not a huge exit velocity fan unless it's combined with contact rate. Right? I mean, we can cherry pick 115, 117 mile an hour home runs, but what if he's striking out 60% of the times? I love the combination of exit velocity with the ability to put for every swing. I want to see more of a neutral number than just a sexy number that doesn't tell the story underneath that sexy number.
A more comprehensive hitting statistic to tell the story. That's on the ground and past shortstop. It's a base hit for d'Arnaud. And Freeman will hold up at third. That puts runners on the corners with 1 out and a 2-0 Atlanta lead.
They're seeing it really well here in the daytime, Kevin. It looks like the Braves are comfortable and they're locked in, and that offense is clicking again in a way that makes them very scary against some of the great pitchers that can go at them potentially in the postseason.
You know, Smolsey, I'm watching Jose, and everything is 94 to 96, and the breaking stuff's 86. He threw a nice, a wipeout slider that stayed off the plate, looked like a strike to Ozuna. But as a hitter, you're just set dead red, period. And when you got a sinker ball pitcher that throws this hard, your eyeballs, Tony Gwynn told me this, you set them on the middle outside part of that plate, and anything that starts, middle in is going to be a ball. And you saw Acuna swing at the 3-0 pitch, the first hit of the game, fouled off his shin, but then he went right back in there. He's able to recognize it, ball. But you're dead red, and I think you're seeing that, whether that's 86 to 94, they're just in the same slot. He needs to develop an Ian Anderson type changeup, something that has the same arm action, but is basically a 15-mile-an-hour difference.
This is the most offense-heavy 8-game span we have seen from any team in baseball so far this season. 65 runs in the past 8 games for Atlanta. Now it's Markakis.
See, those pitches are just missing, and at 91, the sinker, he doesn't throw many four-seamers, so he's got to change the eye level of the hitter one way or the other, whether it's that curveball that gets the eyes up. But if you're working the ball down and you're using the sinker as your advantage, then you better throw your changeup off that same plane. I really believe pitching today is so much different than it has been. They're teaching these guys with the stuff they have, live in the zone, spin it, backspin it, throw it as hard as you can. And unfortunately, even with the sinker usage, you know, that he has, and we don't see a lot of sinkers anymore because of the style of hitting.
Markakis up the middle, nice backhanded stop, and the Marlins turn 2. Big double play ball queued up by Jose Urena to limit the damage. 2 runs thanks to Freddie Freeman, who stays hot for an offense that is unstoppable right now.
Tyler struck out his first time up.
And here it is to Flowers. Swung on and hit in the air to right field towards the line. Here comes Eden, and he cannot make the play. It's off his glove and into the corner it rolls. This will score Riley. They send home Duvall. He will score. Rounding second and heading for third is Flowers. Make it a 2 RBI stand-up triple out of Tyler Flowers.
Did it bounce off the netting? And the umpires are going to say the ball did hit the cutout after the conversation. So give Flowers a 2-run double.
Ozuna ready to get things going.
Swinging a high fly ball, wallop deep left. Holt will turn and admire that, baby. Long gone by Ozuna. That ball was assassinated. A second chance for Freddie to hit a grand slam in this series.
And pitches to Freeman. And it's hit in the air, left center field, and deep on his horse's Holt. At the track, looks up. It is another grand slam for Freddie Freeman.
2 grand slams in this series after no grand slams in the first 10 years of his major league career.
You're out.
Wow, somebody's getting kicked out. Hunter Wendelstedt sees somebody in the upper deck or in the second deck.
All security.
Somebody's been ejected. Either Joe West or Hunter Wendelstedt saw it. They've asked security to be called either in the second deck or third deck. Better not be Mike Rizzo.
Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube. Gorgeous day in Atlanta. Humidity has toned down for the past few as the Braves in first place take on the Miami Marlins. Atlanta at 24-16, a 3-game lead in the NL East. The Marlins 4.5 back in the division, and they will see how they can do against Ian Anderson in inning number 2. Cooper, Birdie, and Chisholm due up for Miami. And here's Garrett Cooper back in the starting lineup today after appearing yesterday as a pinch hitter. Sat the day before, was dealing with some quad soreness, but he's been producing some loud contact to all fields since coming back from the COVID injured list on August 28th.
Well, the interesting thing about the Marlins, and they are a great story, and the more the game goes on, we can talk about some of the things that they've been through and where they're at currently. But it's the future is bright. You hear that, right? And Marlins fans are saying it better be bright. We've been waiting a long time. We've gone to the postseason twice in 27 years, although be it 2 world championships. So the timing of them going was pretty good.
That's efficiency right there from the Marlins. 1997 and 2003. And 03 is the last time they made it to the postseason. Second longest active drought in Major League Baseball. Kevin, somehow you missed both of those, but you nailed it with the Red Sox in terms of your timing.
Scotty, I thought I was the curse. I got called the biggest in 98. Go ahead.
That's Cooper bouncing out.
I was the curse, though, Scotty. I got called up in 98. They win at 97. Then I get traded over to the Red Sox in 2003, and they win in 2003. But thank goodness, 2004, it happened.
Yeah, 97, the Marlins got past your Atlanta Braves.
I don't really want to talk
NLCS.
about it. I'll be honest. I really don't want to talk about it.
Too soon?
Do I have to talk about it?
It's been a while, John.
I mean, it's been a while, but I mean, that year really. I mean, can we talk about the strike zone, or do we not talk about the strike zone?
You can talk about anything. You mean Livan Hernandez?
Woo! I'm just saying.
Oh,
I mean, I've let it go.
With the strike zone, Brownie.
I've let it go. I mean, I really have. We went 14 years in a row, and we won once. They went twice, and they won twice. Somebody asked me a long time ago, what would you rather have? Would you rather be the Marlins? See a nice little strike out there. They have 2 championships, only won twice. Or would you be the Braves, go 14 in a row and only win once? I'm kind of like Back to the Future guy. Maybe it'll change if we keep doing it, right? No, 14 in a row was pretty special. And I know we only won the one, but Marlins are looking to get back out of that funk and eliminate this drought. And, of course, Derek Jeter's behind that.
Building this team back up and putting the pieces together like a Jazz Chisholm, making his major league debut last week and yesterday recording his first career hit as well as an outstanding play on defense. He's 1 for 8 so far. This is his 3rd start. Also made a nice play at second. And Kevin, we asked Don Mattingly about his experience at that position. He said not much except for a little bit of work at the alternate site in Jupiter, Florida.
Yeah. Just does a great job of working. This is part of the new big leagues, right? Everybody's got to play everywhere. This isn't one of those, hey, you came up in the third base, but no, you might be at second base like a Moustakis or whatever. And yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Kelly, what else do you have on Jazz?
Yeah, well, you guys just talking about Derek Jeter, Jazz Chisholm, interesting backstory. Just the 7th born Bahamian player to make it to the big leagues, idolized Jeter throughout high school and remembers Jeter's last career hit. Braves fans will appreciate this. Antoine Richardson from Nassau, Bahamas. And Chisholm said, you know, seeing a guy from Nassau make it to the bigs, I felt like if he could do it, so could I. So pretty cool for him to finally make that major league debut and contribute with this team.
Look at that coming full circle. Payoff pitch, little nubber. Anderson will grab it with the bare hand and airmail it. Chisholm on his way to second. Errant throw from Anderson creates a base runner in scoring position for Miami.
Well, this play right here is practiced so many times in spring training. He throws over the top, right? That's his delivery over the top. When he goes to get this ball, he gets it and stands straight up and throws it over the top and throws it higher than what Freddie Freeman can do anything. Right there, looked like everything was fine, so you got to believe the grip he got on that ball was not the grip he wanted. He had a little more time and hurried up the throw, and right there, you can see him.
And
Johnny, is that like throwing a wet bar of soap?
Yeah, I guess that's a good way to. Since I have a lot of practices throwing wet bars of soap. No, that's exactly the way it is. When you don't get the right grip, when you're fielding your position, everything happens a little bit. I mean, there's no way to simulate that in spring training. Some teams do it real good. 2.0, spring training 2.0, they said they actually got to simulate more game situations than you would in a spring training form. And that part, they benefited a lot. A lot of teams benefited from that. Then you can't do that as much in spring training.
That was summer camp that began in late July. A few weeks, the teams playing at their home ballparks. Chisholm at second for Rojas.
There's not a worse feeling in the world, too, because you're 60 feet 6 inches away and you can dot the outside corner and you get a little comebacker, and you'd think that would be an easier area to hit, right? Because pitchers are always dealing with their command. That's a horrible feeling when you let go of that ball and it goes over the first baseman's head. I had a play that I've been waiting for 20 years to perfect. I always never understood runner on first, bunting situation. The guy bunts it, pops it up, And what typically happens, you go to catch it. Well, I told my manager, Bobby Cox, you watch the next time this happens. I'm going to turn 2. I'm going to act like I'm catching it, let it drop, throw it to second, watch the runner, see if the batter's going to run. If he doesn't run, that's a double play. Well, I finally got my chance. Pops up the bunt. I kind of played it off like I didn't see it there and let it drop. Picked it up, threw it straight into center field.
Ooh, good pitch there.
Ground ball strikeout, then he threw one away. That was the error against Anderson, and that one connects down the line. That's a fair ball. Chisholm will come on down, and Miguel Rojas has driven in the first run for Miami. It's 2-1.
And that's a big run right there because the Marlins feel like they stole one. The error to Anderson allowed this base hit. Good at bat. He gets down early with 2 strikes. Battled back to a 3-2 count. And rifled one down in the corner.
That's the big 2-2 call that he got the ball on to get to 3-2, and then boom, gets the 88-mile-an-hour little. I don't know what that was, to be honest with you. A nice little 2-seamer, or maybe it was that the changeup, but he did a nice job barreling it up down the line.
Now it's Jorge Alfaro, 3 hits in his last 24 at-bats.
They're hoping he can figure it out offensively. They want to give him the time. Handles the pitching staff. Offense is lagging a little bit.
When he connects, it goes a long way. We saw career high 18 home runs from Alfaro. Did he go around? He did. Last season, lots of opposite field power, but 22 walks to 154 strikeouts last year.
There's a weakness there as far as if it's a swinging in the dirt breaking ball guy. Guys always ask, how do you learn to hit the breaking ball? Smoltz always said you got to learn to take the breaking ball. Once you don't show any weakness to the pitchers, you don't know if I can't hit your slider if I'm not swinging at it right there. But if you keep swinging at it, they're going to keep throwing at it, and there you go. So at some point, the game will slow down where he can recognize the breaking stuff and stay in the zone.
That's a great point. There's some hitters that just can't lay off of it because they can't see the spin. And they're trying to gear up for fastballs.
Your organization with the Braves was the best at it. I mean, Greg Max would throw you 6 changeups in a row. And so until you make the adjustment.
Here's the cannon arm for Alfaro. He brings the tools behind the plate. I mean, that's as good as it gets with the throw. He's also the second fastest in terms of sprint speed on the bases. Only JT Realmuto logs a faster sprint time. So he has the power at the plate and with the arm, and he can run. It's just that pitch recognition part of his profile that hasn't come along yet.
And that's what they're hoping. You got to stick with guys long enough to give them the chance through failure to get better. I don't know we do that enough in this game.
And that's his first walk of the season. And Rojas will hustle over to third on the pitch that skips away.
So this is a little bit of an experience that Ian Anderson will learn, right? You got to believe he let go of that error that he made, but sometimes you don't. And sometimes you think about, I would have been out of this inning. It's a great meeting in the mound right now just to resettle your young pitcher, because he's worked himself into a higher pitch count that he didn't need to, and he would have had a clean inning. So, you know, getting the third out is sometimes more difficult than people think. And now they've turned the lineup around, and you know, he wants to keep the lead at 2-1. You know, the Marlins, for me, have got to start paying some dividends to some of these moves that they made that don't look good on the face, right? I mean, there's some that we could show you a whole team that they had that was all-stars, that eventually those young players they got in return are going to have to come back. Ian Anderson, 4-seam fastball, and that changeup is a fantastic pitch. The curveball has to get a little bit closer to the enticement of the hitter swinging at it, which would make that 3-pitch mix
and not put so much pressure on the fastball command. He's straight over the top, so the ball's not going to move much from a fastball standpoint. So location for him is more important than movement because he has less movement, so he needs more location on his fastball, and then just let that changeup float in the middle of the zone. Hitters aren't going to hit it.
That was StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Also 19 whiffs in his last start. That was the most by a Braves pitcher in a game this year. And keep in mind, this is a Braves rotation that includes Max Fried, who is a Cy Young candidate in the National League.
Ian Anderson looks like a big, young Garrett Cole. You know, and it's funny with the four-seam fastball we were talking about, not a lot of movement. That four-seam fastball is where you can change directions with it, where Jose Urena, like we're talking about, everything seems to be a two-seamer. And the four-seamer, Garrett Cole, I remember talking to Brian McCann about how he gave up a bunch of home runs on his two-seamer the year prior of him going to Houston, changed it, went to the four-seam fastball, and now you're able to change eye levels. So, you know, in any to go, Smoltz, you were talking about as a hitter, that's a big deal because you're able to elevate that four-seamer a lot easier than the two-seamer.
Well, the other thing with some of these young players and young dynamic arms and the talent that is in the game is unquestionable, but trying to do so many different things based on the information you're given is sometimes a disadvantage for these young pitchers. They're not as good in an area where the hitter is weakness, and they bring in the strength of the hitter by making a mistake. In other words, pitch off your strengths and then every once in a while adjust to what the hitter's doing to you, because I think the information of pitching to a weakness of a hitter may not be the strength of the pitcher, and you're always trying to squeeze it in that one area. That's why the walks go up, the hit batsmans go up, the homers go up, and yes, the strikeouts go up in all of those scenarios.
The pitch count is up. 15 tosses in the first inning, and now this will be pitch number 30 of the second for Anderson coming up.
And just to complete that statement, like the 2-0 fastball was up, that four-seamer, and Dickerson was sitting back on a changeup 2-1, and that was probably the homer pitch that he had, that down and in four-seam fastball lefties live on. But the difference of eye levels, whether he was sitting softer, you know, because he has to stay, you know, true to his changeup, but changing eye levels, it's a cat and mouse game, and I think that's what makes the batter pitcher, you know, battle as good as any sport we have.
Full boat to Dickerson with Rojas and Alfaro on board. Two quick outs for Ian Anderson, and then a tapper coming his way. He airmails it. That puts Chisholm on, and then the two-out offense starts rolling for Miami. Dickerson on the ground to second, and that's going to sit down the side. A much lengthier inning for Ian Anderson. The Marlins get their first run of the day. It's 2-1 Atlanta as we head to the bottom of the second.
Starling Marte comes through. Oh, maybe it's Marte. It's Marte. It's definitely Marte. A home run in his first Marlins game, and it gives him the lead in the 8th inning. Welcome to South Florida.
Well, it's good to be a Marlin. Have yourself a moment.
Now watch the setup. You can see McGuire sets up low in the zone. This ball stays up, and Marte, my goodness, just a little rock in the swing in the hips and unloads.
He's still doing the work, as that is a base hit for Marte. So hits in both of his games thus far as a member of the Marlins. Birdie not going, as this is grounded up the middle, backhanded by VR. Jump throw to first, not in time. An infield single for Starling Marte. So there's a little peek at the speed that he brings to the table. Marte with a drive out to center. Margot is back, and it clears the wall in dead center field. A home run for Starling Marte.
I've always liked Marte's approach. Just kind of a little rock back on that front side. Never lifts the front foot off the ground. It's such quick hands.
Back in action in Atlanta at Truist Park. It's the Braves and the Marlins. Atlanta with 2 in the first. And Miami answers with a run in the top of the second inning. And back to work goes Jose Urena to try and tighten things up so far in this outing. Urena making his season debut last year. Off to a slow start as a starting pitcher. Then was sidelined mid-June with a herniated disc in his back. Went on the 60-day injured list. Returned in September as a reliever with more velocity, more swing and miss, was sitting in the high 90s, but it did not lead to success. A 9.00 ERA and about close to 10 outings out of the bullpen down the stretch. He starts Austin Riley with a strike. 7, 8, and 9 coming up for Atlanta. Riley, Echeverria, and Inciarte. And this sophomore has locked down the third base job for Atlanta.
And this is part of what I was talking about. I mean, this poor man, you know, come into the scene, lit it on fire, and then like everybody else got to go through a process of failure and swing and misses. Hitters will show a pitcher what door. You know, the game of baseball, when Kevin was talking about the cat and mouse, each portion of the game, the hitters will expose something. Then it's up to the hitters to adjust. The pitchers will get exposed. Then it's up to the pitcher to adjust. And I just love the fact that it's okay to struggle. You learn from it. But Donaldson came in, and then all of a sudden you hear maybe Riley isn't as good as we thought he was. That's a bunch of nonsense. Let this kid play.
Rips it, and a nice stop and short by Miguel Rojas to catch it on the fly for out number 1.
I mean, I led baseball in wild pitches. I was the king of going 0-2, 1-2, 3-2. Like, I had to learn on the job, and it served me well. And no different as hitters in this game. It goes around the league. When you can't do something, the whole league knows about it. And so it's up to you to make the adjustment to change the league scouting report, because they're all going to pitch you the same way if you're not careful. I mean, my buddy Kevin, once I knew I could throw him slider, 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 slider. That's what I did.
You know what it is, Smoltzy? I'm gonna tell you the truth. There's 3 types of hitters. There's your average hitter, there's your good hitter, and there's your great hitter. The average hitter will make the adjustment the next day. The good hitter will make the adjustment the next at bat, and the great hitter makes the adjustment the next pitch. And Chipper Jones is one of the best hitters I've seen make an adjustment the next pitch after you throw my changeup in the dirt, not swinging it. And that was a great play, by the way.
Yeah, there's your great fielding being done on the left side of the infield by the Marlins. First it's Rojas, and then it's John Birdie getting the start at the hot corner today with the backhand, and just in time with the throw off the mark, but a nice tag made by Aguilar.
How about the journeyman? What is he, but 30 years old and spent his time, and now he's getting a chance to shine and help the Marlins shock the world, as Freddie McGriff, my ex-teammate, would say. I'm here to shock the world, so are the Marlins.
You need spark plugs like Johnny right there. Like you said, a 30-year-old little spark plug, only has 100+ games under his belt, but that was a nice little play. But you know, being honest with these, you know, the 3 types of hitters, it's the truth. And the great hitters do make the adjustment that next pitch. You won't go 0 for 3 or 0 for 4 swing at sliders in the dirt, smolts the sliders in the dirt. No. As soon as you swing at 1, the adjustment's made. And that good hitter makes it the next at bat, and the average hitter goes through the entire day of struggle bunny and then goes to the video and says, oh. So it's just a matter of making the adjustments, and that's what this game's about. It's a failure sport. You got to learn how to fail. You're making 350 right-hand turns, you know, getting out, and 150 left-hand turns if you get 500 at bat. So I always tell kids, learn how to fail. Not that you have to accept it, but you're going to get out a heck of a lot more than you're going to make left-hand turns. So just make the adjustment going in and having your plan.
Success or failure for Adeiny Echeverria as they're reviewing this play. Do you think that the tag was slapped on, or did he miss him?
I think he missed him. He missed him.
Safe.
He did. Echeverria is safe. What's he saying, Kevin?
I'm saying 100% he tagged him. Jesus let him know that, no, my glove hit the back of his jersey. You missed it. And video replay, they couldn't tell exactly. And there you have it. That's exactly what's going on right now. Because sometimes as umpire, they got to know who they're talking to also. Because there are players that will lie to you right to your face. I would think Jesus would be a guy that I'm going to say he's an honest guy. He's a good dude. I'm sure he's funny. He probably missed that call.
It's Vic Carapazzo at first base, the umpire today.
See, we're lucky, Scotty. We get a chance to have relationships with the umpires when you play the corners. So you know which umpires you have kind of in your pocket. And you know which umpires. But that was a tough call. Those are always the toughest when the runner's by you and you're trying to get that swipe.
So now Echeverria is on Inciarte, the 9-hitter. 6 home runs against the Marlins, his most against any ball club.
You know what I'd do though? If I was Jesus, I would ask the base runner, tell him I tagged you. Let's just clear this up so you understand. And then usually you'll get an honest answer, or that player will lie to you.
We need one of those lie detector tests at first base, John.
That's right.
Hey, Kevin, if you were playing today and you were at first base, would you go talk to a cardboard cutout fan? Would you have a conversation with him?
100%, Johnny. Yes. I mean, you remember Zach Greinke sitting up there in the stands about a few weeks back. It was the first time I've seen a starting pitcher enter the field from the stands. But we are in 2020. It's the crazy world. I do love the cutouts, though. When this first started, I'm thinking, man, the stadiums that didn't have it and the stadiums that did, at least it gave me a little visual at home. So I'm a fan of it. You have kids and grandmothers and aunts and uncles. I think it's a great thing, trying to make the best of the situation.
Payoff pitch to Inciarte, and it's going to fall and then get past Dickerson and left. And here comes Echeverria, rounding third. He's going to come home and make it 3-1 Atlanta. Safe at third base is Ender Inciarte. Little chip shot to left field, and Dickerson misplays it.
Tough play, guys. From a left-handed hitter as a left fielder. I got a handful of games out there supposedly before you start laughing. But that's the toughest read. One is the ball you're coming in on. 2, the ball is slicing off the bat. As you can see, it's a great camera view. And you can just see Dickerson, who is a Gold Glover in 2018 with the Pirates. It just kept sinking. Ball goes under his glove. It's a tougher play that looks. I know a lot of people are like, oh, how does he let the ball go by him? That's how.
I just wonder if the runner going prevented Dickerson from diving, because it looked like he wanted to make the catch and come up throwing to first base. It almost appeared that the dive was the easier play, but that's a split-second decision. And they're going to review another play at third, hope to go 1 for 2 are the Marlins. But the runner was going and the left fielder was coming in. You could see the runner if you're the left fielder.
I was going to say, you're just spoiled from seeing Andrew Jones all those years in center field.
That's true.
Coming in on the ball is great as anybody in the game. Anybody in the game, he was number 1, I think.
They're going to win this case either.
It looks like he's in there, Kevin. What do you think?
Yeah, I think this one he's safe. Looks like he just got in there, but it was a very close play. Nice, actually a nice relay to make it that close.
You had Aguilar pleading his case. And this time around, John Birdie wasn't saying much. Inciarte is in there safely to third base.
If that would have been Mr. Baez for the Cubs, no chance that Inciarte would have been safe. He's probably the best tagger in baseball history.
Great point.
He has perfected the no-look tag. Acuna walked and scored in the first. That play for Inciarte is ruled a triple to score a run. Skied. And Rojas battling the sun, now coming in, dances around and has out number 2.
Yeah, it was a tough at bat there for Acuna. Of course, he's trying to lift the ball in the air to get the runner in, but those are the kind of runs you got to get if you're a playoff team down the road, because they're not going to get I don't think you're going to get a ton of opportunities. He had the right approach. He just ended up popping it up. You could tell, disgusted.
Now it's Swanson. Although I will say Acuna was quite disgusted with himself on Friday in Game 1 of the doubleheader, where he ended up with 2 home runs, and on the first he thought he didn't have it, smacked the bat down and ended up going 400+ feet over center field. So when you're that good, sometimes your quote mistakes turn into success.
Yeah, but he knows that was a ribby. That was something sitting there.
That was crazy, Scotty. The home run I'm talking about, Scotty. When I saw that, that was as crazy I've seen, because it was dead center, and he thought he popped up, and then next thing you know, you're circling the pillows.
Yeah, it was a 1-2 pitch for Acuna the other day. Thought he missed a hanging curveball, got under it. Well, he sure got under it. 40 degrees on launch angle. It's about as high as it gets, and it ends up going 411 feet. Acuna has 4 homers in his last 4 games. Swanson works the count 2-2.
Swanson's been good with runners in scoring position. He's had some big hits this year, and last year getting hurt, really hurt the Braves and their chances to. Or was that 2 years ago against the Dodgers? Probably 2 years. The years are all running together for me now.
2 years ago in the playoffs, but last year Swanson battled through some injuries as well. Some very clutch hits for Swanson so far this season. This time a free pass. Third walk issued by Ureña already. 2 hits in the inning, according to official scoring. The base hit for Echeverria, which originally looked like a ground ball out, that was overturned by replay, and then Inciarte with the triple to bring him home.
Well, he wanted Swanson because he didn't really want to face Freeman. We've documented what Freeman's done. 9 extra base hits now, including that 2-run double in the first. Freddie Freeman's unorthodox hitting style, unlike anybody else. 2-handed follow through. He keeps the barrel of the bat inside. He has this kind of emergency hack when he needs it. He's not your all or nothing guy. He's an average and power guy.
So do you pitch around Freddie Freeman in a spot like this when there's Marcell Ozuna looming on deck?
No, that's what makes it tough. You lost the guy you wanted to get. This makes the Braves, the length of their lineup, so difficult to get through because Ozuna has been as locked in as anybody else. So got to make quality pitches. And the changeup's the only way you're going to make Freddie look sick sometimes. Make him look off balance. He stays on everything else. This is why Freddie's so tough for a starting pitcher or any pitcher. He's going to split the gaps everywhere he goes. He can go to left center, he can go to right center, he can hit home runs all over the ballpark. Dansby, who can pick him up and put him down, much like the young Kevin Millar back in the day. I'll tell you what, it's amazing the resemblance.
The hair too.
The hair flowing like, oh,
just
my.
different bank accounts. You know what,
Freddie.
though, guys? We have the same teeth. I only can afford 8 of them. He's got 75 of them. We had a intentional talk about a week ago, maybe a few days back, and I'm telling you, I asked him how much did all those cost. He said he has a small Mercedes in his mouth. That's all he's going to say. $1,500 a tooth, John. You can go ahead and do it. They're just I only could get 8. That's all I could afford. Freddie decided to get all of them. Only molars in the back are the only ones that are not crowned or veneer. But what a beautiful young man, and he paid for LASIK. So he goes, that's all I can work with, Kevin. I have to do everything I can.
That's insight you get nowhere else on a broadcast.
I didn't see those stats in any of our research packets.
Well, I was scrambling to look. Where was he reading that? Where did he get that?
Price per veneer?
Small Mercedes. It's not an S550. We want to see the E-Class.
This guy's going to be able to pay for whatever he wants in the offseason if he keeps this up. Marcell Ozuna looking like the 2017 version, who was the best left fielder in baseball with the Marlins back then. Got under this one. In comes Marte, and he'll camp under it. Another run for the Braves. Echeverria scores thanks to Inciarte with the triple. Freeman has the 2 RBI double earlier. Atlanta 3, Miami 1. Some solid defense, but the Braves just keep on bringing it.
Penciling Ronald Acuna Jr. in the #1 spot. Breaking ball popped him up. And Robles drifts back. Look at the wind carry that ball out to the warning track, out to the wall, and it's gone! A pop-up home run into the wind, and it goes over the center field fence. And Acuna is again back with a bang. I can't believe that left the ballpark. Well, it's been a good welcome back for Ronald. Smoke to center field and deep. Robles is on the run. It's into the bushes. A line drive homer for Ronald Acuna Jr. 2-homer day.
So back to the top of the order to Ronald Acuna, and he hit 2 home runs in Game 1 of the doubleheader today. A fly ball hit well. This is deep to center field. This one's going to challenge the wall. This one is out of the ballpark. Ronald Acuna with his 3rd home run of the day, his first of this ball game. He rounds the bases for the 8th time this season, and the Braves have a 3-2 lead.
17 leadoff homers for Ronald Acuna Jr. in his young career. That ties him with Felipe Alou on the all-time Atlanta Braves leadoff homer list. Swing and a high fly ball lifted toward left. Holt is back at the track. It is gone. Ronald Acuna Jr. has broken that record. Another leadoff homer, and the Braves are on the board. I know we've seen him hot. I don't think I've ever seen him this hot.
Two, 3, and 4 on the way for Miami in the top of the 3rd. It's Atlanta 3, Miami 1. And joining us in this half inning, one of the bright young stars in the rotation for the Marlins. Pablo Lopez was accepted into medical school at age 16. We'll have to ask him about that. Favorite players, Johan Santana and Felix Hernandez, and favorite stats shown there. And here's the first pitch. It's off speed from Ian Anderson, delivered to Starling Marte for a strike, and there he is in 7 starts this season. Pablo Lopez on a roll, and joining us on MLB Live on YouTube. Hey, Pablo, how are you today?
I'm doing great, guys. How are you guys doing?
Well, how weird is this? Sitting in the stands doing an interview.
Guys, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Let's make sure Pablo can hear us first. Pablo, you have us?
Perfect. Yes, I do.
We just have a little delay, so John, you can bring it first. Go ahead.
Pablo, first and foremost, what have you done in the offseason for your shoulder? I know last year you had a little bit of shoulder problem. What adjustments did you make to come into this season, as you are, I think, the only Marlins to make every start?
Yeah, the main thing for me was I think I was doing a little too much work stuff because of what happened in 2018. So last year, 2019, I came with the shoulder program. Then I found out I was a little too much for my shoulder. Then going into the offseason, I just said I'm going to do less of shoulder work, shoulder weights, but I'm going to start incorporating more shoulder mobility. So I started like doing more mobility for my shoulder to make sure my joints and like everything was moving the way it should move. And like I find myself like gaining some like flexibility back, and it's helping me recover faster. And just like in general, I feel like my shoulders just like feeling better, like everything is in place. I'm recovering better. I'm less sore after a pitch. So I think that's been the biggest thing for me in the offseason, was just making that adjustment of like, you know, realizing sometimes less is more, and just like adding something else. And for me, that was just like a little more mobility work.
Pablo, you guys got a lot of great young pitching. You're in a 60-game season. It's been a great surprise for baseball. Your pitching coach, Mel Stoudemire Jr., how much influence has he had on y'all?
A lot. You know, he's great at what he does, and you know the way that he explains things. You know, like he has so much knowledge about pitching and about baseball in general, and you know he's there to support you. He's there to help you, and you know, like especially during the quarantine while we were shut down, like he was still able, and he managed to make sure that we were doing our things, to like make sure that we were giving him like videos of what we were doing, so he could give us the feedback that we needed in order to make sure that we were still doing the things that we were doing spring training 1.0, and that by the time summer camp started, everything was right where it should be. So he's been a great influence on us all, and the way he explains things, how he works with us, and you know, he makes it easy, you know, he makes it fun. And it's great to see how not just myself, but like how my teammates, like we support each other, we keep growing, we keep developing, and it's fun to watch. And you know, we have a lot of talent, a lot of great arms, and once we start figuring things out and putting all the work together, you know, we just go to the mound and we have fun. And the days I'm not pitching, I'm having a blast watching my teammates, you know, on the mound doing their thing.
Marte struck out. It's the three-hitter Aguilar against Ian Anderson. 0-2 pitch is coming up in a moment. We'll also incorporate some of the questions in the live chat from our creators. And here's one from Made the Cut. Pablo, how did having parents who are trained professionals in the medical industry help prepare you for life in pro baseball in relation to dealing with immense pressure in tight situations? And I'll add to that question, because also it looks like you were accepted into med school but went the MLB route instead.
It helped me a lot. I'm forever grateful for what my parents were able to teach me about everything about life, and also grateful for the opportunity they gave me to have like good education, you know, and they gave me all these values, all these morals that, you know, not only in baseball but in life, they've been extremely helpful for me, like coming to another country, adjusting to the culture. So forever grateful for everything they did to me. And you know, it's been a great help. And yeah, I finished high school when I was 16. I got accepted into medical school, but so you know how in South America, like once you turn 16, that July 2nd, you're eligible to sign to play professional baseball. So like I had both opportunities. I had the opportunity to go to med school, the same college my parents went to become doctors themselves, or try to follow my major league dream with the Seattle Mariners at the time, enter their farm system. And took me a while to decide. Well, actually not that long, but like a couple days at least. And the main person I was talking to was my dad. And because he's a doctor himself, he played amateur baseball back in Venezuela. So he was the main person that I sat down with him, and he was like, you have this opportunity, and honestly, college will be there if baseball doesn't work in a few years. College is gonna be there for you, and in those 4, 5, 6 years, your mind's just gonna grow stronger, but then your body's gonna become weaker eventually. So that was the main thing for me, knowing that if anything were to happen, I can always go back to college and pursue something there. It doesn't have to be medical school, but I can always go back and find myself something that I know I'm gonna like, I'm gonna enjoy, and do that at some point.
Well, Pablo, you are a thoughtful, well-spoken individual. If you went the medical school route, I would have trusted you to be my doctor, but I very much appreciate the time that you spent with us today on MLB's Game of the Week live on YouTube. Thank you for joining us, and good luck the rest of the season. Off to a great start, and we'll see you the rest of the way.
Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate you.
I'm amazed that another scenario similar to Kevin Millar. I mean, the choices that Kevin had, it's unbelievable. I'm so glad he's on this broadcast. He can speak to so many different things.
Mostly, I was going to ask him if he has a PhD in my iron play on the golf course. How to get rid of the over-the-top, pull left, but the ball's cutting right. So we got off of there. But what a fine young man, by the way. Scotty, you nailed it, being well-spoken. And, I graduated high school as my senior year. I think I was 17, and really went on to LA City Junior College, a beautiful campus down there in Vermont Melrose in South Central Los Angeles, down the street from USC. So I was able to get my PhD out of there and head to Lamar University. Thank you very much, guys.
A lot of choices. A lot of choices for Kevin Millar.
Second strikeout of the inning for Ian Anderson. And Pablo Lopez, one more similarity with him and Millar. He spoke 4 languages in high school. He's dropped down to 2, just English and Spanish, but he had Italian and Portuguese as well. Oh, and he can surely pitch. Look at his work so far. 38 career starts. This year his ERA is in the 3 range. Trevor Rogers and Sixto Sanchez just up to the show. Both have made 3 starts. Sandy Alcantara with 41 starts in his career. It's his 25th birthday today, and we're watching Jose Urena on the other side of this inning again against Atlanta. So this has been the bread and butter for the Miami Marlins, building this young core of starting pitchers, and we're seeing that blossom in the big leagues.
And they're hitting on it. That's the key. They're giving them the opportunity to pitch, and they're going to develop and win based on that young starting pitching. There's no secrets in baseball. It's hard to slug your way to championships. It's much easier to pitch your way to championships, and you can add and subtract your offensive pieces when those guys are ready. But what they're developing in their arms and what they've got coming down the pipeline is why so many people are high on the Miami Marlins in the next 2 years.
And they've been doubling down on that in the build-up process. All 6 of their draft picks this past June were pitchers.
I mean, the reality of these two franchises, look, this series has been a lopsided the last couple of years. The Braves have owned the Marlins, and the Braves talent pool equally as good as the Marlins, but the difference is the Braves have not had the success in their starting rotation from the young pitchers collectively. They've had some individuals do their job. I think the Marlins are creating a nice base to where they can build on for the future, and the Braves have done the same thing. They just have to get some of their young pitchers to step up and be ready, whether it's a Kyle Wright or Newcomb back. It's unfortunate, the injury to Soroka, because he was there. He had taken that next step. Now, like Ian Anderson, only this is his 3rd start. Max Fried's gone to the next level, but you got to get those guys out there and learn on the job and stick with them, in my opinion, rather than bouncing back and forth. Bullpen sent down, up, bullpen sent down, up. That's a tough gig for a young player.
Ball 4 to Garrett Cooper. Second walk of the inning for Anderson. 2 strikeouts and 2 walks. Now 2 on for Miami.
Because I'll guarantee you Ian Anderson will learn in the future. He will not walk these guys with 2 outs. When you have a lead, and that's going to be the end right there maybe for Ian if he doesn't get command of the strike zone, because he's got a 3-1 lead, 74 pitches. But this is going to be a conversation of, I need you to attack in the zone and don't give them the free passes to get them back in the game. If they hit a 2-run homer, if they hit a solo home run, a double, I can live with that. We'll make the adjustments. So he'll learn, and he'll be better for it.
32 pitches last inning, 27 tosses in this third inning. Go ahead, Kevin.
No, I just think that at bat, though, with Garrett Cooper, he had to be really careful there, because you do have Birdie coming up, who is a spark plug, yes, but does not have the power that Cooper can. I mean, he's already hit 2 home runs from 450 feet this year. So I was just curious to see that sequence. I didn't mind that walk. I know we have 74 pitches in 2 2/3 innings right now, and that's the frustration of the Atlanta, dugout. But I thought that at bat was very key to being careful, because Garrett could put you over the light towers.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. But what ends up happening for a pitcher, you start giving a vibe to your manager that you don't want to stay in the game very long. To stay in the game longer, you have to give that vibe of control. And even if you pitch around a guy that the next guy's no big deal, and you want the goal in pitching is stay in the game as long as you can. Obviously help your team win, but you want to stay in the game as long as you can.
There's the pitch count, 76. Last time, 96 for him against the Boston Red Sox at Fenway Park. And he went 90 pitches in start number 1 of his career against the Yankees.
Well, thankfully for the Braves, it's only a 60-game season, because the rate at which the starting pitchers are averaging for the Braves has not been very long, which means they got to go to their bullpen a lot. And theirs was the speaks to it. 1 in 10 outside of Spahn and Sane. That's what it's looking like. Spahn and Sane, pray for rain. You got Max Fried and Ian Anderson right now playing the roles of Spahn and Sane. And the others will start to pick up their slack a little bit, and they'll make them more complete of a team come postseason time.
When you start thinking about the W, when you got about 75, 76 pitches, you're struggling to hopefully get through this inning. You have a lead. I know you pitchers, Johnny, love that W in those 5 innings.
Well, he's not going to
start thinking about, like, oh boy.
If he's thinking about it, that's the reason he's not going to get it. I mean, that's the difference. And I thought about it a lot early on. I'm like, oh, I just need 5 more outs. Well, I was in trouble. I wasn't going to last, because you got to make pitch after pitch.
Birdie clocks one past short, and he has himself a base hit. And in comes Aguilar. He will score. It's 3-2. John Birdie with an RBI single.
See, that's what I was talking about, Kevin. You keep flirting with these kind of scenarios, and you let the Marlins stay in the game. When the Marlins give you a couple gifts, you can't give the gifts back. If they would have got 3 straight hits, I guarantee a Snit would have been a lot better off with 2 walks and 1 hit. And I don't know how much longer Ian Anderson's going to be able to stay in this game, and it's only going to be because of the walks.
4 free passes given up by Ian Anderson so far today. Now 2 runs for Miami. There's Aguilar coming in. Now 2 on. It's Cooper at second, Birdie at first after the RBI single. Jazz Chisholm with his second at bat of the day. He reached in the last inning, and Ian Anderson threw that pitch away, or threw the ground ball away. Jazz ended up scoring for the first run for the Marlins.
And we talked to Don Mattingly. This is the formula he wanted for his ball club. He said, we want to make, no matter if it's DeGrom out there, we want to make them work as hard as they can every at bat. And by the 6th inning, maybe they have 100 pitches and we get into the bullpen, as you see the bullpen hot for the Atlanta Braves. And that's exactly the formula that the Marlins have had to use all year. Scrap with 100 different players. Some of them Don Mattingly never met when they went through the fiasco of COVID and all the cases they had. So this is a scrappy bunch, and a bunch that thinks they got a chance. And the irony here for me, and talking to Don Mattingly, is the bad rap that they got once this happened in Atlanta. was not accurately it was not accurately depicted of what was going on with their team, and they were mad about it.
They have certainly bounced back. This team is fighting for a playoff spot, just a game shy of the 500 mark. Chisholm strikes out, but the Marlins tack on a run against Anderson. It's 3-2.
Today, I think every American should say a special word of thanks to Jackie Robinson.
Through his leadership, skill, and courage, Jackie Robinson broke barriers in sports, media, business, and beyond, impacting society and advancing the continued fight for equality and civil rights. The Miami Marlins are committed to honoring Jackie's legacy and promoting the humanitarian values that defined his life. We are proud to support the Jackie Robinson Foundation with an endowment of $420,000 in honor of Jackie's number 42. This donation will create an annual scholarship in perpetuity to allow for a deserving African-American student that demonstrates Jackie Robinson's 9 values to pursue his or her dream of a higher education. The Marlins organization is proud to partner with the Jackie Robinson Foundation to support the future leaders from our local community in their pursuit of excellence in academic success.
This is the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, which includes live game commentary featuring the MLB, Marlins, Braves, and a select group of YouTube creator accounts. See additional and in-depth commentary providing fans a unique viewing experience. You can view this on your smart TV, mobile device, or on your computer. Our first poll question of the day is, which team has been the biggest surprise of 2020? So relevant for this game. You have the Blue Jays as an option. The Marlins is your choice as B. And then there are the San Diego Padres as well. Is that fourth team? Went away too quickly.
It doesn't matter for me.
The White Sox.
Yeah, it doesn't matter for me. That's the biggest surprise, the biggest story is the Marlins. Hands down. You know, I've been fighting for a split season my whole life, right? Since I got out of the game, I think split season's the best way to go.
Explain that.
You have two halves. You got to cut the games down a little bit. It's a microcosm of what we're seeing right now. It gives all those teams that don't have a chance for 164, 162 to compete in a season where you can get hot for a half or hot for 70 games. And I think it would bring excitement back into baseball. I think if we get 2 more teams, that's going to happen. But besides the point, the Marlins, for me, once this season went to 60 games, there was a lot of people still didn't think they had a fighting chance at all. Like, to play 500, that was a dream. And to do it under the circumstances that they have done it, with the roster manipulation that Don has had to make and just the development stage that they wanted to go on, they're in it. So they have to type walk the development and the fact that they want to put the best chance they can to reward the guys who have fought this hard. I thought the Padres were on the brink last year, so they're not as big a surprise for me. The Blue Jays, they went out and got some pretty good pitching and made some moves, so that helped their really good young offense. But I'm telling you, the Marlins, if they get into playoffs, it'll be the best story we've had in a long time of baseball, even though we're dealing with a shorter season.
They'll be no joke in the playoffs, too, if they make it there. After the d'Arnaud fly ball out, it's Nick Markakis. One away here in the last of the third. Jose Urena back to work. That pitch misses away. So, I mean, think about this. Come playoff time, Kevin, if the Marlins make it there, Alcantara, Sixto Sanchez, Trevor Rogers actually looked pretty sharp as far as the swing and miss yesterday. And then we just spoke to a young Pablo Lopez, who has taken his game to another level in 2020. That wouldn't be fun even for, say, a first place LA Dodger team if it was a 1-8 matchup like that.
No, it's the scary team because they don't have any of the big name guys. They're not rich yet. We don't have the $300 million contract, but they got flamethrowers. They have athletic ability. They have a little bit of fun. They just don't have the experience, so you don't have the track record to look back on their baseball car, such as a Derek Jeter is going to hit 450 in the postseason every year. These teams are dangerous and they are scary, but in long series, usually the experience kind of takes over with a nice play, by the way, back in. Smoltzy, that's why we get to spring training for 6 straight weeks, is to give you guys PFPs like that. Nice play by Jesus.
Well, the drought, it's a long one, and the Marlins fans don't want to hear it any longer, and neither does Derek Jeter, who is orchestrating this turnaround and back to relevancy. Did I use too big of a word for Kevin? Should I have done that?
Yes. Yes. Let me phone a friend real quick. Relevancy.
While you're doing that, many
Bob
drafts.
Costas, 1 second.
Oh,
guys.
yes. Shoot Bob a text. You know, many drafts will be wiped this year, Kevin. The last postseason for the Padres, 2006, they look like a lock. The White Sox should be in there. They haven't made it to the playoffs since 2008. The Phillies haven't been playoff bound since 2011. So many of the longest droughts, aside from the Mariners up there at the top, should be wiped away by the time we get to October this year.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I will say that the baseball this year, no one really knew what to expect. You know, it was a little scary going in a 60-game season. And you're like, okay, I think the baseball's been great. I think it's been as good as it could be. You've had the COVID situations handled the way they have to be handled. But I think the play's been awesome. You know, I know the bullpens were going to be depleted, and you understand the doubleheaders are going to, pitching's going to be down. But overall, you got to be happy just with the parity in the league.
Marlins fans should be pleased with Jose Ureña's third inning. 3 up, 3 down. It's 3-2 Braves after 3.
And the Braves made him pay. That one's long. He did it again. Big strikeout for 3. And that ball is gone. Home run, d'Arnaud. Swing and a drive, and Dansby walks him off.
These guys are another planet right now. What an opening act in this humongous series.
In baseball, the biggest achievements come from the greatest teams. Teams that cheer for one another and lift each other up. Teams that dedicate themselves to the cause and encourage each other in the fight. But above all, a great team knows they're playing for something more. This is for Braves country, for our communities, and for the place we all call home.
There's the resume for Braves manager Brian Snitker, named the interim manager in May of 2016. And look at the work that he has done, including last year, 97 wins, back-to-back division titles, the manager of the year in 2018. He even nailed it on the challenge to get Echeverria on base and score another run for the Braves an inning ago. It's 3-2 Atlanta. Robbie Erlin is in the game for Ian Anderson. Brian, thanks for coming on board. There is a slight delay. It's 2020. We'll work through that, but just wanted to know your thoughts on Ian Anderson's third start, not looking as sharp as the first two.
No, it's almost like when he launched that ball into right field, that kind of, unnerved everything. But you know what? He's a young pitcher. He's got a great future. How are you going to learn if you don't screw up? And you know what? He feels good. He just kind of lost feel for his pitches, kind of got away from his fastball a little bit. And you know what? He'll look back on this and learn from it.
Snit, it's Smoltzy here, and I know you'd like to get to a day where you don't have to make as many changes, but your bullpen is in a good place, especially with the season format, that you can rely on your bullpen, much different than last year.
Yeah, you know, and I think I was we had enough off days in that big stretch after the 20 in a row, I think, that allowed us to do that. We're in, you know, a run here now till the end, so I think we're going to, I don't know if we can hold up under that pretense anymore. So, you know, that last night that Josh gave us was really big, and you know, like seeing Ian now go out there and stretch the game, but, you know, like I say, it happens. I mean, and we'll be okay.
Snit, did you get a gift for Freddie Freeman going for almost a decade without a grand slam? Did you decide to hit 2 of them for you?
Yeah, no kidding. You know what? I already gave him a bottle of Dom for his 10 year. He's going to be at 10 years in the league next week. So I'm all gifted out here. I'm not in that pay grade.
Maybe that's what did it. Brian, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck the rest of the way here, and we'll talk to you soon.
Right? All right, thanks, guys. See ya.
That's Brian Snitker, manager of Atlanta, and yeah, he's sick of giving out the big prizes to Freddie Freeman, racking up the accomplishments. The next one on his mind, a World Series title. So this is Robbie Erlin from the left side, and Alfaro will foul that one back. Miguel Rojas started off the 4th with a base hit. And here's the line for Erlin, who's going to pick up some innings before we get to that vaunted Braves bullpen in the later stages. They've been great in leverage situations.
Yeah, he's more of a strike thrower is Robbie Erlin, so contact's going to be a little bit more in play. So the defense of Atlanta will be in ready to go, and there'll be a lot more strikes thrown.
Weekly to the right side, and here's Echeverria to clean it up. Over to third goes Rojas with 1 out. Brian Snitker mentioned this in the 2nd inning from Anderson. 2 quick outs, and then this play would have ended the inning. Instead, it turned into a Miami run.
John, it's happened a lot early in my career where one thing led to another and it shouldn't have, and you learn how to put a lid on it. And that's what I really had to learn as a starting pitcher, is to control the emotions that I like to pitch with. I mean, I pitched like my hair was on fire. Obviously it was, because now it's all gone. And you know, so I learned how to control my emotions as the game, you know, dictates.
I love the hair jokes. I don't care, Smoltzy. That's why I love you. It's just an amazing convertible. It's like a 1962 Cadillac convertible. You just threw the top down.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful job.
Statcast powered by Google Cloud, our sack fly line. This is what you need in order to score it, bring home the run. One more time.
Based on the arm strength, the speed of the runner, it's all been calculated, so to speak. Now that line would be about 7 feet closer if Millar was on third base. Let's face it. It would.
Well, that's not going to get the job done. Echeverria puts away Dickerson.
Again, 2 teams. Runs are a premium. The Braves have scored a lot more runs than the Marlins, but that right there, those are the kind of at bats you've got to have an execution behind it. You've got to get that run in. It's not a swing and miss type pitcher, and the infield's in, and now they're depending on Marte to get a 2-out hit.
Runner at third, less than 2 outs. Dickerson now just 1 for 5 at converting that base runner from third on the season. Marte down the line. That's a fair ball, and that'll bring home the run. Rojas ties the game at 3 off the Marte extra base hit. It's a double for the new guy who keeps coming through.
I think all the runs so far for the Marlins have come with 2
2-out
outs.
RBIs are huge.
Yeah.
That's been the story for this team.
Down the line, hit sharply. Riley had no
breaking
chance.
Ball.
9th double of the season. Starling Marte, an aggressive man at the plate, known for his power and his speed. He's followed by Aguilar. 2 walks in his 2 trips to the plate so far today. He scored back in the 3rd. And he lobs one to left, and that's going to fall. Marte with his plus speed has no problem scoring. It's 4-3. Miami has grabbed it.
Well, we talked about it. 2 of the veteran guys that they came over to help this lineup, help the young players develop into stars. Don't think this lineup will look this way in 2 years, but that's just a big league at bat. Both Starling Marte and I mean, this is a big cat. I mean, this is Andres Galarraga reincarnated.
Just need to open up his stance, Smoltzy.
Yeah. And he knows. I mean, right now, Ian Anderson's thinking, I should still be in this game and pitching deeper into the game. I've not given my team the best chance to win. He'll learn from it. The next time you're in that situation, it's kind of like anything else. You breathe differently, you think differently, and then you get in it, and you got to make a choice. You're either going to get better and learn from it, or you're going to make the same mistakes. And the people that make the same mistakes don't last in the game very long. And that's the beauty of our game. You could play it for a long time if you learn from your mistakes. It's never been a player, rarely ever comes into the game that never struggles. Maybe Mike Trout is a guy that should be called up to a different league, but everybody else has gone through it, and they've gone through their periods where they just go, here's what I need to do next time I'm in that situation.
Even Trout, for just a little sliver, had that struggle when he first came up, and then his first full season he looked ridiculous in his Mickey Mantle-like self.
Yeah. This is a rare at-bat lefty on lefty for Matty Joyce. Usually Brinson's coming in. He gets most of the at-bats against lefties, but this is one of those ones that kind of let Don Mattingly know that I can handle lefties. And here we go.
That's a base hit. Joyce comes through.
Knock.
And Aguilar will move up to second. And Robbie Erlin actually has reverse splits, so left-handed bats do better against him. Now 11 for 27 left-handed hitters against Erlin.
Maybe that's the reason. That's why they left old Matty Joyce, the old veteran, 36-year-old, in there to face lefty on lefty. But sometimes this is what you have to do. You have to show the manager that I can handle. It doesn't even have to be a hit, as long as it's a nice at bat. And you could tell Matty Joyce was seeing him well, and got a base hit.
4 hits in the inning for Miami. There's your splits. Those are blatant. Much better against players coming from the right side, like Garrett Cooper. Digging in and fouling that one off. He's behind 0-2.
I'm still blown away. I'm blown away by what the Marlins did after 100 days off and went 7-1 their first 8 games. They were 2-1, right? They won 5 in a row after not playing forever.
That's on the ground to short. And Swanson to Echeverria to sit down the side. 2 more runs for Miami off of 4 hits in this 4th inning off of Robbie Erlin. They have snatched the lead from Atlanta. It's 4-3, middle of the 4th.
Right in there again, 3-2. Ramos in on the hands. This one out to center. BR makes the catch. Yes, he hangs on. Twisting and turning into right center field. Jonathan BR puts it away.
Vlad Guerrero Jr. on a few hops. Anderson bare hands, throws, and got him. And Lewin Diaz able to get in and get out of the way. Wow. What a play by BA. Are you kidding me? Look how far he has to come. He's playing back with Guerrero up. Maybe Starling Marte comes through. Oh, maybe it's Marte. It's Marte. It's definitely Marte. A home run in his first Marlins game, and it gives him the lead in the 8th inning. Welcome to South Florida.
Sandy Alcantara will go to work. Strikeout, 98 miles an hour. A couple of strikeouts in the first for Sandy, And a strikeout here in the second. Ball and 2 strikes, and he gets him to chase that one. Leads from second, and a called strike 3. So 8 strikeouts. Third major league start for Trevor Rogers. And a called strike 3. 4th strikeout for Rogers. 2-2. And a swing and a miss. 0-2. Over his last 13 double-digit strikeouts for Trevor Rogers.
The race for the postseason is on. Catch all the action from around the league online or on your favorite devices on MLB.tv. Now only $24.99. Visit MLB.tv. Suit up for the season at MLBshop.com. Check out new on-the-field jerseys by Nike. Plus get official caps, tees, collectibles, and more. Gear up at MLBshop.com. That ballpark in Cobb County is the real deal.
It is hard to believe it's the 3rd one. I mean, I played through 2. That is spectacular, though.
It's the ballpark. It's everything around it. Adeiny Echeverria off the end of the bat. And there's Rojas across for out number 1. Hey, let's go back to the poll because we posted about an inning ago. Getting close to 9,000 votes already. Which team has been the biggest surprise of 2020? And surprisingly, at least to us, the Padres at 35%. This is a Marlins-Braves game, so you definitely have quite a few Marlins fans watching. And they check in at 33%. And Kevin, I think that some fans that are voting could probably make the case that, yes, I think people expected the Padres to be good, but maybe not this good so far this year. Would you agree?
Yeah, you understand you got the value at first and third, the corner guys Machado and Hosmer, but you didn't know if this team was really ready to win now. Tatis hadn't played yet this year. We know the talent. He had a hamstring problem last year, then comes out and just becomes the best player in baseball in the first month until Mike Trout had his first child, and then Mike Trout decided to let you guys know that, nope, I'm the best player in baseball forever. But my point being is this, yeah, we just didn't know. You're pulling for him because we love the All-Star game in San Diego. We would love the Padres to get to the World Series because it'd be a beautiful 75-degree place, obviously after the 2020 season or whatever is going to happen. But my point being is you gravitate to that team. They're fun to watch. I love the new uniforms. And yes, the Padres probably didn't know. Are they ready to win right now? And they are.
60 games, perfect schedule for their young pitching to get them ready. That's why I felt they'd have a good year. They've made additions. They went out and made trades. They realized they can seize the moment. I won't think that they probably thought they could overcome the Dodgers, but when they realized that every second place team is going to get in the playoffs and then there's the fallback position of the wild card or 2 more teams, absolutely, you never know what's going to happen if you can get in and get to play in a 3-game series. So much better than a 1-game series.
Yeah. Well, the dynamic of the young position players, mostly. I mean, Fernando Tatis and these guys, Acuna Jr., whoever you're going to talk about, they're just way better than everybody, you know. And that's just the difference, I think. I mean, when we were playing, you know, you had your Adam Jones. I mean, what am I trying to say? Well, you had your A-Rods and Griffey's, but it seems like there's like 25. 19 to 22-year-olds that seem like they're better than everybody, from the Bryce Harper to Mike Trout to whoever you want. Now the Fernando Tatis. I mean, this guy exceeded every expectation I had. I knew he was good. I didn't realize he was like that or like this young man, Acuna Jr.
So Reina gets Echeverria and Inciarte. Ground ball out, fly ball out. And now good luck with this guy, Ronald Acuna Jr. And there is some history between these two. Acuna hit by a pitch back on August 15th of 2018. Came in at 97.5 miles an hour from Reina. And he hit him again. evident signs of frustration
Back-to-back breaking
from
balls
Acuna
trying to
there.
come in with that 96. Yeah, I personally, if you were to ask me, I don't think that's intentional. That's just me personally from a hitter standpoint. Yeah, the breaking ball, he tried to pound him in. The first 2 at-bats, did a nice job of doing so. Had to pop up with the guy in third base with less than 2 out, and then tries to come back in. You see where the catcher's going. He's a sinker ball pitcher. I don't believe this one was intentional. The previous problems they've had, I can't answer that question, but this is part of pitching. And this is part of, like, you know what? Hey, you got hit. You got all the arm guard and stuff. Head on to first base. It's okay. But every little thing that happens between these two now will be magnified. But this at bat, yeah, I don't believe this was intentional. Smokesy, I don't know your opinion.
Well, I don't like what the umpires just did. And Snitker before has every right to be upset. But what the umpires just did is warn both benches. And I just don't think that was the right time to do it. I mean, now you've taken away the inside part of the plate for the Braves pitchers. Granted, he didn't try to hit him on purpose, but that did not warrant, even the history between them, to warn both sides of the club. And
He's
I've always
stealing,
felt,
just so you guys know.
And he is stealing. And I've always felt that, you know, you hit the guy first. Now you got an advantage because there's a warning. Has to be super egregious.
Yeah, I don't like that either. It's not fair, almost, you know? It's not fair. You still got to go through your sequence of pitches. And by God, if the Braves, you know, hit a couple guys that doing the same thing, because there's a human factor, John. You guys are good, but you're not that good. There is a human factor of a ball getting away, you know, trying to come in, especially guys on the plate these days. You know, I was a guy who got hit a lot. I stood on the plate, but here's the play back in August 15, 2018.
Now that one was blatantly obvious. That one was the first pitch of the game.
Yeah, that one. Right.
And then more unfolded too after that. Eventually on May 3rd of 2019, Kevin Gausman threw behind Urania, the first plate appearance for him for him since that incident. And then about a month later in June of last season, and there he goes. Acuna without a throw has his 4th stolen base of the season. And just to add to what he did last year, Acuna faces Urania again, homers, carries his bat about 3/4 of the way to first base, flips the bat. This was August 15th, 2018. First pitch, Acuna had just been on a roll too. He was the youngest player to homer in 5 straight during a stretch there, and he had 3 consecutive leadoff homers against Miami. Urania hits him, and we've seen all of the back and forth between them since then. And they picked him off. So an answer back from Urania on the bases.
Wow.
There it is. A little lackadaisical to put the foot back on the bag, John?
A little bit. His mind was somewhere else, as you can imagine.
Yes. Hit by a pitch, stole the base, picked off, and that's how this dramatic 4th inning ends. It's 4-3 Miami.
So Freddie Freeman. Freddie hits a high fly ball. Freddie Freeman with a grand slam. High fly ball that's hit toward left center field and deep. It's another grand slam for Freeman. Look at the wind carry that ball out to the warning track, out to the wall, and it's gone. Smoke to center field and deep. Robles is on the run. A line drive homer.
Fly ball hit well. This one is out of the ballpark. Ronald Acuna with his 3rd home run of the day.
It's Adam Duvall. And a high fly ball belted. It's going to be a 1-run game. Lifted toward left. Duvall has a second 2-run homer. As another high fly ball walloped towards center. It's gone. Duvall has a 3-run night. Marcell Ozuna is coming up.
Hit in the air and hit well to left field. Gone for Marcell Ozuna.
He tamed the monster in the first inning with a 2-run homer. As this one's launched high in the air, Ozuna has tamed the monster for a second time. High towering fly ball, make it a 3-homer night. Wow, over the batter's eye in straightaway center. 17 leadoff homers for Ronald Acuna Jr. in his young career. Swing and a high fly ball lifted toward left. Gone. Ronald Acuna Jr. has broken that record.
Have a look at this exciting young Miami Marlins starting rotation. Lopez, Rogers, Sanchez, Alcantara, and Arena is on the mound today for Miami. And let's bring in the pitching coach of the Marlins, Mel Stottlemyre Jr. joins us. Mel, it's Scott Braun, John Smoltz, and Kevin Millar. Thanks for the time. There is a slight delay, just to let you know, but wanted to know your thoughts on the sequence between Arena and Acuna just now.
Well, obviously, we're talking about a very dangerous hitter, and you know, we talked about spinning him early and then staying in tight with him, and you know, it obviously got away. I know there's been some history in the past, but that definitely wasn't intentional. But we got to pitch the guy in.
Fly ball to left, and John Birdie is out, number 1.
Hey Mel, this is John Smoltz. Well, how do you balance the development of young pitching, which you guys have so much of it, and the thought of postseason baseball? How's that delicate balance going so far?
Well, you know, it's and I think delicate is probably the word. That process sometimes comes slow with guys, and you know, as a coach, certainly as a team and organization, you want to try to speed that process up, and you know it's tough. It's experience and time, and you know, guys have done a good job. You've seen a couple young pitchers come up in Trevor Rogers and Sixto Sanchez that have really kind of stepped in and held their own. We know they're going to make mistakes. You know, you know they're going to get their stuff's going to get tested, and you want to find out how they react to those situations between the line. And they both, you know, they've handled it to this point, you know, fairly good. But we do know that, you know, over time, some of the things that young guys go through and what their struggles are. And you know what, they know it right now that every pitch, every inning, you know, every play is important. And they've been good. You know, I've been happy with both of those guys.
Mel, Kevin Millar here. I was just wondering, like, what's the biggest key when you're focusing or teaching a young staff like yourself, like you guys have, for a guy like you to kind of go out there and, you know, Don was saying earlier when we spoke to him, was that just attacking the strike zone, you know, early and often.
Yeah, I think you said it. And really, you know, when young guys come up, they got a little tendency to go into what I call survival mode. You know, they doubt their stuff. They're unsure. And it takes them a little while to kind of settle in and get comfortable and know that, you know, that they still make good pitches. They get themselves in good counts, and they can get good hitters out. It's you look at the times that they've got themselves in trouble where they've painted themselves into bad counts, trying to do too much, maybe trying to nibble a little bit too much and be too careful. And you know, we've spent a lot of time with our young guys in our player development and our system, and certainly at the big league guys level at having young players and trying to get them buy into taking some chances early in some counts and getting themselves in good count and trusting their stuff, and that takes time.
Mel, thank you for the time, and good luck in this one, okay?
Appreciate it, fellas.
That's the pitching coach for the Miami Marlins, Mel Stottlemyre Jr., and he's done a fantastic job as we showed you the top 5 starter ERA. It's a bit under 4 on the season for Miami, despite using 12 starting pitchers. Arena today is number 12 on the season. Erlin dealing to Rojas, and that is going to drop. Acuna did stop it and keep it in front of him. So it's a base hit with 2 outs for Rojas.
Have yourself a day, young man. That's 3, isn't it?
That is 3 singles for Miguel Rojas, back in the lineup today.
Not too many clean innings today so far for either pitchers. And another 2-out hit. Marlins said we got him right where we want him with 2 outs.
And scratch that, a double
Rojas
and 2
is the
singles.
heart and soul of this team. He's just a guy. He's kind of like the unsung captain, but he's a guy. He's going to win a Gold Glove someday. This guy's a great little ball player, and have a nice little year.
Alfaro rolls out. Yeah, a double and 2 singles. Miguel Rojas has been through the good and the bad with Miami. His team leads by a run, mid-5.
Bueno, yo escucho música todo el tiempo, ¿me entiendes? Porque eso es una de las cosas que me entretiene a mí, la música latina, la dominicana, la puertorriqueña, ¿me entiendes? Eso es una de las cosas que me entretiene a mí. Bueno, son muchos, sí. Daddy Yankee, Bad Bunny, Anuel, Ozuna, la música que ellos hacen es la música, el tipo de música que me gusta a mí, ¿me entiendes? El Alfa, que es uno de mis artistas favoritos, dominicano, el dembow, eso es una música que yo pongo los audífonos ahí antes del juego y ya tú sabes, ¿me entiendes? Bueno, va a sentir como tuviéramos una discoteca, ¿me entiendes? Aunque yo, o sea, la música a mí me gusta y la ponen aquí en el estadio, es como si estuviéramos en una discoteca o algo así, pasarla bien porque es algo divertido, ¿me entiendes? Este sábado van a tener el chance de escuchar mi música en la práctica de bateo.
We welcome you back here to Atlanta, where the Marlins lead the Braves 4-3, and Freddie Freeman has now reached base safely in 23 straight games. What a weekend. After 10 years in the league, he finally gets his first career grand slam. And in speaking with Freddie, he said, you know, his parents are visiting right now, and his dad actually stayed up after the game to await his arrival, gave him a big hug, and Freddie had the ball, guys, to pass over to his father. And then less than 48 hours later, with the bases loaded, he does it again. And it was so funny because he said, you know, in spring training a couple years ago, he hit one and really thought the floodgates would come open at that point. Took a little bit longer than he thought, but they finally have, and he got texts from all kinds of guys, including your guy, Smoltzy, Chipper Jones.
Well, they basically could talk hitting all the time, and I'm sure they do. Chipper, one of the best. And now Freddie Freeman. Pass the torch on to Freddie Freeman.
Chipper is idolized by many on this roster, including Dansby Swanson, who grew up in the area and watched Chipper every day.
Hey, speaking of which, Chipper just got his first hole-in-one 2 weeks ago, so it might be the reason why Freddie got his first grand slam, right? Pass the torch.
Those rare moments popping up lately.
I'm just thankful I wasn't there.
You said they come in spurts, Smoltzy.
Have you had one yet, Kevin?
Yes, I had one last year. Josh Beckett, John Lackey. And it was on hole number 15, by the way. I couldn't see it because of the front pin. It was a little uphill par 3. We get up there and Lack grabbed it out of the hole and said, dude, it's in the hole. I'm like, oh my God. And that was it. Haven't been close since or ever before that.
Birdie takes care of Swanson, one gone.
Well, I'm glad you asked, Kevin. I've had 8.
How many do you have, Smoltzy?
He was waiting.
I want to see how long. Hey, Scotty, that was the longest that Smoltzy was sitting on. He was on pins and needles waiting to talk about some Smoltzy's 8 hole-in-ones.
I thought that's one of your special stats, Kevin.
I almost said read your text.
String it out, wait for it to go. That's so good.
Here's the man of the minute, Freddie Freeman. Top 10 finish for MVP in the National League last year. This year, career highs in walk rate, career low strikeout percentage, just keeps improving, even at the margins, for a player that Bryce Harper recently called the most underrated in the game. Didn't he say that to you, Kevin?
Yeah, you know, it's funny. When we had Bryce Harper mic'd up and talking about Freddie Freeman, we played that clip for him on Intentional Talk. But, you know, this is a perfect example of a guy that you could compete and be great with a smile on your face. and I truly mean that, he has fun every day coming to the field. Teammates gravitate around him, and yes, he's one of the top 5 best hitters in all of Major League Baseball. You put him wherever you want. But I'm just telling you, sometimes the Tommy Tough guy doesn't work. This guy comes out and has fun. He's talking smack to guys at first base. We asked him who are some of the funniest guys that get over there, and most guys get to first base are happy. So he was talking about Anthony Rizzo. There's some guys you'll talk about the family, how's everything going, but Bryce Harper gave him a lot of praise on just what a class act Freddie Freeman is.
He just missed playing against John and Kevin. Freeman up to the show in 2010. Millar and Smoltz, your final seasons were 2009, John.
I played with Freddie and in rehab in AA. And you could tell back then what kind of player and hitter he was going to be watching him down there. Well, the Braves had Urena on the ropes in the first inning, and a big double play has allowed this young man to stay in the game and keep his team with a chance to win a baseball game. He had walked 2 guys, had given up a run, and had runners on first and third, and it looked like this Braves offense was going to continue what it's done this whole month.
Gets Ozuna to pop one up. We'll see if it stays in play. And it does. Aguilar has it. Leaning over the dugout. Well, made the cut, saying this in the live chat. If Urena can get out of the inning unscathed, not a bad start to build off of. Agreed. 4-3 Marlins after 5.
For you people in Miami, how you feel?
I feel
spring training.
Feel great, man. Really good guys around me. The veteran guy, you see how he acts, but I still loving him. You gotta show love to me. Aquí hace mucho calor en el verano.
¿Qué, tú te vas caminando para el estadio?
No. Nosotros pescamos también. Cualquier invitación, un día libre. Al número de Miguel Rojas, ya se lo digo en un momento. That's good right there, sir.
Perfect.
Ese gran slam.
No.
Ese gran slam. Thank you, fellas. Thank you, fellas. Thank you, fellas. Thank you, fellas. Thank God. Dang it.
Top 6 we go here in Atlanta. The Marlins leading the Braves by 1. And Robbie Erlin back out on the mound here trying to give Brian Snitker's club a little bit of length. Ian Anderson's day done after 3 innings. And this is where they would have used a guy like Josh Tomlin, who actually made a start yesterday, guys. 6 innings of 1-run ball, but he was their long guy. He was the one that they would turn to, and this is the kind of tight line that Brian Snitker is trying to walk right now, and he's trying not to use guys in the bullpen who have thrown more innings this year than their starters, because here we are in the middle of September, and he needs those guys at their best if they're going to do what they want to in October.
Well, and you think about this, John, the fact that the Braves used Josh Tomlin yesterday, and he was great. 6 innings, helped out the bullpen for sure. Actually picked up the first win for a starter besides Anderson or Fried on the year, and thank you, Kelly. But you have Mike Foltynewicz working on things at the alternate site. Kyle Wright hasn't put it all together yet. I think they'd like to see more out of someone like Bryce Wilson eventually as well. There are candidates to fill that role down the line.
There are, and in a season like this, good pitch there for the strikeout. In a season like this, where the Braves have won the last 2 divisions, they're looking to try to win their 3rd. Sean Newcomb, to me, is a piece to a puzzle that could be fantastic. Mechanically trying to work out some things. Of course, Foltynewicz
had a stretch last year where he looked unbeatable, and then he had times where it looked like he didn't know if he could control his emotions on the mound. And there's a lot of components that go into making a big league pitcher, and I think the fact that guys just have great arms and can throw it is not the whole picture. And we've gotten so in love with, and I talked to you about the exit velocity of a bat, or the miles per hour off of a, you know, I mean, we get so in love with the stuff that we forget there's other components that have to go to make in a great starting pitcher or a great closer or reliever. And I just think we're jumping some spots for these guys. We just think they should show up and be, you know, Jacob deGrom. Jacob deGrom wasn't always Jacob deGrom. I mean, that's the evolution of pitching, and you're going to need some patience.
Even with an Ian Anderson, who looked really fine in his first 2 starts against the Yankees and the Red Sox. A hiccup today against Miami, and he's out of the game after a few innings. Robbie Erlin trying to carry this team until the later stages and hopefully get some offense. That's when Brian Snitker has plenty of weapons out of that bullpen. Starling Marte in foul ground. And that's on the other side of the netting. But Marte was robbed early on in this game, inning number 1. And Kevin, look at Ender Inciarte showing off those 3 gold gloves. StatCast powered by Google Cloud. The sprint speed at 28.2, well above average.
Inciarte, I gotta say, coming in and out ball to me is the toughest. This one had a little more loft, so it was easier. But usually it's the one right. Yeah, it was a nice play by Ender, and he covered some ground, obviously making that play with a little hat tip from Marte, like, got me.
This time he tested Acuna. 2 gone in the 6th, and another poll question to throw your way. Most uplifting free agent signing of 2020: Ozuna, Castellanos, Dallas Keuchel, and Zach Wheeler. Kevin, you pick first.
You know, this is a tough one. I mean, Nick Castellanos, I thought the Reds would be better this year. I thought their offense and everything would just take off. I knew Musa struggled a little bit. Nicky got up to a great start. Dallas Keuchel for the Chicago White Sox, used to pitching in a hitter's park with Houston for many years. I think that's going to be a key acquisition, especially that club gets in the postseason and goes deep. He and Giolito, I think it'll be a nice little 1-2 combo.
I agree. In an era of velocity, we just got done talking about 98, 97. That's not what Dallas Keuchel is. What he is an innings eater, and he's a ground ball machine. And his sinker and late movement has won out when he's been successful and healthy in the Chicago White Sox. My goodness. You talk about some offense, and now they had some pitching. We thought the Central might be a little bit, I don't know, not as competitive in the American League, and it certainly hasn't played out that way.
They were like the Padres, Scotty. You know, you just didn't know. They look good on paper. They have a bunch of big power guys. You're like, okay, let's see how they go. And then you're just like, this Luis Robert kid, I mean, this might be the most talented guy in the big leagues as far as just power-wise and doing everything on the field. And you realize why they gave him such a big deal with no experience.
Yeah, both the Padres and White Sox series contenders. Like these 2 teams, it's the first perfect inning from a Braves pitcher as we hit the bottom of the 6th coming up.
Back goes Justice. He's got it. And the magic number for Atlanta is down to 1. The Braves have clinched a tie for first. Atlanta fans everywhere, let the celebration begin again. The Atlanta Braves have run the table against the Colorado Rockies.
Hubbard here goes. He got him, and the Braves have clinched it to the top spot in the National League East.
Here comes a winning run, and the Braves win. Unbelievable. The Braves are the Eastern Division champion. The 1-2, that's it, and the Braves have won this one. And for the 9th straight time, the Atlanta Braves are the National League Eastern Division champion.
It's a perfect 10 for Atlanta. 10 straight division titles.
1-2 pitch coming. That'll do it. Slider in for a strike. Smoltz gets the save.
Up the middle for Bob. Joe, they have done it. 13 in a row for Atlanta.
Next pitch to Miles. Here it comes. Ground ball second.
Or on the first. Let the celebrating begin, folks. 14 consecutive division titles for your Atlanta Braves. The Eastern Division Championship for the year 2005. And that banner has already come out.
Those postseason struggles for an Atlanta Braves team that actually has not won a series. This does not include a wild card game. Since 2001, the NLDS. It's been 18 seasons, John.
I'm telling you, that's how quick things can turn around, right? 14 years in a row, we win the division. And now it's been 18 years without winning a series. And last year hurt because last year for Braves fans, they felt like that was the team, and they lost to the Cardinals in an incredible 5-game series. Unfortunately, Game 5 wasn't incredible because it wasn't really much of a contest after the first inning. But that's what they're hoping to knock down. Every organization deals with it at some point, unless you're the Yankees. You deal with it, and you try to figure out a way to have that formula. I mean, look at the Dodgers. As great as the Dodgers have been, the pressure on them is unbelievable because they haven't won since what, 81?
88.
88? So that's 31, 32 years. I mean, you would never think that with that organization, but that's how it can happen.
1988, and the Dodgers have won the division in 7 consecutive years. Coming up just short a couple times.
So what do we got? You got the Patriots won like 10, 11 in a row. That might be in jeopardy. Divisions. I always wondered if anyone would ever top 14 in a row, and a quick answer would be no, I would think, but never know.
I'll get on that. I think you're safe at least for a few more years. Yeah.
Now that Brady's somewhere else.
That should help your cause. By the way, this is Josh A. Smith now into the game for Jose Urena. And Travis d'Arnaud will take a pitch on the corner for strike 2. Scott Braun, John Smoltz, Kevin Millar, and Kelly Crow. Kevin?
1988 Dodgers win. I broke my my mother's table jumping up and down. We had a little glass table, and our little coffee table smashed it. Little Gibson homer.
Nice job by Joyce running that down. You smashed your coffee table, so you broke it.
Well, I jumped on it, and I thought it was a great story. Probably wasn't that great of a story, but it was a great story because the Dodgers won the World Series in 1988. When you're growing up a Dodger fan, it was the coolest thing I've ever seen. Kirk Gibson's at bat off of Dennis Eckersley.
Were you 16 then?
You know what, Smoltzy? Yeah. You're exactly right, because I graduated in '89. Remember, I told you I went on with my PhD at LA City Junior College. So yes, you nailed it.
Here comes Nick Markakis.
One of my favorite teammates, boys, right here. Nick Markakis with the Orioles. Him and Adam Jones, they towed it up every single day. He's a true pro, a true veteran. You get 9 words a month, though. 9 words. That's it. You're going to get just a little, couple smirks, couple head bobs, but just he hits good pitching. And when people talk about good hitters, I always look back to that. Like, there's guys that do damage on the average and mediocre pitchers, and that's what you're supposed to do. But there's also just a handful of guys that hit good pitching. Nicky Markakis hits good pitching, and just an ultimate pro in the locker room.
It's an amazing season for him. You know, he opted out and then opted back in, and he's been so important. You think about the Atlanta Braves with him in the lineup, a contact-driven guy, like Kevin said, can hit anybody, and all he's done is hit since he's come back.
He announced on July 6th that he was opting out because of coronavirus concerns. Changed his mind a few weeks later, made his season debut on August the 5th. So, Kevin, fair to call Nick Markakis a leader by example?
Yes. I remember we got Mark Bellhorn from the Colorado Rockies to the Red Sox. His nickname was Mute. Nicky Markakis and Mark Bellhorn, if they were roommates, there would be a whole lot of talking going on in that room.
Mute 1 and Mute 2. And that's too short. There's Rojas. 2 down in the 6th. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. 2 classics. Look at those photos. Look at those handsome gentlemen. A young John Smoltz. 20 years with the Atlanta Braves, the Hall of Famer, sitting about 6 feet away from me, and Kevin Millar, our special guest as well, 5 years with the Miami Marlins, our 04 champ. You look pretty good back in the day, huh, Kev?
I'm going to tell you, Scotty, I look like you. I don't know if many know that, but Scotty Braun, underneath that suit and tie, my goodness gracious, that was yeah, I love the old teal pinstripes.
They didn't include any of my photos, don't worry. We save those for your TV show here and there, huh?
Yeah. We've got a few of you out there those beautiful beaches with your, God, what a body you have, though, Scotty. I'm going to tell you, I need your diet immediately, and so does John Smoltz to your right.
Oh, if you could see what he brought into the booth and what I brought into the booth, you'd understand why it is what it is.
Amazing. You want a body comp, actually. Austin Riley, they say it's Troy Gloss. He flies out to a smiling Starling Marte. Number 29, the great, right here for your call of Marlins Braves after 6. Marlins up a run.
Welcome to Game 1 of the 1997 World Series.
So a chance for the Marlins to take the lead. 2-1, nobody out, and Moises Salute.
The 0-2 pitch, hit deep to left. If it's fair, it's a 3-run homer. It's out of here.
And that one, a towering shot, way back, Cal Johnson, a monster home run. 1-2 delivery. Elmer's gone, and the Marlins have won it. It's a 7-7 game going to the 9th inning series, tied at 1 apiece.
And as the play unfolds, a run scores.
And the throw gets away. Runner coming home, and Dalton scores.
Sheffield on the first pitch knocks home 2 more.
And Bonilla comes through with a 2 RBI single. 7 runs have scored in the top of the 9th for the Marlins.
2-1 pitch, hammered to center. Out of here for the 2nd time in this World Series. It's 5-4 Florida. And the Marlins will take a 3-2 lead. 1 game in which any single play might decide the 1997 World Champion. And Bobby Bonilla launches one to deep right. Bonilla sends one out of here. Tagging is alone. Game 7 of the World Series is tied. And Kelchel punches it to the right side. Fernandez has it go through it.
And he is the winning run at 3rd.
A liner off Nagy's glove into center field. The Florida Marlins have won the World Series.
Google Cloud is helping to power StatCast with massive amounts of data points to reveal new insights, taking you deeper into the game than ever before. Google Cloud is the official cloud technology of Major League Baseball. Time for a little StatCast, powered by Google Cloud. Matt Joyce, the former Brave, covering good ground in right field, Kevin. That one had some good spin to it, times it perfectly, and comes up with the baseball.
Yes. Not only can he hit, he's out there roaming the gaps. Nice play there by Matty Joyce.
And the new man on the mound is Will Smith, their mega offseason signing, 3 years, $40 million, and he comes with big swing and miss stuff. Hasn't quite found it yet in 8 2/3 innings so far this year.
Well, you're going to see a lot of sliders, and the slider's his signature pitch. It's late, hard to pick up. It's amazing. He could throw 7 in a row. That's how good the pitch is. Usually you throw 7 in a row, you give him a hitter an opportunity to do something with it.
Strikeout to walk numbers look just fine. 10 Ks, 1 walk, and he'll work on lowering that ERA. Lewis Brinson is coming in for Matt Joyce, your pinch hitter for Miami, to lead off the 7th.
How much weight does he have on his shoulders?
Who Matt Joyce got a hit?
Lewis Brinson.
will be forever known on the other side of the trade. The trade that, of course, sent Yelich and the MVP in a monster year, and poor Brinson's like, uncle. I mean, you know, how am I going to live up to that?
He's not. You just gotta figure out who you are, right? You gotta figure out who you are. And the game, eventually, you're hoping that the game's going to slow down for him, for Luis. But right now, this year, he's having a much better year. I think Don Malley's putting him in situations to succeed, facing lefties. Matt Joyce got the big hit, this last at bat off Bobby Erlin, but Brinson's usually the guy that faces all lefties, and so I think as a manager, you're trying to figure out to get him some confidence and see who he is. But you'll never live up to the Yelich situation. It is what it is. And Christian Yelich had that ceiling that he took off when he went to Milwaukee. But Luis could, put this thing together and slow the game down. A couple good at bats here and there, and see what happens.
Yeah, that's, it's still got to weigh on him. The personality of a player will determine whether you can shed that and not be a big deal. He's hit 188 in his career with 231 or so games, and he's looking to get on track. Great kid, but probably have a ton of pressure to try and deliver.
Yeah, there's a swing and miss. Entered the day at 245 after his batting average was down to 107 on August 25th. He's down on strikes. We showed you the talent coming towards Miami for Yelich. It also includes Isan Diaz, who opted out and now opted back in and should be back with the ball club pretty soon. Also Monty Harrison, they have high hopes for him. Another power speed combination. And he was activated today. Made the trip to Atlanta on the taxi squad. And we could see him appear as a pinch hitter later on. Now it's Garrett Cooper, and the count's 2-0. A little more on Isan Diaz out of Puerto Rico. Second round pick by the Diamondbacks in 2014 and sent to the Brewers in a 5-player deal in January of 2016, and then part of that Christian Yelich package, and we'll see him soon with the Marlins. Cooper with a ground ball to Swanson. He's been so solid at shortstop this year, better than ever he looks on the defensive side of the ball. Out number 2, and John Birdie's coming up. And Kevin, I've been keeping an eye on the live chat, and the chatter about the Miami Marlins, as we've discussed them, has been about the fact that the best is yet to come in terms of more prospects on the way. Some of the young ones that we've seen only a bit of so far in the major leagues, with high expectations. So this is a team that is really just opening up the start of their window, probably a year early. And Don Mattingly spoke to us this morning about the fact that this experience for them is going to be more valuable than anything they could have drawn up, even if the at-bats aren't there for everyone. To go through a pennant chase is so critical for a young group like this with a chance to make the postseason. Here's a look at the top 100 prospects that are in the Miami Marlins farm system. As you can see, there are 6 of them. Max Meyer, the latest, coming in this past draft. J.J. Bleday can hit the baseball. We've seen what Sixto Sanchez can do. A little bit of Jesus Sanchez so far in the bigs, but Kevin, this is a team that has a lot coming on the way.
Yeah, and Scotty, I'm going to tell you, the word's patience. Smoltz elaborated on it an inning ago, but you have to remain patient. When we came up in 98 and 99 with the Marlins, it was the guys like Ryan Dempster, Michael Lowell, Mark Kotze, Derek Lee. Cliff Floyd was there. He had a couple years in, played with the Expos, but we lost 100 games. We were playing Smoltz and the Braves and Glavine and Maddox and Leiter and the Mets and Piazza, so we got bashed. But you look at our teams and there were guys, 20 guys that had 10+ year big league time. And then eventually they won a World Series. Well, they won the World Series in 2003 with the nucleus of that group, going out and adding a guy like Jeff Conine, some veterans like the Marlins did this year. But I'll tell you what, the guys like this, John Birdie, gamers, they're spark plugs. You mix these in with some veterans. You got such a young talent, all this prospect stuff. They just need an opportunity to come on up, show their talents, and get going, because this is the level where you do it, right? We could sit there and talk about who's the top 100 all you want, but the results are at this, you know, at this level. And I just look back, we were very similar back in the day with our youngsters. I mean, Josh Beckett, AJ Burnett, Ryan Dempster, Brad Penny. That was our four, you know, headed monster that some couldn't throw strikes. They all had 4.5 to 6 ERAs. And then you look at their careers after they're done, and they all had probably $100+ million in the bank, and they're ready to go, and some might be talked about Hall of Fame.
That all sounds great to some of these young prospects. 100 in the bank. Jazz Chisholm deep to center. Inciarte grazing back a few feet in front of the track. And the walk is worked around by Will Smith to get through the 7th. It's 4-3 Miami.
This is a night when legends are made and baseball dreams become reality.
Popped into shallow center. This game belongs to Florida. Final of 3-2. Cabrera's up.
Another one up and in to Cabrera. Clemens 21 years older than the right hand.
Takes that one to right field. Back near the wall. Could it be? Oh, mercy! The kid wins!
Tied at 3 in the 12th. Swing and a drive down the left field line.
Gone! It's gone! Alex Gonzalez has done it, and the Marlins have tied this series at 2 games apiece.
Swings here, drives the ball right center. Going back, Bernie Williams. And it's a ground rule double. The Marlins have tied it up. And here's Brad Penny. Line drive, base hit, and a 3-run second inning.
Now it's Matsui. Hard hit. What a pick by Derek Lee. The Marlins win Game 5. Josh Beckett has been phenomenal this postseason. He's back at it in Game 6. Breaking ball has him frozen. He's bottling one out. These Yankee hitters look bad time after time. 7 strikeouts. Now the Marlins are 1 out away. Josh Beckett 1 out away from a 5-hit shutout. Posada, slow roller right side. Beckett picks it up. Tags Posada, and the Florida Marlins are world champions. The Marlins have stunned the Yankees, and this improbable key, they end up on top, winning in 6 games over the Yankees.
This is that efficiency that we're talking about, Kevin. 1997 and 2003, the 2 postseason appearances for the Marlins in franchise history. Both were wild card appearances, and they went the distance.
Yeah, that, you know what, that World Series, I'll tell you what, 2003, that was one of the greatest games pitched. And I know John Smoltz going to get mad at me for saying this because he wants me to bring up one of his games back in the day against the Twins. But I'm going to tell you right now, Smoltzy, the game that Beckett goes into New York and throws a complete game against the mighty Yankees for, by the way, that World Series is supposed to be the Cubs and Red Sox. We had the Bartman situation and the Aaron Boone home run in Game 7 against the Red Sox. It was the Yankees and Marlins, and they went in there. And speaking of shock in the world, Josh Beckett, that game he threw, I mean, just go back and look at it. And he had a great quote after, by the way. Anybody could have pitched that game with my stuff that day.
On short rest, by the way, too.
I'm only laughing because I know Josh Beckett. And that's something he would.
He was an amazing game.
Say.
Second double of the season for Adeiny Echeverria. Braves half of the 7th starts with a man in scoring position. That's the first hit for Atlanta since Ender Inciarte's triple in the 2nd. And here he comes again. Ender coming off a down 2019, played in a career low 65 games, dealt with back and hamstring issues. Lays a bunt down the third baseline. That'll move the runner over. And there's your shot for the Braves to drive home the tying run with Ronald Acuna in the top of the order on the way. Let's look back to the 4th inning. Jose Urena hits Acuna for the second time in his career, and you see him motion to the dugout. Kevin called this. He's going to steal second base. But Urena catches him napping, and John, you mentioned his head is probably in another spot after all of that.
Yeah, well, he's got a chance to redeem himself and put the Braves either ahead or at least tie the game, because that's where they need to be with a runner on third and less than 2 outs.
Runner at third, less than 2 outs. He's 1 for 8 bringing the runner home so far this season. That's surprising.
It is and it isn't. It's the approach. I mean, if your approach is trying to hit a home run every single time as a player, then you're going to have less success at getting the runner in. Sometimes, you know, when the infield's in, that improves your chances of getting a hit if you make the right contact. But if your approach is wrong, then you're going to bring in the strikeout pop-up into play.
Last year he was 58% in those situations, so this year he's in the 13% range at bringing in that runner from third in a situation like this. Major league average is around 50%.
That's a great point what Smoltzy said there, Scotty. I'm going to tell you that because your heart rate goes up a little bit, and this is where you need to slow it down. Somehow the great ones have that slow heart rate. The last time I've seen a pitcher pick off a guy at third base, that would have been amazing, by the way. But Acuna does need to have an approach. And you know, you saw 2 breaking balls, and Mel Stottlemyre Jr. said we got to spin it early against them and then pound them in late. So Acuna right here, after seeing 2 breaking balls, you got a guy in third. When I was with the Marlins in the minor leagues, our organization policies, you had to pound hard in, back-to-back, doubling up. So we'll see what they go with here. I guarantee you this should probably be something hard in if they're smart, because that slow spinner is going to get hit, and you're going to see they're coming in right now. So that's the cat and mouse game. That was the way I love to hit. Some guys don't guess, but I was playing percentages. Rarely are they going to throw the same pitch 3 times in a row. So they want breaking ball, or strike, breaking ball. Now it's dead red in. So you pick and choose one side, or hard or soft, and then you go. Right there he fouled off. He got the fastball in. Now you're in a battle. It's a 1-2 count. It's a battle time, and we'll see where they go.
Upstairs it misses.
Hard. The percentage right here, Smoltzy, you're dying to throw your slider right here. Don't tell me that I'm lying, because right now you're dying to throw your breaking ball. But I'm sitting soft right here. But if they're smart, they'd go in, and they're going soft.
And Acuna puts it on the ground. They'll make the play home, and they got him. Echeverria is toast, and the Marlins preserve a 4-3 lead.
Nowhere for the runner to slide. This is turned into a very controversial play at home. By protecting the catcher, we put the runner at risk, as the catcher can come over and squat on him, you know, and block the plate. I guarantee you, sooner or later in a postseason game, we're going to have a runner run over the catcher and find out if that rule is going to hold up, because right there, where's he supposed to slide?
He ended up sliding, what, 2 feet wide of the bag or of home plate.
All you're going to do is bring in a blown out shoulder.
So now Acuna's at first. He stole a base last time he was on the bags, but then was caught at second.
You know, that's one of those things. I know it's late in the game. We're in the 7th inning here, but you have the run. You still have the infield. They're playing halfway, which means they're trying to cut off that run. That's a ground ball to shortstop. Maybe you stay there. You know, you still got a guy on third base, and you can see right there Josh Smith almost threw a wild pitch. So you still have pressure at third base 90 feet away. I don't know if I send them. They're halfway depth. That means they want to go get the runner. Boom, ground ball straight to shortstop. Pretty routine, especially for a future Gold Glover. I'm going on record saying that. I might have had a nugget from our friend Paul Severino, but that's where I'm going. But I would have probably held them just the way that they had set up defensively, unless that ball was going to move their feet from one of those guys up the middle. And there you have it.
So now 2 outs. Acuna at first, a ball and a strike to Swanson. Atlanta's looking for their first run since the second.
This is a game that Atlanta had
Acuna's
well
got
in
to steal
control.
again, Scotty. Sorry, go ahead, Smoltz.
I mean, this is a game they had in control and really could have opened up a big lead. And this is would be a very frustrating game for the Atlanta Braves. And if they're not able to win this game, Acuna with 41 stolen bases since 2019.
And Swanson off the end of the bat, and he's got a base hit. Well, that would have scored Acuna if he stole second base. And now 2 on for Atlanta.
I think everybody who sees the play
That's where,
before,
though, I do want to see. I want to see Ronald Acuna grow, mostly. I know that he's left a couple guys on third base with less than 2 outs, okay? So now is our head going down at first base, or do I have a chance to steal the bag within the first 2 pitches? Because this situation is going to happen. Now we tie the game up. You left him on third, but with his ability, I don't need to see the head down, okay? You've already got paid. Your talent, you're way better than everybody on the field. So these are the little things that are growing, you know, the patterns of that you just got to learn. Great, you ground out short. Boom. Steal second within the first 2 pitches, because here we go. Here comes the base hit. We're in a tie ball game now. It's 4-4. You're high-fiving your teammates. Nobody even remembers the ground ball to shortstop or the pop-up, you know, to third or shortstop that he didn't get the guy in previous at bat. But I still think the emotions of getting hit by Urena, and now, did they do it on purpose? He feels they're throwing at him. He's only been hit twice, and that wasn't on purpose in my opinion. And then now, the ground ball, you're still at first base going, golly, I should have got him home. And next thing you know, he could have probably stole second, and then we would have had this game tied up.
Now 2 on base for Freddie Freeman. 3-hitter with the 2 RBI double back in the first. Hit by a pitch in the second, popped out in the 5th. Look at that work against the Marlins. 30 home runs in just about a season's worth.
Yeah, I was going to say, pretty good year. I think the next home run ties Andrew Jones. He's trying to climb the ladder and most home runs against the Marlins. Chipper's up there.
Here's the spray chart. He hits righties, he hits lefties. He's delivered for years with runners in scoring position, as good as anyone in the game. Last year led the National League with 67 opposite field hits. This is who they want with the game on the line. Check back to second, and the ball gets away. That's going to move Acuna to third.
Smoltz, correct me if I'm wrong. Is this the most pickoffs we've seen, and we can tell that they're a young team by that? I don't see a whole lot. I don't see a whole lot of veteran teams throwing. We had a pickoff to third, and we've had a couple, and they did get Acuna before, but yeah.
Yeah, now you got both runners in scoring position that could take the lead. Acuna, of course, got picked off, and you're just trying to take advantage of a guy maybe not locked in the moment.
.375 with runners in scoring position. He has a chance to knock home Swanson and Acuna. He could knock in himself as well. He did that quite a bit this past weekend.
You get one pitch to get him out. I think if he goes 3-2, you don't want anything. You might take a percentage facing Marcell, even though he's been hot as a firecracker.
There you go. John, would you just hand him first base at this point?
No, but I'm throwing a slider, and if he hits my slider,
yes,
so be it.
John, wouldn't you rather throw Marcell Ozuna your slider than Freddie Freeman your slider?
Well, yeah, but you got a chance. Freddie has, as good as he's been this year, he's struggled against changeups and sliders off of right-handers. He's absolutely crushed fastballs. So the slower the break, he's got a better chance. The firmer the break, he can tie himself up, and I think that's what they're going to talk about. You don't want to surprise a guy like this. You're like, oh, I can sneak a piece of cheese by him. No, you can't. So don't even worry about that. He's eliminated that. You throw the back foot slider that looks like a strike. See if you can swing over the top. They went changeup. There's two options they had: changeup, slider. Two of the pitches he'd been struggling with, and so now you reset your mind to face Ozuna, who struggles with the slider as well. So
here comes Donnie. Pitching change. Biggest spot here, bases loaded. James Hoyt will be asked to put away Marcell Ozuna with the game on the line. 4-3 Miami, bottom of the 7th. On this date in 1998, two men's chase had placed them in the same place on the brink of baseball history, but only one could be the first to seize the moment. It'll make sense. Watch this.
Records are meant to be broken. It just happens that we're close to it right now, and if it's going to be broken, it's going to be broken. We both know that when we wake up in the morning that we're going to have this attention, but the bottom line is we control our own destiny by swinging the bat.
Another sizzling afternoon. Happy Monday. Happy Labor Day to you, everybody. Cardinals and Cubs today.
There's electricity flowing. You can see that we are shaking with tension here as Mark McGwire is just one away from equaling Maris. Maris's family is here.
Here comes Mac.
Swing. Look at there. Look at there. Look at there. McGwire's number 61. McGwire's flight 61. Headed for Planet Maris. Home run McGwire. 61. History. Deadlock. What a moment. Pardon me while I stand up and applaud. What a Cardinal moment this is. What a baseball moment this is. It has never happened before here in St. Louis. And Mike Shannon, this is one of the greatest moments that you and I and Joe Buck have ever shared.
September 7th, 1998, number 61 for Mark McGwire. Let's backtrack. StatCast, powered by Google Cloud. Freddie Freeman's last at bat. And Kevin, ultimately, like you said, wouldn't you rather face Marcell Ozuna in a 3-2 count with the game on the line?
Well, yes, Scotty, because that 3-2 pitch, let's be honest, they weren't throwing a strike there, so just put them on. Because now you're talking about a ball in the dirt, now you got to run scores. You're just playing percentages. And if Don knew that James was coming in here, see you later. And this is your matchup now. Now this is the game. It's late in the game. We got 2 outs in the 7th. We'll see.
This is it. James Hoyt summoned in to face Marcell Ozuna, who's 0 for so far today.
Heavy usage of sliders.
I do want to say one thing. John Smoltz, real quick, your slider, yes. Your control, your command, yes. With the Freddie Freeman thing, I was just kind of elaborating on the Josh Smith situation. Not a great matchup at that point in that pitch for the Marlins.
Seventh inning or later, 5 for his last 8. He was swinging for the seats there. James Hoyt parries the pitch and closes up the Braves' threat in the 7th. Bases loaded, 2 outs against Marcell Ozuna. He gets the job done. Little action from the Miami Marlins. This team is pesky. They do not quit. They come back. They lead 4-3, and they hold on to that lead for now after 7.
For me, music has been just a big part of my entire life. For me, it's kind of just something where whatever mood I'm in is the type of music that I'll listen to. So it's a very wide range from anywhere of hip hop to soft rock to R&B. I'll mix in some 80s rock, some 90s alternative, just kind of all over the place, whatever I'm feeling. I'd say my #1 favorite artist is J. Cole. My first getting into, I'd say, hip hop was my older brother. He's 9 years older than me, and Biggie, Tupac, Gang Starr, The Tribe Called Quest, Wu-Tang Clan, Black Star, like all these different artists, even Outkast, a lot of Atlanta influence. In my playlist, I definitely threw a couple of those songs in to kind of just show my progression of hip hop. Hopefully you guys like my music and enjoy it, but enjoy a nice Saturday at the park.
Hey, download the MLB app to get in-game video highlights, live pitch-by-pitch, breaking news, player updates, stat leaderboards, and much more. Good one today at Truist Park between the Marlins and the Braves. Miami's up a run as James Hoyt was able to hold off Marcell Ozuna with the bases loaded in the last half inning. Let's put a lid on this poll question. It was a blowout. Most uplifting free agent signing of 2020. Kevin had Dallas Keuchel, and you did too, right?
I did.
Marcell Ozuna is winning the hearts of Braves fans. Many of them watching right now live on YouTube. And Kevin, I think there is probably a little bit of bias based on the Braves fans watching. But also, I will say I'm voting myself as we play along. And I gave the nod to Ozuna based on the fact that Josh Donaldson left, and this man has completely filled the void as in the lineup for Atlanta. As we look at the numbers for Shane Green entering the game, he's been fantastic out of the bullpen, but Ozuna has 13 home runs. He's been that run producer, that protection for Freddie Freeman in the lineup.
Yeah, I agree with you, Scotty. I mean, it's an opinion by any means, and yes, 320, 13, and 36 is definitely 70%. Doesn't surprise me. I just know Dallas Keuchel will be an absolute factor for this White Sox team, experience-wise, and like Smoltz said, just keeping the ball down, changing speeds, and getting his ground balls. And he's been there and a world champion.
I mean, Keuchel's ERA is in the low 2s. That's in tight to Rojas. And Giraffe Neck Mark in the live chat said Keuchel underrated this year. He's been so good. I mean, you nailed it there. Marcell Ozuna with some of that loud contact. And Kelly, what else do you have on Marcell?
Well, yeah, and speaking with Freddie Freeman about the addition of Ozuna, he said, we're seeing the Ozuna from 16-17 with this Marlins team. Every ball off the bat, 110 miles an hour. He hits it so hard. But what's impressed him is how he's using all of the field right now, guys, right? Because we see the power. 13 home runs as of yesterday. That's a kind of guy who can get pull happy, but he's not doing that at all. He's shooting it through the gaps as well, and Freddie says it's just been awesome hitting in front of him this year, the pitches he's getting to see.
He puts on a show in BP. And Kevin, and it's a great point by Kelly, it can be tempting when you're that big and strong to just pull everything a million miles.
Yeah, and the flip side of that is when you're that big and strong, you don't have to, so that Marcell Ozuna is allowing the field to take over. When you can go out foul pole to foul pole, that's a big advantage. That's a big advantage when you can take a breaking ball out and go right center, especially the way the balls are, flying out to right center. I see more opposite field home runs than I have, in my life, and it's not easy to hit an opposite field home run.
That goes a long way off the bat of Alfaro, and there's Markakis to run it down. 2 away. That's the same spot where Marcell Ozuna is often playing in the past, a left fielder, and he will turn 30 in November and be a free agent after the season. Look at Miguel Rojas trying to plead his case that nicked his elbow.
He would know, and those are always the tough ones because the umpire's got to listen.
I heard a tick when it first happened live. You just never know what it was.
First pitch misses to Corey Dickerson, leadoff hitter. 3 ground balls and a strikeout today.
Happy to see a righty.
These are the kind of games the Atlanta Braves have proven over the last couple of years. For whatever reason, I've asked Brian Snitker if he could put his pulse on why they're so good in the 8th and 9th inning, the rallying. I mean, is there an ability, if you could, to have more of those at-bats earlier in the game? For whatever reason, the Braves have locked in the 9th and won a lot of games, and you would think, well, maybe you don't need so many of those comeback wins and be more locked in during the at-bats during the game. And I know that's easier said than done, but look, we don't play against time, and every baseball player knows the 9th inning is it, and they do. They don't waste an at-bat in the 9th inning typically.
Roller from Dickerson to Swanson, and Freddie Freeman doesn't make the pick. That one gets past him, and Dickerson's on his way to second. Tough hop for Freddie at first, and more 2-out action for the Marlins.
Hits it the other way, shaded up the middle with Swanson, makes a great effort, and of course Freddie normally comes up with all of those, but with 2 outs you could take that chance a little bit and try to get out of the inning. Not a lot of clean innings for the Braves today.
Just one back in the 6th.
That pick's the hardest one because of the softness of it. A harder thrown ball is easier to pick as a first baseman. The softer thrown ball, you could see how that spin from the side angle, throwing, that Derek Jeter kind of type throw underneath or backhand play, but it hits something a little softer. But Freddie Freeman is an awesome first baseman. That's a tough pick for a first baseman.
We spoke about Monty Harrison and all the young talent for the Marlins earlier. He'll show off his speed at second base. He comes in for Dickerson. Starling Marte, Mr. Clutch so far in his first week as a Marlin. He set the tone on day 1 with the ball club. He said he was exhausted, but last week hit the go-ahead home run on Tuesday. They like this guy. Yesterday, a 2-run home run to center field about 5 minutes into the game, and that came off of Tyler Glasnow.
Tight slider. Green struggled in his first kind of few outings with the Braves, but he's settled in. He's got such wipeout stuff that the Braves from this really 7th inning on could match pretty much anyone's bullpen, I think.
They invested heavily in their relief pitching in the offseason, and it has paid off. Multiple all-stars coming out of the bullpen for Atlanta, like Shane Green on the mound now. Mark Melancon, Will Smith we saw earlier. Two strikes on Marte.
See where that pitch ended up.
Right there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Kevin.
Way heater.
He followed by a slider right here off that same height, right on that outside part of the corner. There's no way Marte could stay off of after seeing the fastball on that low outside part. You just follow it up with a slider, make it look like the same fastball and disappear away.
Going the other way, and it will be caught. Ender Inciarte not going to let that one fall. Hangs up just long enough to make the uniform dirty and save a run. Yeah, he doesn't miss much out there. Still 4-3 Marlins as we head to the bottom of the 8th inning.
Make fun of me or my ball glove.
Heart is palpitating.
And this one just slipped out of the hand of Harper. That looked like a ceremonial first pitch.
And was nowhere near the target. I think that's going to be a wild pitch.
A wild pitch.
And another called third strike. Harvey saying, hey, that's pretty good, but yeah, it was good. Caught him looking. Look at him. He gave him a thumbs up. Never seen that before. Have you ever seen that? No.
He takes it on the one, and he's angry at himself for doing it.
Takes it. Oh, and a frustration swing after that.
Oh, right down Broadway. Waited on that one nicely, but fouls him back.
Well, you think he played soccer as a kid?
Yeah.
Chadwick Trump from Aruba.
2-2 coming. And it's just a little low, full count. Right. Carlos Torres throws him out. Who do you throw? It's Steven Strasburg, apparently, who got ejected, and he was sitting in the stands. When's the last time a player sitting in the stands got ejected from a game?
This is amazing.
Where's he supposed to go now?
Welcome back to Atlanta. The Marlins 4, the Braves 3. It's the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube. Major League Baseball is proud to stand in solidarity with those that are committed to anti-racism and the fight for racial and social justice. Visit MLB.com/social justice to learn more. Next up in that Marlins bullpen, Brad Boxberger. A couple veterans in the back end. Brandon Kinsler with the blown save yesterday. Boxberger has found it again, John.
Yeah, you know, if this was going to be a 162 season, what they did, in my opinion, is they got some veteran guys down there that when they had winnable games, they need to win those games. People forget when you're rebuilding, it's hard to rebuild and lose all the time. You got to have some good feelings, and you got to win the games you're supposed to win. Every team wins 60. Every team loses 60. It's what you do in between that defines a season. So in this case, it's worked out great for them because it's been a 60-game season.
Former all-star closer, led the American League with Tampa Bay several years back, 41 saves. Definitely gives you a different look. He's going up against 5, 6, and 7 and starts Travis d'Arnaud with a pitch that misses.
But how about this guy? I mean, we don't talk about the offensive changes he's made, you know, formerly with the Mets, and now he's been raking. I think, what is it I see that I saw the OPS, one of the best.
944, top 5 among catchers in baseball.
And I know Kevin just fainted because I said OPS on the air, but I happened to read it.
Yeah. Oh, you've changed, John. I don't know what to do with you, but I'm going to tell you what Travis done. That tall front side. You know, Mike Trout, Bellinger. You know, you remember Ricky Henderson's little squat over, and then boom, he'd hit that home run, start collar picking. This day, they want that tall front side like that, you know, and I don't know if that's Chris Bryant, whatever you want to do, it creates that launch angle we like to talk about. Back when we played, John, we had uppercuts. Now it's a cozier word, but if you look at most of these players now, your Acuna Juniors, they're tall upper body, you know, and it allows them that way. It's kind of a weird way to teach hitting. Not that, I mean, we all hit tall back in the day or some crouched over, but that's how that launch angle kind of comes into play, which they're trying to get the most that they can for that exit velocity. Can you believe I just said that one?
I'm proud of you, kid.
You're both growing up.
Thanks, Dad.
You'll love to see it. We showed the teams for d'Arnaud. This is his 4th ball club since the start of 2019. Hard to believe when you see the kind of destruction that he's done at the plate. And it's a leadoff walk here in the 8th for Atlanta as we show you the Marlins remaining schedule. There's a lot to digest. I'm going to try and walk you through it here, Kevin. They're in a stretch of 28 games in 24 days, and that includes an upcoming 15-game homestand with 4 doubleheaders involved after this 3-game set in Atlanta.
15.
That's crazy to me, but I tell you what, Smoltzy, I'm not just saying this. This is awesome. If you love baseball and you're a grinder, I mean, you want to play every day, and because you know how it is, you get that baseball. We're in baseball shape. I know the players these days, they're beautiful young men. They're 6'3". They're all strong. I mean, it's a different body, I'm going to tell you, in the clubhouse than when Smoltzy was taking showers back with the Braves. I mean, Greg Maddux and Glavine and Smoltz, whatever you want to say, but this is awesome. If you love baseball, you're playing every day. I know the bullpens and the pitching side of it gets a little shady, but as an offensive player and you love baseball, enjoy it, Marlins.
That's what Don Mattingly was talking about when we talked to him. He said this is going to be the most fun 60-game, or in this case now 30-game stretch you guys are going to have to this point in your careers.
Is that true? Do they look different now?
Yeah.
Look at you, Scotty. That's not what they used to look like. Vince Scully doesn't look like you. I'm just telling you.
Even the broadcasters have to beef up.
Years. That's right.
All these things that this year is, and I said it yesterday, I'll say it again today, no asterisks when somebody wins it. There's no asterisks. There's so many different complications and so many different things you have to overcome that's out of the norm. You cannot, in good faith, even if you're a traditionalist and you love 162 and you've watched it for 50 years, you can't possibly know what these guys are going through. And to win a World Series this year, yes, the games are less. We get that. But it doesn't mean it wasn't harder. And I think it will be harder.
Bouncer towards the right side. A chance for the Marlins to turn 2. The whip around throw to first gets away. So they get the lead runner at second, and Markakis is aboard.
I think he's going to go to second because that throw went out of play. This was going to be a risky double play right here. I mean, anytime you got 2 people converging over that looked like the second baseman took the throw when the pitcher was going to get there, the second baseman calls him off. Crossfire, and that could have been ugly at first. Luckily, nothing happened.
That's young Jazz Chisholm in just his 3rd start in the big leagues and his first at second base. Markakis in scoring position for Austin Riley. Much more line to line lately at the plate for the sophomore. Slow start. Last few weeks really attacking the fastball and solidifying his spot at third base and a part of this order on an everyday basis.
He's got that Scotty Rowland top body, just a big solid body foundation. Third baseman. When he played a little outfield, you find some spots for him, but I think once he established himself at the corner and he gets those consistent 500+ at bats, I think you're going to see a lot of home runs, a lot of success.
High fly ball. Brinson doesn't have it.
I don't know if that was a combination of the sun and the stands that he was approaching, but I'm sure he would like to have that over because there was plenty of room to catch this ball. Watch him take a look over right about now at the stands and the ball, and then just couldn't pick it up. That could end up being huge.
Those cutouts in Atlanta, they can be distracting.
I know the cutouts in LA were given a stern warning the last 3 days at 100 degrees. Stay hydrated.
Don't melt.
Yeah.
So it's another life for Austin Riley. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Boxberger working with Markakis behind him. Braves down a run in the 8th. Atlanta tops in the National League East at 24-16. The Marlins in 3rd place, 17-18 on the year. We showed you the wild schedule coming up for the Marlins. Marlins fans are going to have a lot of baseball to watch. After Darno walked, Markakis hit a ground ball and ends up forcing the runner out at second, and then the throw skips down into the camera well. That's where it went, and so it's an error on the throw. Now 5 errors we've seen combined from these 2 teams in the game, 3 of them from Miami. That one charged against Rojas. That's how Markakis gets to second. Extra life for Riley. We'll see if he can take advantage on another 3-2 coming up. The Braves haven't scored since the 2nd. And Riley with a slow roller to 3rd. John Birdie on the money. And Markakis will advance. Three more games on this YouTube slate. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube comes back on Wednesday. Brewers and Tigers. I'll be with Sean Casey and Dan Plesac. I saw Dan early this morning. He is fired up to call that Corbin Burns start for Milwaukee. And then Friday, Royals Brewers on the 18th. The 25th is the end of the set. Reds and Twins. So 1 more day game and then 2 at night. Streaming for free on YouTube. And you get all the nooks and crannies if you are a YouTube TV subscriber.
Nooks and crannies, huh?
Oh, there are
like
plenty.
The nooks and crannies.
I am on my YouTube TV all day, every day. And right now.
Can I just tell you, I mean, this is the wrong guy to tell you this because I don't have any technology experience, but the other day I thought my life was basically over, losing my iPhone at the golf course on a golf cart somewhere, of 50 of them getting ready to go to the barn. Can't find it, but I have my iPad. So I'm just going to try to find my iPhone on my iPad. Well, I don't know how to do that. Somebody, a young lady helped me get to the point where you can, she goes, just ping it. I said, if I knew how to ping it, I would. She politely helped me ping it. I found my phone. That's the only reason I'm here today. So I owe a great gratitude to somebody who understood technology.
That's why we give you those devices, so we can track you and wherever you're going and keep hold of you. But if you get rid of them, it makes life much more difficult.
Scary moment in my life, not gonna lie.
Well, I'm glad that you're here.
And now you guys know why I have 4 kids. They help me with my technology.
That's what they're for, huh?
Yes.
Echeverria fouls that off. Hey, Kelly, do you have any word on those cutouts at Truist Park?
Yeah, I love that you were talking about them being distracting, because actually, if you guys notice behind home plate today how there are no cutouts, that happened overnight. Apparently players not happy with the glare that is coming off of them, so Braves personnel had to remove all of those cutouts behind home plate. It's the first time I've seen it all season, so I thought that was kind of interesting, right? I wonder if other places are having issues with that at all.
It sounds like something that you should be breaking down, John. The glare coming off the cardboard cutouts and how it can affect the experience for the players on the field. Echeverria went around. We'll have to table that one. Think about it. Huge strikeout for Brad Boxberger. That's a big inning for Marlins pitching out of the pen to keep this a 1-run lead as we enter the 9th.
Wouldn't it be something if he ended the game with a long ball in his first game back as a starter? Don't put it past him. Fly ball deep toward right field. That ball's gonna go. Nick Markakis walks us off on the first pitch. You called it, partner. Nick Markakis, welcome home.
3-0. Cervelli with a drive out to left and gone. A home run to tie it. 2 outs in the 9th. Cervelli evens things up.
No way, Paul. Cervelli swings at a 3-0 pitch and goes yard.
Green light.
And Ozuna's up with a 2-homer night. High towering fly ball deep center. Make it a 3-homer night. Wow, over the batter's eye in straightaway center. The Braves with a 10-2 lead. Ozuna with 3 homers and 6 RBIs. And look how far this ball goes. That's under the second scoreboard, up where the cameras are.
Maybe Starling Marte comes through. He leads things off. Oh, maybe it's Marte. It's Marte. It's definitely Marte. A home run in his first Marlins game, and it gives him the lead in the 8th inning. Welcome to South Florida.
9th inning action in Atlanta. The Marlins up a run on the Braves. And let's have a look around the league, shall we? Some of the headlines. Yes, around the majors we go. Classic with our theme here. Leave it to Bieber. Cleveland ace improves to 7-0. He's been the best in the biz, huh, John?
He sure has. This is a big story here.
Bronx bummer, dropping 3 of 4 to Baltimore. And now they have a big matchup starting today against Toronto. And the passing of the great Lou Brock, the Hall of Famer, the legend, still the leader in stolen bases in the National League, one of the best leadoff hitters ever, one of the best World Series performers ever, and fans were stopping by his statue at Busch Stadium over the past 24 hours.
Yeah, classic human being, both on and off the field, and what a weapon on the field, right? I mean, baseball was played much different then. His ability to steal bases, create havoc. The Hall of Fame is missing a few of its brightest stars over the last couple of weeks.
85 inductee, 8-time NL stolen base leader. Second most all-time to Ricky Henderson, 6-time All-Star, over 3,000 hits. Albert Pujols was talking about him yesterday and the impact that he made on his young career. Day one, telling him, hey, you belong here. Show that you belong here. Mark Melancon with that 2.63 ERA on the mound here, pitching the 9th for the Braves.
This will be a great win for Miami if they hold on, and a nauseating loss for the Braves if they are not able to win.
Left side for Riley.
It's one of those games you replay in your mind and go, we had so many chances to knock in that tying run, yet alone the go-ahead run, and didn't get it done. And the Marlins scored a couple runs or all their runs with 2 outs in ways that you go, we kind of gifted them. So the Marlins fighting for that playoff spot, they've got to win a game like this. We talked about it in the beginning. Their offense does just enough. They grind out at bats, but it's their pitching that has kept them into this race at this miraculous kind of pace when you think about all the players that have had to contribute for them to get to this point because of the time missed.
Atlanta's 2 for 10 with runners in scoring position today. And this is coming off a dynamite weekend offensively against the Nationals. You could easily make the case that over the last week and a half, the Braves are the most scorching offense in the big leagues. Very quiet since the early stages of this game.
Yeah, I agree with Smoltzy, because you sit back and you watch Dean Anderson's 15 pitch first inning, and he's pounding 95 with a nice changeup 88. You're like, wow. Jose kind of, you know, he was throwing strikes, but you saw it was just kind of like a 1-speed thing, and you're like, okay, here we go. Got a nice double play, kind of got him out of the inning, and then all of a sudden the high pitch count back-to-back innings for Ian. You have a tough time going 3 innings, and so it is funny. This is why you play the game. On paper, we can sit here and look, but you got 9 innings, and the job as a player or as a team is to win each inning. Some you're going to lose, but you go out there and just try to win an inning and see what happens at the end of the game. Hopefully you're winning.
That's ripped to left for Markakis.
Those attaboys.
That's a nice at bat right there.
Yeah, but I was just getting ready to say those attaboys.
You don't
don't mean much when you're struggling.
Great point, but Don Mattingly sees that righty on righty. He's been getting a lot of the bats off lefties. Matt Joyce has an at bat against a lefty today off Bobby Erlin and got a base hit. Brinson with a nice swing there off Melanson's breaking ball. So those are the positives, like hard hit balls. You know, you start off 0-2, did you get a chance to see 7-8 pitches? Those go a long way because your eyes don't lie in this game. I know we're losing those a little bit with every stat possible, but Smoltz, you know as well as I do, your eyes don't lie. And if you're watching a young man having good at bats, hitting the ball hard, good things will happen. If it's struggle bunny at 188 in 230 games every day, well, at some point, then yeah, his leash will get, you know, short.
Almost 106 miles an hour off the bat from Brinson. That fly ball out to left. I like struggle bunny. You think you want to use that in your vocabulary for games going forward, John?
Oh, there's a lot of things I use in my vocabulary that don't exactly work. I get reprimanded later, but it is what it is, you know. Lansing, Michigan, almost went to Michigan State, graduated high school. My options weren't as many as most.
Did you?
Yeah, I graduated high school.
You're in the big leagues at 17.
Cooper to short. Swanson handles it. Last licks for the Braves. Down a run. It'll start with Ender Inciarte and then back to the top of the order with Acuna, Swanson, and maybe more.
Game 3 of this series, the Marlins and the Nationals, what could be a historic night. For the Marlins, Dontrelle Willis looks to become the first 20-game winner in the history of the Florida Marlins. He comes in tonight at 19-8 with a 2.55 ERA, making his 29th start.
Tapper back to the mound. He has it, and that's it for the Nationals here in the first.
A check swing, and it ticks off the bat.
Castillo swings, misses, strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts. Ground ball right side. Up with it, Castillo throws to first for the out.
And the inning is over.
Ground ball. Castillo to his right will play it to first, and the sign is retired.
Willis in a good rhythm, ready to fire again. The high kick. Swing and a miss. He got him on the off speed and struck him out. Third strikeout for Dontrelle Willis. And a ground ball right side. Louis on the backhand. Nice stop. Throws too easily. One on to first, two. A sensational grab on a hard hit ball. That's all for the Nationals in the fifth.
And now the Marlins bullpen will get busy.
And a swing, a ground ball to third. Up with it, Cabrera down to second for the force, and the inning is over. Ron Pallone needs to secure one out here. A swing and a pop-up on the infield. Pallone is under it. He's got it. And Dontrell Willis has become the Marlins' first ever 20-game winner.
This is the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube. Scott Braun, John Smoltz, Kevin Millar, Kelly Krull. It's the Braves trailing by a run, and it's their turn in the ninth. Opener of a 3-game series with the Marlins in town, a Miami team hungry for its first postseason berth since 2003. Braves going for a third consecutive division title. We'll see if they can get to Brandon Kinsler, the closer for Miami, with a blown save yesterday against the Rays in a loss in extra innings. But it's the guy that is not going to produce much swing and miss. John, as you can see, the 8 strikeouts actually in 15 and a third raises his K per 9 over the past few years. But a ground ball aficionado.
Yeah, the rare commodity of closers that we're getting used to. 98, 99 with a split or a slider falls off the table. He wants the ball to fall on the ground. And if he's right, his sinking fastball will get the ball on the ground.
Career strikeouts per 9 innings, 6.3. That is very low for a closer. Sinker baller facing a pinch hitter in Adam Duvall. Not going to wow you at the on base, but the power is legit. Duvall, Acuna, Swanson. This is what you want if you're a Braves fan. And he starts him with a strike.
Oof. Thank God he wasn't in ambush mode right there, Smoltzy. Might have been tied up.
5 homers in the last 7 games for Duvall. There's Kinsler. If he can lock down the save, he'll be tops in the National League, tied with Kenley Jansen.
Well, it's just proof that if you can throw the ball where you're supposed to throw it and have movement, you get it away from the barrel. You don't have to strike everybody out. I've maintained that closers today are more concerned about strikeouts, which throws more pitches per inning, which doesn't allow you to be as effective in as many games as you possibly could. So you throw 25 pitches and strike out the side, you may not be able to help your team the next day. Or if you do 2 in a row, definitely not 3 in a row. I guarantee you, if they get into a pinch and Don Mattingly needs Kinsler to go 4 days in a row, that's not a problem.
The difference you'll get with a ground ball pitcher is that occasionally you get a bit unlucky and some ground balls get through.
Smoltzy, you've always talked about not coming inside with the game on the line. The first 2 pitches, obviously first pitch fastball in the middle, we were in take mode, no problem. Then he comes back in there with an 0-1 pitch. I was thinking, man, I don't know if I'm going in there yet, maybe late. Here we go.
It's always tough, especially if you're a starting pitcher. The later you go, you don't want to get beat in because your stuff's not going to be as good. Closers can get away with it a little bit, but you better know that's a big weakness of the hitter. If you're going to go in there in a 1-run game, with the potential of every swing tying it up.
Payoff. And we'll do it again.
That's the book, it looks like. That's 4 that they've went inside out of the 6 pitches.
Well, on the flip side, Kevin, if you know a guy's not going to go the other way and your fastball or sinking fastball, you're guaranteed is going to go and chase the right-handed hitter, then your success rate goes up on getting him to overswing and overpull.
Sends it to center. And it's going a long way. Forget about it. Adam Duvall powers up and ties the game at 4.
And there's the flip side of not getting the ball in, leaving his sinker over the middle of the plate. You mentioned how strong he is, and the Braves did it again in the 9th inning. It's just amazing how this team finds ways to win games late.
Easy power to center field. A fresh ball game in the 9th.
And you said easy power. It's easy power right there, Scotty. My goodness gracious. As soon as that ball was hit, that's dead center. Everybody stopped, knew it was gone. But Adam Duvall with a huge home run. And just a lot of fastballs. I know you live and die with it right there, but they kept trying to come in. And at some point, he got the white part of the plate.
Make it 6 home runs in the past 8 games from Adam Duvall. He had a 3-homer trio at Fenway Park one day after Ozuna did that in Boston. That was last week. Now Acuna on the ground. Gobbled up by Rojas. 1 gone.
Have you done an extra inning game yet under the new rules?
I actually just did one the other day with Buck Showalter. To call an extra inning game with a former manager is definitely special.
Wow. I've yet to see it happen.
Really? For all the games that you've called this year?
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
I haven't, guys. Thanks for asking. This is my first game ever.
Well, we kind of knew that, Kev.
It's like the hole-in-one talk.
He was waiting for it. By the way, that home run for Duvall, 449 feet. Kinsler has blown 2 consecutive saves after starting the season. 9 for 9. He's in a rut. One out, 1-1 pitch to Dansby Swanson. In on the hands, popped up. And behind the netting. Well, here it is, StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Adam Duvall aiming for center field. 109.3 miles an hour off the bat, and Kevin, 449 feet, a majestic blast.
Yeah, but you said it. It was just easy power to hit a ball that far, dead center, right where the ball was pitched, with an easy swing. That's big power.
That's what he brings to the table.
Smoltz, you elaborated on though why they win games late in the games, because they have threats. When you have threats up and down the lineup, and you know, like you said, middle parts of the games, your approach with guys on third base with less than 2 outs has got to change. You can't try to hit homers, but the problem is everybody can hit a homer. I mean, everybody, especially in a ballpark like this where it looks like the ball goes out pretty good. That's why they come back or have chances to come back.
Swanson smacks one against the wall, and he'll end up with a stand-up double with 1 out in the 9th.
That ball to right field jumps in that ballpark. I mean, jumps.
So do you walk Freddie Freeman now, John, to face Ozuna with an open first base?
Yep.
12 doubles this year for Dansby. Hey, you mentioned it earlier, and I thought back to a conversation I had with Brian Snicker last year where he said, we're like an NBA team. I mean, you tune into the 4th quarter, you better be watching us because we show up, we don't waste at-bats in the late stages.
Yeah, it's a special team to do that, but I don't know if that's a special formula that can continue all year. It's been a great, I mean, it's been great for the Braves, and the fans the next day go, can you believe the Braves scored 6 in the 9th, 4 in the 9th, 3 in the 9th? I mean, they pulled off some miraculous games, but at some point that runs out, right? That kind of formula. I know they got numbers for everything and run differential and this and that. It takes a special team to rally, but you can't keep rallying all year to win something like the World Series, in my opinion.
It's nice to have a lead every once in a while, and a comfortable victory. And they just walked Freddie Freeman. So they'll go with the move to face Ozuna. 2 on, 1 out here in the 9th.
So now here's where the sinker you're hoping from Kinsler is going to get a ground ball double play to get out of the inning and extend the game for the Marlins, who ironically on the road, I don't know what our numbers have shown in extra innings, but I think the new extra inning rule kind of makes extra innings neutral, meaning home field advantage may not be as big in extra innings than the new rule format of more strategy and opportunity to score.
Marcell Ozuna is 1 for 9, 4 strikeouts and a walk against the Marlins closer. Hitless today. At bat number 5 for Ozuna coming in the 9th. And Kevin, this is when you think back to the report from Kelly about Ozuna's success going the other way lately as well, using the entire field. You don't need that blast to walk things off.
Yeah, no doubt, especially in this situation. You know, and me looking at this situation, this is not a great matchup for Kinsler right now. I think Ozuna.
That pitch skips away. Both runners move up. Yeah, the cross up leads to 2 in scoring position. And now, do you walk Ozuna to face d'Arnaud?
Yeah, it's 3-0. You have to. This one is a bad cross-up. You're looking for something that's going in the other direction. You could see Alfaro's just looking at his thumb. That catches you in a place you can't protect.
Man. That's why that position's so tough. I mean, you got to be so tough to play catcher in the big leagues. I don't catcher anywhere. I mean, just the foul tips, the nicks, the cross-ups, one miscommunication costs you a sprained thumb for 4 days. They tape it up. They come back the next day. I mean, you go 0 for 2. You're sitting there, and then all you pitchers come up want to talk to the catcher about your stuff. This guy can't vent. Ouch.
Well, the umpire walked out there to make sure that they could get.
There's your intentional walk. And here is your sac fly line. So Ozuna's on. Bases are loaded. Travis d'Arnaud has a chance to walk this thing off. In the live chat, Healy6 said Kinsler's been getting hit hard this inning. Wouldn't be surprised if a walk-off. Do you ever think about taking someone like Kinsler out in a spot like this where you just haven't seen him putting together his best stuff in this inning?
Well, yeah, but you got to anticipate that a little bit earlier. And certainly your best chance of a double play now really is to have Kinsler execute one of his 2-seam fastballs.
Much needed double play ball if he can get one. Starts d'Arnaud off with a swing and miss. 2 matchups between these two. And d'Arnaud 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts.
You always hear this. Pressure's on the pitcher as a hitter. You gotta understand that. But you get in that box, base loaded, game on line. Let's go. We start racing, Smoltz. We start racing, especially Two great pitches right there by Kinsler. He hasn't thrown many breaking balls this entire inning. They've been sinker, 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 sinker. And what's he do with bases loaded, game on line? Does a great job of, all right, maybe Travis is an ambush guy, back-to-back breaking balls.
An infusion of offense to the catcher position. Darno signed to a 2-year deal in the offseason. 0-2 pitch, misses wide. There's the line. Two career walk-off hits for Darno. Another good take.
Well, you don't want to go to 3-2. The hitter knows you don't want to go to 3-2. You need an action pitch right here, one way or another.
According to StatCast, that's what it would take as far as distance to bring in a run. Three runs for Atlanta in the first 2 innings, and then they didn't score again until this 9th. Adam Duvall with the homer, and Travis Darno will foul that pitch off.
Wants it back. I promise you, he wants that pitch back. It's just a hanging slider right here. That's a fly ball, sac fly, grand slam, anything right there. But just, and you're talking about a half an inch of the difference of that ball going a long way. Here comes a sinker for the ground ball. They'll play is what they're going for. I don't think he'll throw in there a breaking ball in this at bat.
There it is, and it is a ground ball, and the Marlins get the perfect double play ball to wrap up this 9th. Duvall with the pinch hit home run to tie things up. That's what Brandon Kinsler does best. Right to the bag, and the throw to first. Let's play a little bonus baseball live on YouTube coming up.
There are many joys in the game of baseball, but few things compare to a mascot's antics.
The mascot here in Atlanta is Blooper.
You guys said you were lukewarm on Blooper. Does this change your mind?
Playing the game with Blooper of the Braves. You know what? Blooper does a pretty good job.
The last thing you want to do is challenge Derek Dietrich to juggling.
Blooper and Padres superstar Manny Machado.
Hey, Manny,
Player autograph.
you're a star. Can I get your autograph?
I love this.
Oh, just sign right there in the dotted line. Thanks so much.
He signed him a check for $300 million.
Go.
Manny Machado and Blooper, they continue their antics. This time, he takes back his $300 million check he signed from Blooper.
And then brings out for Bryce Harper Day. It's the same shtick, but with a different thing. And 330. Oh wait, no, Bryce is wait.
He's making it rain.
Right, go on.
Blooper's making it rain.
If he can get Vlad Guerrero Jr. to use that little mini bat that he was swinging a little bit earlier.
I give credit to the players too. Imagine the PR staff comes over, hey, would you do this thing with Blooper? I mean, you're entitled to say
That's great.
No.
So, yes, the Braves have done a nice job. Get out of here. The Braves have done it. I'm trying to do a serious hit.
Stand your ground, Birdie.
And
Stand
this
your
guy
ground.
right here.
You got to give Blooper some credit here.
Come on, Blooper.
Extra inning action. We have reached the 10th, and John, this is your first extra inning game on the call.
It is. Check that off the bucket list.
Perfect. The new rules.
Followed up.
They are beginning in extras. A runner starts the inning on second base. That would be the last out of the 9th. Garrett Cooper, ground ball. Back in the 9th inning to short. So he'll start the inning at second. And John Birdie will lead off the frame.
And if the Marlins were the home team, you'd be more apt to see a pinch runner here for Cooper, I would think. But they're not, so they're the visiting team. They want to keep Cooper in the game.
We have defensive changes. That's Nick Markakis in right. We just showed you Acuna heading out to center. And Adam Duvall will play left, and he plays a mean left field. So here we go, extra innings. Birdie, Chisholm, Rojas. And that is a fair ball. John Birdie moves the runner over. There's your swinging bunt, Kevin.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, the shadow's going to take part of this game also. As you can see, just kind of got that shadow creeping in, and it kind of was a slow development play. Travis didn't know where the ball was. Freddie came in, did a nice job staying with that play, and you can see Travis kind of didn't know if it was foul, fair. Birdie even kind of looked back, but they completed that play, and that was a big out.
That hit him in the hand. He bunted the ball, hit him in the hand. That's what he was reacting to, but stayed fair.
Yeah, as soon as he squared the bunt, you saw him shaking his hand when contact was made. Gets the job done. Garrett Cooper to third, and a chance for Jazz Chisholm to drive in his first run in the big leagues. Don't forget that. And intentionally walk will set up runners on the corners for Miguel Rojas. That was Brian Anderson. All right, let's get caught up here. Brian Anderson pinch hitting for Chisholm. There's A.J. Minter on the mound. So now Anderson on first, Cooper's at third, and Minter will face Rojas. Those numbers are really shiny.
Yeah, healthy Minter this season. Power arm. Always felt like he was the left-handed version of a young Craig Kimbrell.
Wow.
When you see the way his arm action works. See how he almost got the little bit of the Kimbrell setup.
Yeah, leaning over like Craig. He's got great stuff. Look at the day for Miguel Rojas. A double and 2 singles. He drove in a run back in the second inning, scored in the fourth. Oh, those shadows look like a blast, Kevin.
Yeah, it's tough. It's worse as it gets just halfway and you can't see that last second. And as a hitter, that's all we can react to. You know, people always ask, how do you hit like 95-mile fastball? How do you see the breaking ball? Vision. And now our vision's impaired, so now the advantage goes more so to the pitcher. But yeah, once the batter's in the shadow, we have brightness on the pitcher's mound. It's just that last second where you can kind of recognize changeup, off the plate, curveball, slider, and it becomes a factor. These don't look terrible right now, but I'm telling you, another inning into it, they're going to be bad.
That could be trouble for the Braves in the home half of the inning.
I don't see the issue. I don't see the problem. Should be more shadows.
So every game that Atlanta plays should be at what, about 4 o'clock Eastern time?
I think so.
Yeah.
We'll see why not. You avoid traffic, get home earlier.
And you know what, Scotty? I didn't see the issue with the 97 World Series strike zone.
Touche.
In the postseason, I had no problem with that issue.
Fans can look that one up on YouTube after the game.
Yeah, look up the term couldn't hit it with a broom.
That's why I faced you guys. Glavin, Max, Smoltz. They only got like, I don't know, 12 inches off the plate if you were lucky that day, Scotty. And you really couldn't say anything because they hit that spot every pitch.
Minter v. Rojas. Cooper off of third. Anderson's at first. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
It's a good try there, trying to backdoor it.
The Marlins had 2 sack bunts all year. You can add 1 to their ledger here in the 10th. The Braves had none. No sack bunts the entire season until Ender Inciarte in the 7th.
That would have, well, I mean, the DH takes care of a lot of that now in the National League, right?
But not one time until now. 41 games in.
Especially the new rule in extra innings.
There are 5 other ball clubs around the majors that have not produced 1 sacrifice bunt this year. Duvall kept this game alive for Atlanta in the 9th. Solo home run made it 4-4. Here's Minter trying to hold up this Marlins offense in the 10th. That started with Cooper at second. And that is sent to right center. And that is going to fall. Open real estate there for Miguel Rojas to bring in a run. And here comes another. The Marlins strike. Anderson will hold up at third. It's 5-4 Miami.
What a day for Miguel Rojas, huh?
Oh,
this is your
man.
unsung hero. This is your captain of your team. This is your guy. I mean, what a day.
First 4-hit game in about a year. September 27th of 2019.
When this ball was first hit, I thought for sure it would end up in the glove of one of the outfielders for the Braves, but I guess you could say it's perfectly placed.
It's Acuna and Markakis in between those two. Inciarte, one of the best in the biz in center field, and he's out of the game. There's your intentional walk. Alfaro to first. And Minter will go up against Monty Harrison. Almost hit him. Here's that ball again. Acuna shaded over towards right, but not enough.
Yeah, that ball just kept sliding away from him, fading away, and
that makes the Marlins 5 for 11 with runners in scoring position this afternoon. Harrison to the left side. The play is home for 1. 2 gone.
And see, what's big about this is, you know, you get deflated. You have to teach yourself, I gave up a run, but you know what? Our chances of scoring a run in the bottom half are just as good. We get a man on second. It's hard for relievers to be programmed that way. So if they can get out of this inning with only the 1 run, it puts the Atlanta Braves in a neutral position with a runner on second, nobody out. That's why I like the rules. I think there's more creativity, there's more strategy, there's opportunity for things you wouldn't see typically. And the Braves will find out after this at bat what they need to do and how they need to score, whether they play for the 1 run to at least tie it or go for 3 two-run homer swings.
Definitely adds pressure on your defense, and that's what you try to apply, right, as an offensive club. So now you throw out a guy at second base, and I agree with this, Monty. I love it because now you're talking about the sacrifice bunt. Left-handers try, if he comes up, try and pull the ball, ground ball second, get him over, but you're just trying to manufacture a run, and we don't see that usually in extra innings. Of those 16, 17 innings, guys are trying to hit home runs.
So right now the numbers show runner on second, nobody out. What would you guess the percentage is the team scores a run with a runner on second, nobody out?
I would say 55%.
Close, 61%, exactly. So having been through this situation a few times already now with the new rules, that's what you get accustomed to. Just avoid the big inning, avoid the 5, the 4, the crooked number.
You look down at your scorecard, you're like, whoa, but it's just one run. If he can hold off Starling Marte, he fouls that pitch back.
I'm going to be honest. I got a poll question that came in on my Twitter account, which I don't have. Does Kevin or John have his score sheet completely right now? Well, the question is a good one, but the answer is Kevin doesn't have a score sheet. And I started mine and couldn't maintain the discipline like you have. So you're the only one that has the score sheet.
I'm holding down the fort. Still going strong here in the 10th. If we're in the 15th, I don't know. Starling to center. Acuna backs up and now comes in, and there is your third out in the 10th. So with all of that said, one run for Miami. We'll see if the Braves can match or better that in the bottom of the inning. Here we go, 10th inning action. The Braves trailing by a run at Truist Park. It's the opening game of a 3-game series between the Marlins and the Bravos. Atlanta in first place in the NL East. The Marlins chasing them along with the Phillies and the Mets. All in striking distance in the season's final month, the shortened season. Nick Vincent is on the mound for this unique extra inning format, which will put a runner at second base. And some defensive changes as well. Charlie Culberson will be the pinch runner. As Darno made the last out of the 9th, it would be him. Instead, it's Culberson with Markakis, Riley, and Echeverria due up. Okay, so John Smoltz, if you're the Atlanta offense, do you think about a bunt here? Or if you're Nick Markakis, are you swinging away?
Well, I'm trusting Nick Markakis, a professional hitter, to pull the ball and possibly get a hit. There's no need for him to bunt because I'm going to trust his veteran ability to actually recognize the pitch and not get excited, as Kevin talks about, when the heart beats up there. You want to do something so bad you end up overcomplicating the situation. And this is a perfect example of talking about the pinch runner as a home team. You can do that and utilize a different, speed aspect than, let's say, the Marlins when they had Cooper at second base in the top of the inning.
Speaking of second base, Brian Anderson is there for the Marlins. Lewin Diaz will play first. Smooth rookie. And Jesus Aguilar is at third. First pitch to Markakis.
Ooh, that was the pitch.
Yeah.
A lot of cutters out of Vincent. And Markakis was... oh, man, Kevin, he'd like to have this one over.
I'm going to tell you right there, that's the difference, right? We just talked about it a few innings ago. It's just a half an inch and just, oh, yes, he wants it back.
Markakis sends this one into right center, and it is caught. Brinson is there. One down.
Well, more times out of not, I would have thought that Markakis would have definitely got him over. You can see him ripping up his batting gloves, not happy with passing the baton on to the next guy and making his job a lot easier if there's a runner on third.
Three infielders on the left side. So there's Brian Anderson, the second baseman on the scorecard. But he's at the hot corner. Aguilar and Rojas next to him. And Lewin Diaz on the right side by himself, manning first. Austin Riley goes after the first pitch.
Man. That's the shadows, boys. I mean, just a tick off. That's the difference. Nicky's first pitch. Another one right down the middle. Just a tick off because you're just a tick late recognizing the pitch.
This one's in fair ground, going deep to right field. Brinson eyeing it. He's in the shadows and makes the catch. Culberson will tag to third. Long fly ball out from Austin Riley, and the Braves are down to their last chance. And it's Adeiny Echeverria with Adam Duvall on deck. A two-hit day. He had the base hit back in the second inning, an infield single it was, and then a double in the seventh.
Be a clutch time to get his first RBI.
Known more for his glove, Echeverria, one of the best bat flippers in baseball. Doesn't have to be a home run. In a situation like this, if he comes through, watch the work right after he connects.
Where would you put him in relation to Tim Anderson?
He's not Anderson, but Echeverria is definitely top 10, maybe top 5. On the ground, backhanded by Rojas in that short glove, and guess who? The man of the day, Miguel Rojas, seals the deal for the Marlins. Nick Vincent picks up the save. Miami takes game 1 of this 3-game series in Atlanta. Game over. 5-4. Marlins take it. The Marlins improved to 18-18 on the year. The Braves fall to 24-17. Let's talk all about it. This is the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube post-game show. Yeah, Miami's dancing. They pick up a win against the Atlanta Braves, coming off a series against Tampa Bay, a loss yesterday in extras, a blown save for Brandon Kinsler, a little deja vu this time around, and they pull off a victory. And Kevin, I'm sure those shadows were a factor here in the 10th.
Boy, it sure did look like it. And I'm going to tell you, you just saw some good swings. They were just off a tick. But you know what? Both teams have to handle that. And it's a great win for the Marlins. It really is. You're coming into Atlanta, and they stuck with it. They battled a lot of 2-out hits. They stay together. They just look like they're a lot of fun. And you know what? That's a big W for Don Mattingly and these boys.
Miguel Rojas is going to join us in a moment from the ballpark in Atlanta, as the Marlins are back to the 500 mark. And we are ready to welcome in Miguel Rojas. Miguel, congratulations on the victory. What a day for you. A 4-hit performance. You get to record the final out. How crucial was this one, the first game here in Atlanta against the top team in the division at the moment?
Yeah, pretty huge for our team. We're coming from Tampa, playing the best team in the American League. And we could have walked out of there with a couple wins. So we felt pretty good about that one. And we knew that we was going to come here in Atlanta. And it's not going to be any easier. So for me, it was a team effort right here. Our guys from the bullpen doing a great job. I have to say that Ureña, after giving up a couple runs in his first start in a long time, he gave us an opportunity to win. So I don't take credit myself. I got to credit my whole team getting on base and doing the job.
Miguel, John Smoltz here. I know it doesn't always work out this way, but you've got 15 games in a homestand coming up. You guys have played really good on the road. You've hit better on the road than at home. What's the difference? And if you can turn it on at home, you got to love your playoff chances down the road.
Yeah, we got a pretty good chance. To be honest with you, we have to just keep the same mentality that we approach on the road. At home too, we know Marlins Park is a tough ballpark to hit, but it's not about that. It's about the way that we're going to approach it. The last couple series at home, I think we got a pretty good chance to do something special right here in Miami, and I'm just happy that we have this opportunity after everything that we have to overcome this year. So you know what, we play with house money at this point, and we're just going to enjoy the ride and trying to make it to the playoff, and be careful because we got a pretty good starting rotation.
Miguel, Kevin Millar here. You're the unofficial captain of this club. I'm giving that to you. You're the heart and soul of this club. You're going to win a Gold Glove someday. I enjoy watching you play. What's been the difference in your play? When this game started becoming slow for you? Because you had a great day and you're looking good.
Right. No, thank you, Kevin. But for me, it was an opportunity to play every day. I came up to the league when I made my debut in 2014 under Donnie in LA. I was a defensive replacement guy, and I didn't get so many opportunities to play every single day. So I got a chance in 2018 and 2019 to play a little bit more, and I think my confidence went up. I feel like on the play, I feel like I can compete with all these guys in the league, and I mean, I became a leader in the clubhouse, seeing Martin Prado, seeing guys like Jeff Matis, how they handle business, and I'm pretty happy that I have the opportunity to play every single day now.
You're the longest tenured position player on this Marlins ball club, Miguel, and how valuable is this experience for all of the young players that you're seeing? I mean, what is it, 16 players making their debut so far this year for Miami, and they are right in the thick of a pennant chase.
Yeah, this is something that Derek Jeter is from the office down. He talked to us in the spring training, and he said the players, the best players in this organization gonna receive an opportunity to help the team win in the big league. So he didn't lie to us, and this is a great opportunity for all these guys getting experience and getting something together, because the talent in this organization is huge, and I feel happy for these guys, but at the same time they're gaining an experience that is unique. So I'm happy for them, and hopefully they getting something out of the veteran guys.
So Miguel, what do you do after a big game like this for you individually and a huge win for the Marlins? I know it's a weird year, so you both go back to the room. Do you check in with the family? How do you celebrate?
Yeah, I have to take this opportunity to say happy birthday to my father. So my dad is a birthday in Venezuela, so it was pretty special for me to giving a 4-hit game and having the opportunity to get the RBI to win the game. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna call my family. I'm gonna call everybody back home, and I'm gonna share this moment with them. Happy birthday, Dad.
Awesome. We wish him a very happy birthday, and a congratulations to you on the big game and the win. And we'll talk to you down the road. It's an exciting year. Thanks, Miguel.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
That's Miguel Rojas at Truist Park as the Braves fall to the Marlins by a run in extra innings. Well, first off, Scott Braun, John Smoltz, Kevin Millar is with us, our guest as well. How was your extra inning experience, calling your first game in extras with all of the strategy and the action and the entertainment involved?
It was good. Not as good for Atlanta because they were on the trailing end of trying to score one run, and you would like their chances if you think scoring one run at home, but they didn't get the job done. The Marlins are scrappy. This is like winning. I know what the 2.7 means, but this is a huge win for the Marlins. They're in a place where if they could survive this schedule that they're on, the Rays, the Braves, and then go home, they're dangerous. A very frustrating loss if you're the Braves, but you get over it. You go pitch your starter the next day, and maybe he's the one that gets you on the right track.
And by 2.7, he's talking about every game in a 60-game season is worth 2.7 games in a 162. Okay, Kevin, I know this is your first extra inning experience with the runner placed on second base, calling a game. How did you think it played out for you?
I like it. I like it because we had a chance to talk about a sacrifice bunt. I know Nick Markakis knew exactly what his job was to get that guy over. It didn't happen. You get frustrated. The game's hard. But you see all the different scenarios and situations and putting a guy on and because you have a chance. And I think sometimes back in the day when we didn't have the guy in second base starting, the game can kind of just drag on, and you end up going up there as a hitter trying to hit the home run to end this game, and there's no thought process. Now you have thought process. You have excitement. Is one run enough? 61% of the time, that guy from second base scores from home. 39% of the time they don't. The Marlins did a great job of allowing that 39% to play. And Miguel Rojas, tip your hat to him. Happy birthday to his dad because tremendous human being. And he's right. He got the opportunity to play every day, and now he's got that confidence, and this team has that confidence following him.
Kevin, I know it's been a long day for you, 4 hours. Could you please tell your butler he can come back in now? I mean, I know you've been in the room by yourself, and he's probably been outside, but you could tell him it's safe to come back in, okay?
Hey, I'm going to go get my second hole of one here. You think I could make it up there and finish 18? I don't know.
You've got it in you. Tell the butler to send us some snacks, too, by the way. We have a couple minutes here to watch the highlights from this game, the Marlins and the Braves.
And Arania knows that this man has owned him.
And Freeman sends it to left center, and he's got himself an RBI. Ronald Acuna Jr. can trot home and score. Here comes another one. Swanson's in there safely. It's a 2 RBI knock for Freeman. 2-0 Atlanta in the first. Chisholm at second for Rojas. Ground ball strikeout, then he threw one away. That was the error against Anderson, and that one connects down the line. That's a fair ball. Chisholm will come on down, and Miguel Rojas has driven in the first run for Miami. It's 2-1. So now Echeverria is on Inciarte, the 9-hitter. Payoff pitch to Inciarte, and it's going to fall and then get past Dickerson and left. And here comes Echeverria, rounding third. He's going to come home and make it 3-1 Atlanta. Little chip shot to left field, and Dickerson misplays it.
And they're going to review another play at third. Hope to go 1 for 2 are the Marlins.
Inciarte is in there safely to third base. It's now 2 on for Miami. Birdie clocks one pass short, and he has himself a base hit. And in comes Aguilar. He will score. It's 3-2.
Now they're depending on Marte to get a 2-out hit.
Runner at third, less than 2 outs. Dickerson now just 1 for 5 at converting that base runner from third on the season. Marte down the line. That's a fair ball, and that'll bring home the run. And he's followed by Aguilar. And he lobs one to left, and that's going to fall. Marte with his plus speed has no problem scoring. It's 4-3. Miami has grabbed it. And now good luck with this guy, Ronald Acuna Jr. And there is some history between these two. And he hit him again.
I don't believe this one was intentional. The previous problems they've had, I can't answer that question. But this is part of pitching.
He's got a chance to redeem himself and put the Braves either ahead or at least tie the game.
And Acuna puts it on the ground. They'll make the play home, and they got him. Echeverria is toast. This is it. James Hoyt summoned in to face Marcell Ozuna. He was swinging for the seats there. James Hoyt closes up the Braves' threat in the 7th. Into the 9th. And this is Adam Duvall's easy pop, Kevin, to center field.
Yeah, easy pop is exactly right. You called it. That pitch was hit exactly where it went out. Down and away. He did try to pull it, and when you got power like that, foul pole to foul pole, this is what happens. You can be a great hitter with easy pop.
That's a veteran move by Duvall to tie the game. Dansby Swanson on a 1-2 pitch, going for that wall in right center field, turning it into an extra base hit. They had Brandon Kinsler on the ropes.
Yeah, they did, and Kinsler did a nice job staying in the moment and getting out of it with a bases loaded double play, which is not easy when you're facing the home team, knowing that anything outside of a double play, the game is over.
There's your cross up. Both runners move into scoring position. Marcell Ozuna gets a free pass. Bases loaded, and Travis d'Arnaud gives the Marlins exactly what they wanted. A double play ball to escape the 9th with all of that trouble brewing. And then 10th inning action. This is John Birdie laying down a bunt. Looks like it hit his hand, but it got the job done, and he actually left the game with an index finger contusion. That's why he had all the changes for the Marlins in the bottom of the inning defensively. But Miguel Rojas doing his thing all day long. That's hit number 4, and that's the big one.
That was a big one, and the Braves gave themselves a chance getting out of this jam. You know, this could have been a bigger inning, and unfortunately they did not get it done in the bottom half.
You need 1 run to keep this game alive if you're Atlanta. Nick Vincent on for the save, and there's your first out. That's Brinson in right. So Charlie Culberson has to stay put. This time Culberson's able to tag on the Austin Riley fly ball to a deep portion of the ballpark there in right center. Runner on third, 2 outs, and this is Adeiny Echeverria. Last chance for Atlanta. Their 8-hitter. They wanted another at-bat for Adam Duvall on deck, but it won't happen. Miguel Rojas and that short glove over at shortstop. Fist pumping, happy birthday to his dad. A 4-hit day. Miguel Rojas and the Marlins take down the Braves on a Monday afternoon, Labor Day action between Atlanta and Miami. And the Marlins improved to 18-18 on the year. Atlanta's still in first place in the NL East. They're in the driver's seat, 24 up and 17 down. And Kelly Krull is at the ballpark at Truist Park. Let's check in with her.
Hey, Scott. Yeah, I got a couple takeaways, and, you know, I agree with Smoltz on this one. It's going to be a frustrating one for the Braves to swallow when you think about all the opportunities that they had. And we came into this game talking about how good the offense has been, how they've carried a lot of the weight this season. And today, 2 for 14 with runners in scoring position. They left 11 on base. Uncharacteristic, because if they have that many opportunities, oftentimes they will come through. A second takeaway, Ian Anderson is going to learn from this outing. It's really his first big adversity that he's had to face since just making his major league debut a couple weeks ago. So I think you're going to see him grow from this experience. But Brian Snitker did what he could with the pitching staff to keep them in this game. And what's strange, because I'm sure he's talking momentarily, he'll announce tomorrow's starter because they haven't even done that yet. So he's going to have to piece his way through that. And the third loss in the last 4 games, despite they did reel off 5 wins in a row before that. But a little bit of a hiccup here for the Braves, and you've got to imagine they want to get things back on track with the Marlins here in town this weekend.
Thank you, Kelly. And Kyle Wright was just announced as the starter for tomorrow's game, so he's going to be called back up and get a chance. Kelly spoke throughout the day about some of the Braves that could be coming back, like Ozzie Albies, but also Cole Hamels, who could make his season debut at some point over the next week and a half. Is that not the story for Atlanta, figuring out what their rotation looks like heading into October time?
No doubt. That wasn't supposed to be the story when they started with all the kind of depth that they had. Now, some injuries have led to that, and you cannot predict the injury to Soroka. That a blow to any team. But the fact that these young guys now in the heat of the battle are going to find out what they're made of, and it might not be pretty, but that's okay. They have to go through it. They've got to learn. And you know what? at the end of the day, all the information's great, and we got all this kind of information and analytics, but it doesn't mean a lot until you can go through and experience your heartbeat race. Get a little nervous, maybe no saliva. Those are all normal things when you're in the midst of trying to figure out, as a big league pitcher, what you need to do to get better. And we're going to find that out for the Atlanta Braves young pitchers that are coming up in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
What do you think about the Atlanta Braves at this point in the season, Kevin Millar? And yes, leading the division, it looks like they're in a good spot. The offense is supreme. Most days it's been showing up big time. But what do you do about that starting rotation?
You got to battle, and I do love the talent of the Braves. I mean, the ceiling's so high. They got their offense. They have some professional hitters. But they need to have that passion to win every night. There were times this game that it was kind of like, yeah, you know, whatever. And we kind of put our heads down or something didn't go right. But this team's good. And I know that they've been banged up starting pitching-wise, but this is where guys step up. You're getting a chance, you're getting an opportunity, and this is when you have your chance to do well. But I know offensively they got to focus every single night, because this isn't like the 162-game situation where you can kind of have a bad April and a bad May and then come back in June and get hot. No, you are right down the stretch, and this is playoff baseball.
And the good news for Braves fans, if you look at strength of schedule, second easiest in all of baseball, it belongs to the Atlanta Braves, and they are led by manager Brian Snitker, who spoke afterward.
Could be, yes. I don't know that it will. Like I say, we'll just keep reevaluating, but there is a chance that could happen, yes. I mean, the next, you know, it's like the day after all these BPs and stuff like that are, you know, the determining factor of somebody like that. You know, once they extend themselves and do that, face hitters, and we wait and see how they, you know, feel coming in the next day and then go forward as always. So, but yeah, there's always that possibility. Yeah, a couple days.
Anything else, isn't it? Oh. Just to be able to start getting some innings from him, could that, you know, help solidify this rotation?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to get him back. You know, it's even however short, it would be good to have him starting games for us again, or starting games for us.
Anything else?
Okay, thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Brian. And the Braves are at 24-17 on this young season as they pick up the loss today. So that narrows their edge in the division to just 2 games. Look out for those Philadelphia Phillies. The bugaboo for them was the relief pitching, and they brought in a lot of veteran help, and they are picking things up.
Well, this definitely was supposed to be the toughest division. Hasn't played out that way from a standpoint of overall, because the Nationals have run into an issue with their injuries. The defending champs were supposed to be in the mix. They could, I guess, but it's hard to think that they can make that run. So you're looking at a top-heavy first, second, and third, and possibly fourth if the Mets. So I always felt that the East would come down to the last 3 games of the season. I really believe that still. And you could actually get 3 teams out of this division that make the playoffs.
Mets beat the Phillies today, 9-8 in extra innings. Oh, switch that around. The Phillies beat the Mets. That's why they're just 2 games back now of Atlanta. And for Miami, they are 18-18 on this season. For them, that is younger than some of the other teams in the division. They have a lot of baseball still to play, but if they're clicking like this today, look out for this ball club. Nobody expected them to be here even at this point. A 500 ball club, StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Kevin Millar, Miguel Rojas did a little bit of everything. The 4 hits. He is such a sure glove at shortstop, and you have your sources. You heard he's a future Gold Glover, huh?
Wow, what a play right there. I'll tell you what, you know, this is the thing. You come in, infield in, he's solid. You see the hands, you see the confidence now at the plate. He's not just a defensive replacement. And you know what? The Marlins are just a scrappy little club.
Pitch by pitch in the 10th inning. Started off with 3 fastballs, mixed in some off speed, unfazed. And that one gets past Acuna, who needed 89 feet to cover the ground there in center. So I'll ask you this too. Does Ender Inciarte make that play?
Yes.
He does?
Yes.
Okay, so they had to take him out. They put Duvall in. The game wouldn't have been at that point if Duvall didn't hit the home run to take us to extras. But look at Miguel Rojas, 375 in 19 games so far this season. He gets the job done. Kevin, do you agree? Ender Inciarte makes that play for Atlanta?
Yeah, my opinion, yes. When I first saw it live, I thought maybe there was a dive in play, but the more we saw from the the top of the angle camera, it was slicing away from Acuna. You have Nick coming. It was a tougher play that looked right up, at first. But yeah, I mean, Inciarte, in my opinion, probably makes that play. He's a tick better defensively out there, and there you have it.
And so the Marlins are back to 500 baseball. I mean, can you fathom? It's probably exhausting just hearing about the schedule that I was laying out. But, Kevin, can you fathom the amount of baseball that the Marlins are playing right now? 28 games in 24 days. Would you be going up to Skip every once in a while? Like, I could use a game off, Skip.
No, Scotty. This is what you love to do. And I think this group that they have, they love to play baseball, so especially the veteran guys, it's like a second win, second chance. Couple struggles last year. We're going to give you an opportunity to play here for the Marlins, and a Jesus Aguilar, you don't think he wants to play every single day to try to get back that 2018 season that he had with Milwaukee when he hit 35 and drove in 100. So these are the opportunities, and this is what a franchise like the Marlins allow you to have, as an opportunity to put your name back on the map. So I think this is a fun time. Strap it on. You got a chance to go out there and win a World Series. You got a chance to go out there and make the postseason and see what happens. You never know.
And they say no one was giving us a chance. Playing with some house money, the Marlins making a run right now. This schedule's totally doable. We can handle this. 3 more games for the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. And that is Wednesday action on an afternoon between the Brewers and the Tigers. Then it's Royals, Brewers, and Reds, Twins to finish up the 4 games in the month of September, a wild month of September. The Brewers and the Tigers fighting for a playoff spot. Let's get hyped.
It's deep. It is gone! And the Brewers win it! Eric Sogard walks it off!
On the ground, there it is! His 2,000th career hit as a Tiger, joining that exclusive club.
Gone, a home run! Jonathan Scope's sizzling line drive right down the line, and the Tigers take a 3-2 lead.
Ryan Braun, he's got the tying run standing in scoring position.
And the Brewers have tied it in the 9th as Braun rolls into second. Eric Sogard, Brewers trying to put a win on the board here. And into left field, that is down, a base hit.
For round third and scoring his hold, into second is Sogard, and the Brewers have a 6-5 lead here in the 11th.
That will drop and it will skip by the right fielder half. Scope will score. The Tigers have the lead. Here's Nico Goodrum. That's going to be down. 2 more runs home for the Tigers. Goodrum trots in with a stand-up double. The Tigers open up the lead to 6-3.
Left field, the base hit. Here comes Gamble. Here's the threat of the plate. It's cut off.
And the Brewers have the lead on a big pinch base hit by Orlando Arcia.
That one's deep. That ball's gone. Jacoby Jones pushes the Tigers in front as he wears a crown again to lead the Tigers hitting attack.
Have a night, Jacoby. My goodness.
The Brewers trying to put something together against Turnbull. There's a swing and a drive. Center field. It's a 1-run game.
The high leg kick, and see you later.
So now Jace Peterson. Deep right center. Peterson with the insurance shot of the night. A 2-run blast to give the Brewers a 3-run advantage.
Goes the other way. Another base hit for Victor Reyes. The hitting machine just keeps on churning. Tigers have opened up a 7-run lead.
I have some wild numbers for you. They're very simple, okay? Both of those teams that we'll see on Wednesday exclusively right here on YouTube check in at 18 wins and 21 losses, the Milwaukee Brewers and the Detroit Tigers. It looks very clear, or at least at this point, that we will have at least one team that's either 500 or a bit lower in the National League. That gives the Brewers a chance. In the American League, you're going, oh, the Tigers, they're 3 games under. There's too many good ball clubs. Wait, the Yankees are in a playoff spot right now. New York is 21-19. Detroit's 18-21. They're right there if they make another little run like they've done in the past week.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this format. I think there will be some under 500 or 500 teams just by the nature of the way that it's going to shake out. I mean, you have a couple top-heavy teams, especially with the Dodgers and, of course, the Rays in the American League. But I again, the goal isn't how great your winning percentage is unless you want to secure that home field advantage. The goal is I need to get in. And whatever it takes and whatever resources we have to use, let's use them now. There's no future. If you're Detroit, you're not worried about the future right now because the future's now. You got a chance to do something really special and shock a lot of people. So I know each manager and each organization that is in this mode that, like the Marlins and the Tigers and teams that typically are rebuilding, they're walking that fine line to go into the job every day, excited about the opportunity to see how can we win this game and then see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, Brewers definitely fighting for a spot. And in the American League, the Tigers have that similar storyline, Kevin, to the Toronto Blue Jays and to the Miami Marlins, who we just saw with a victory today. Yes, they've had their long losing streaks, but they had one big winning streak. And look at them, close to the 500 mark with just a few weeks of baseball left to go.
Yeah, they're not perfect clubs by any means, but nobody seems to be that way. There's about a handful that we can say, yeah, they have depth, they have everything. But when you look at the Tigers and you said the Blue Jays, they haven't played a home game this year, and the Marlins, they have a chance. And like Smoltz said, the future is now. And this is where you gather the guys and go, let's go, because we're not expected to do anything other than to go compete every single inning, and we have a chance to win a game. Let's go win a game and see where it all ends up at the end of the year.
Kevin, you were great. We're going to give you the next game off, okay? You were fantastic, though. We loved you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Good stuff, guys. I know I got a little lonely here alone.
Why'd you tell him that?
Are we putting him back on?
Yeah, we're doing a crossover. I do IT. He's got to do the next game that I do.
There you go. John's going to steal your day job, okay? Kevin, it was great.
Oh, no. I like mine. I like mine.
Hey, this was fun. We'll do it again on Wednesday. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube returns as Christian Yelich and the Brewers head to the Motor City to take on Miguel Cabrera and the Detroit Tigers. Coverage begins with our pregame show at 12:30 Eastern. So for Kevin Millar, all alone there, John Smoltz, Kelly Krull, and our entire crew, I'm Scott Braun logging out for now. We will see you on Wednesday for Brewers Tigers along with Dan Plesac, Sean Casey, and JP Morosi. It streams free on YouTube. See you then.